Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Please be seated. Paula Bradshaw has been given leave to make a statement on digital ID scheme, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising their place and continuing to do so. All members will have up to 3 minutes to speak. Members with no interventions. Thank you. Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for accepting this matter of the day. On Friday, the Prime Minister announced plans for a UK-wide digital ID card scheme, a so-called Brit card, which people would need to prove their right to work. My honest interpretation is that this scheme is trying to fix a problem that doesn't really exist. There isn't a wave of people slipping through the net that justifies such a heavy-handed approach. To me, this looks less like a practical solution and more a political gesture which plays into an ever-growing and dangerous anti-immigrant agenda, rather than dealing with the real issues that people are facing here and across the UK. We don't need a digital ID card to tell us who can work and who can't. That system already exists. Right-to-work checks, visa controls and employer liability rules address the majority of this perceived problem. Further, making this a mandatory requirement doesn't automatically prevent fraud, it just promotes a dangerous narrative and shifts the blame. I think most people here can see straight through that this just won't work for Northern Ireland. In fact, I was struck by how many people in this chamber and beyond in the political parties who have made comments in the last few days around this issue, and it's infrequent that we would see so many politicians here singing from the same hymn sheet, and I do look forward to hearing other people's contributions today. Mr Speaker, we have a particular settlement here in Northern Ireland. People are entitled to be British, Irish or both, and it is an individual's prerogative, and this sits at the heart of the Good Friday Agreement. Forcing everyone into a single UK identity card system risks completely cutting across that right, reopening questions and tensions that should be left protected and untouched. Further, there's a blatant practicality of day-to-day living here in Northern Ireland. There are thousands of people who live in the south and work in the north and vice versa. As we often see with UK legislation applied to Northern Ireland, none of that appears to have been thought through with the realities of our existence here in Northern Ireland. Finally, there is the question of trust. If we are to put all this data in one place, it will make it a huge target. People are right to ask who will hold this information, how secure it will be and what it will be used for, but perhaps those are questions for another day. This does seem to be a proposal that is worth pursuing maybe by others across the UK, but it is an issue of identity and everyday life here. This weekend has shown that the people of Northern Ireland think what they think of these proposals, and while social media posts and press statements are important and influential in some way, I did think that it was important that we came to this chamber today so that we could all put our opinions on the record as elected representatives for this Assembly. So I do thank everyone in advance for their contributions. Thank you.
Sinead Ennis.
The British Government are never not at it, and they're at it with this ludicrous and ill-thought-out so-called Brit card scheme. And what this proposal essentially demonstrates to people here in the North is that either the British Government don't understand the protections and rights enshrined in the Good Friday Agreement to which they are a co-guarantor, or either they simply don't care about them. No British government has the right to impose identity on Irish citizens. The right to identify as Irish, British or indeed both is a co-foundation of the Good Friday Agreement, and this is a clear attempt by the British Prime Minister to deflect from his own political feelings in Britain. The proposal for the mandatory Brit card is an attack on Irish citizens here in the North, and Sinn Féin will make it our business to stand up and continue to defend the rights of Irish citizens here in the North. This is a non-runner. Cairn and Keir Starmer and his British government should immediately pause and reconsider this scheme.
Right.
I have no doubt if this is wrong for Northern Ireland, it is also wrong for the rest of the United Kingdom. And so everyone who speaks on this should say so and defend the United Kingdom from this tragedy. This is no doubt is a so-called solution trying to find a problem, and the government has just happened to select the number one issue so many British minds of late that faxes them. Don't be fooled. Legal immigration, illegal working is totally unacceptable and needs resolved immediately, and it needs to be resolved right across the UK, including Northern Ireland. But this will not do it. It's not even designed to do it. This is about state overreach and, as always, about making people millionaires. You don't need to give over 70 million people a digital ID to stop 0.05% of that number arriving illegally. We already have a visa system which displays the right to work. It's not enforced. If employers don't check this, why would they check a digital ID? Digital ID is not like a harmless card in your hip pocket that you can show to a person of authority. The British people have balked at even that proposition, even in the worst of times. It can be used, and it has been used even in recent history, to coerce or force people into a position they did not wish to be in. It enables government to widen scope to deal with all other matters. It enables the government to control what you can and cannot do. That's what vaccine certification in the pandemic did. The government could very easily change the scope and conditions in every sphere of life, and you would have no say or no choice but to comply. It couldn't happen like that in a civilised country, you would say. Well, I say, look at Canada, where the protesting truckers and everyone who supported them or funded them had their bank accounts blocked because Trudeau didn't like their opinions. The first question in this debate should be, why is the state making this mandatory? The state should not be forcing you to do anything that could put you and your private information in jeopardy. I hear you say that I have a digital wallet of all sorts of services contained within my phone. They say I hand over personal information all the time and it makes my life so handy. And yes, you do give data to private organisations, but they can't compel. You have a choice to do so. Only the government of the day can pass laws to control your life and use the digital ID to make you comply.
Steve Aiken.
The Ulster Unionist Party, not surprisingly, vehemently opposes any attempt to introduce digital ID. Far from being the bedrock of the modern state, as Labour's new enforcer in the Cabinet Office, Darren Jones, has said, it is designed to act as a control mechanism. And it is fundamentally un-British. But knowing how our government managed to do contracts and do things with IT, and I'm glad to see Mr Carroll's here, they'll probably give the contract to Fujitsu. So it will cost billions and it wouldn't work. As to employers and employment, it's not going to stop employers on the grey and black employment trail. They will still employ workers or bring workers on without looking at the right digitisation or the right documentation. We know that. They do it now. That's not going to change. So that is a red herring. It will also, if it comes into force, which I do not think it will create a digital passport border in the Irish Sea. That will add to the internal trade border that's been created in the Irish Sea by the Windsor Framework. This is completely unacceptable. It's unacceptable to me as a unionist. It should be unacceptable to anybody who believes in the United Kingdom, and it should be unacceptable to anybody who believes in the Belfast Good Friday Agreement. Finally, let's be honest about what this is. This is blatant political posturing by the Prime Minister. He didn't even give the message to his own ministers. Anybody who saw the minister or listened to the minister in the Today programme who said, no, this will not be a mandatory issue, and then the Cabinet Office and the Prime Minister's office came out about 20 minutes after she came off the air and said, no, it's not. It is going to be mandatory. Go and talk to any Labour MPs. None of them were told. This is just a blatant attempt by Keir Starmer to grab some headlines. And like most of the things that our Prime Minister has been doing recently, it's very badly thought out and poorly thought. I think, Mr Speaker, and I speak for every member of this Assembly, I can't say of anybody who thinks this is a good idea. And it should be buried as quickly as possible. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
David Loughlin.
Speaker, well, it will be no surprise the SDLP too think it's not a very good idea. We reject... Sorry? Who's shouting? Okay. So we reject the government's proposal for the so-called Brit card. As an SDLP foil MLA, our constituency lives and breathes cross-border cooperation every single day. I find it really hard and very difficult to see how a scheme could possibly work within the common travel area. In Derry, our lives are shaped by the open border with Donegal. Families, workers, students, patients, shoppers all move freely back and forth, often several times a day. A one-size-fits-all digital ID imposed from Westminster ignores that simple reality. It risks the natural flow of daily life and the economic and social ties that we depend upon. This proposal also cuts across the hard-won rights enshrined in the Good Friday Agreement, including the right of people here to identify as British, Irish or both, and to have those identities respected. Imposing a Brit card undermines that delicate balance and the progress that we've made over the last 27 years. And let's be clear, this scheme does nothing to address the real challenges that people face, whether that's access to public services, the cost of living crisis, or the need for genuine immigration reform that respects rights and human dignity. The SDLP will continue to argue for solutions that are practical, rights-based and reflective of Northern Ireland's unique circumstances. We will also be tabling urgent Assembly questions to establish what engagement, if any, the Executive had with the UK Government before this announcement. People here do deserve transparency and a say in policies that affect their daily lives. We need to see a collective response from the Executive on the digital ID cards. The Executive must articulate Northern Ireland's position. That is what it means to be leaders. And the absence of a coordinated, unified response from the Executive is a failure and is letting down people in all of our communities. I will join my colleague, SDLP leader Claire Hanna, in calling for Northern Ireland to be exempt from this unworkable scheme. Our community cannot be treated as an afterthought or perhaps no thought at all in decisions that threaten the very fabric of a cross-border life.
Timothy Gallison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Keir Starmer has shown he's a Prime Minister on his way out, after once again showing us all that he is out of touch with our cherished British values. I believe he has ensured many of his MPs will receive their P45s at the next election through his foolish attempts to introduce mandatory digital IDs, and rightly so. This shows a Prime Minister out of touch with public opinion and a Prime Minister with no answers on how to stop the boats. If the government were truly committed to stopping illegal crossings, direct measures are required to stop the boats in the Channel before people reach the UK shores. Quitting the European Convention on Human Rights would be the first logical step. Freezing non-essential immigration would be the second. Immediately deporting those who arrive here illegally, rather than accommodating them in hotels, would be the third. I share people's genuine concerns about the proposed centralisation of personal data. Collecting and storing all citizens' personal information in one digital system carries clear risks. Risks of misuse by the government and data breaches by hackers. Most importantly, the introduction of digital IDs will have ramifications for the civil liberties we all enjoy and must be resisted. TUV is clear. This is a clinical ploy to fool voters that something is being done about illegal immigration, when the reality is that there are genuine fears that it will impinge further on the freedoms of UK citizens. But the digital ID debate raises another, equally serious question: the constitutional integrity of the United Kingdom. Digital ID is a national matter. There can be no Irish Sea ID border. I am glad my party leader will be opposing their introduction at Westminster, but there must be no question of yielding to Sinn Féin's anti-British agenda by exempting Northern Ireland from a UK-wide system. To do so would create a dangerous two-tier approach to citizenship, one for Great Britain, another for Northern Ireland. I would caution Unionist colleagues in this House: our legitimate concerns over ID cards must not be exploited to drive yet another wedge between Northern Ireland and the rest of the United Kingdom. We must not allow constitutional integrity to be undermined for political convenience.
Mr. Speaker, it's worth emphasising that this terrible idea has its origins in the days of Tony Blair and his government, who began a real serious crackdown on civil liberties 20 or so years ago. And Keir Starmer, a willing follower and student of Blairism, and Tony Blair has taken his warped ideas of restricting people's rights onto another level, different terrain. This should be opposed completely oppose outright. And if the government in Britain want to plough ahead with it, I would strongly encourage people here, people in Britain as well, to oppose it and to not take part in the supposed scheme. Some of this is obviously about Labour trying to show that they are tough on migration and asylum seekers, and it really shows you how little a clue that Keir Starmer or even Morgan McSweeney has about immigration. The latter is a man who is being accused of not declaring £700,000 of public money gained by his Labour Together group, who allegedly came up with this bonkers policy. And this proposal isn't fully, Mr Speaker, about immigration. It's about a huge expansion of digital infrastructure for a surveillance state likely to be paid to a huge corporate organisation. This is a state that already clamps down, that spies on people and that arrests campaigners and activists. And what this scheme will do is create even more barriers, Mr Speaker, to public life for racialised minorities and those who are already digitally excluded. During a cost of living crisis, the ongoing genocide in Gaza, climate breakdown and rampant homelessness, this is the last thing that the government should be ploughing ahead with. And members have said that this scheme is very un-British, and obviously there's a rich history in Britain of challenging monarchy, aristocracy, the Chartist movement fighting for votes for working class people as well. But I would say it's very British government who in the past have always talked about decency and democracy but have clamped down on activism, on campaigning left, right and centre. So there are huge questions, Mr Speaker, about who will administer this scheme. Will it be, as has been alleged or questioned, Fujitsu, a company who have gained hundreds of millions of pounds in public money despite being mired in scandal? Will it be Palantir, whose government, or this government, the British government, already have a cosy relationship with and be accused of all sorts of horrible things? So I think this should be opposed, it should be challenged, and if the government tries to plough ahead with it, I'd encourage people to resist taking part in it. Thank you.
Mr Speaker, and I hope you're feeling better. The announcement by the Labour Government of a UK-wide digital ID raises immediate and obvious concerns. A centralised system of this kind concentrates personal data in a way that inevitably increases the risk of government overreach and surveillance. It creates a single target for hackers, and it comes with enormous cost at a time when our public services are already stretched. I share the criticisms that others have expressed, and listening to everyone's contribution, it is clear there is unanimous opposition in Northern Ireland, which itself is significant. What concerns me further is that this proposal fails to take into account the Northern Ireland context. That is not only about the constitutional question and people's identity, but about the practical realities of living in a part of the United Kingdom that shares a land border with Ireland. Movement of people and services across the border is a daily fact of life, yet this policy reads as if it was designed for England, without thought for how it will work in Scotland, Wales or here in Northern Ireland. Beyond that, there are issues that must also be recognised. A digital-only identification system risks excluding significant parts of our population. It presumes universal access to smartphones, reliable broadband and digital confidence. That is not a reality in Northern Ireland. Many older people do not use digital devices, and many rural areas do not have adequate connectivity. The consequence is that those most in need of public services would be the very people least able to access them. And the justification by the Prime Minister does not stand up to scrutiny. He said that the digital ID will help address undocumented migration. But undocumented migrants, by definition, remain outside of official systems. They're not going to register for a digital ID. Instead, the burden will fall onto ordinary citizens who already comply with the law. And if someone intends to avoid the system, they will. And this policy fails its own test. People want effective border management, they want fairness, and they want public services that work. They do not want another layer of bureaucracy. And I'm left wondering what the justification for this idea is, because on no level does it seem like a popular or sensible policy choice. And it's not a new idea. Labour pushed ID cards nearly 2 decades ago, and they failed because they were expensive, intrusive and ineffective. Repackaging them in a digital form does not solve those problems, it amplifies them. So the question is not whether this scheme is workable, it's why Labour is pursuing it at all. Why prioritise an old, failed policy when health, education and basic public services are in urgent need of investment? There's no clear rationale, no convincing evidence and no public demand.
Sean Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm not too old to remember a time in this House when the Alliance, Sinn Féin and the SDLP were drooling at the prospect of a Labour government. And how has that worked out for them? Farming destroyed, businesses taxed to death, pensioners' pockets targeted, an economy on its knees, illegal immigration soaring, and now digital ID. Who couldn't have seen that one coming from the sister party of the SDLP, who called for nurses to be sacked during the COVID pandemic? Who do you think you're kidding, Mr. Starmer? We see through every single element of this flawed policy. I have a passport, I have a driving licence, I have a national ID card, a national insurance card. I have the basic apparatus that allows me to be a citizen in this United Kingdom. And to introduce such a policy is evidence, if ever was needed, that the PM is everything George Orwell predicted. A pound shop Tony Blair. Now, my reasons are clear. The DUP oppose digital ID cards because we don't want to be part of a big government invasive snooping technology which has the potential to be abused. The Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin's reason is because of 4 letters. Brit. That's not lost on us. The DUP will oppose this policy because it is not in the national interest, because it is not in the national interest of the people of the entirety of the United Kingdom, and to say that it would actually have an impact on reducing illegal immigration. What utter gaslighting. If the PM was serious about addressing illegal immigration, he would deploy strong border enforcement. He would stop boats. He would stop the abuse of the legal profession in making a mockery of UK law by interpreting asylum seeker policies and legislation in such a way that enables them to come in the boatload. I notice there's been nothing from Sinn Féin, the SDLP or Alliance about the issue of immigration. That doesn't bother them. They want to cover up in the word of Brit. Be under no illusion, Mr. Speaker, we will oppose this system. There should be no carve-out for Northern Ireland on a policy that shouldn't even exist in the entirety of the United Kingdom. But what would Sinn Féin say if the Republic of Ireland bring forward such a scheme?
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, they say a week is a long time in politics. Well, Mr. Starmer's most recent announcement has sent political opponents of the DUP's into a tailspin. Last week, when changing her latest deadline for a United Ireland and for a border poll, Mary Lou MacDonald said that decisions made at Westminster did not impact the people of Northern Ireland, yet flew off to the mainland United Kingdom to set out her opposition to this policy, the irony of which will not be lost on the people of Northern Ireland. Last week, on a radio debate with me, the leader of the TUV made clear that he wants the Assembly collapsed and powers handed over to Keir Starmer. And now Mr. Gaston has articulated his opposition to Mr. Starmer's remarks. Again, the TUV in a tailspin on this issue. Mr. Speaker, I am absolutely delighted that the DUP has a consistent and robust opposition to this policy. Since 2006, this party has been on the record, both with our speeches and votes in Parliament, making clear that we will not and never support mandatory IDs for the people of any part of the United Kingdom. Mr. Speaker, in North Belfast, where I and my colleague Mr. Kingston are honoured to represent, over 3,000 members of the public have signed the parliamentary petition opposing the introduction of this scheme. It is a matter of deep regret for me and for those that I represent that their voices will not be heard when a vote on this issue is called. our Member of Parliament is more interested in pursuing his own legal career rather than representing the people of North Belfast. But let me be clear that Mr Kingston and I and the Democratic Unionist Party will be a voice for people of all traditions and none in North Belfast, in making clear that we oppose this, and the DUP will oppose this and ensure it is voted down in Parliament.
Matthew O'Toole.
Let me, and I'll be very brief because I want to make just two quick points. One, this ID card is completely misguided. As others have said, it isn't necessary. There are in-work checks that already exist, but it is completely misguided because of the conditions on this island, the cross-border life that people already lead, but also the all-island economy that we hope to build. It's wrong-headed, it's impractical, it's completely misguided. Claire Hanna and Colin Eastwood will take their seats, they will stand, they will argue against it. They will oppose it in general, but they will also call, if it is going to be applied in Britain, Northern Ireland should be exempted. Let's be absolutely clear about that. But I do just want to say, Mr Speaker, because the reason I asked to get in was because I've been listening to something, and we have in this Assembly today something we don't have very often, complete unanimity. Not just the four executive parties, the official opposition, the TUV, through the People Before Profit, are all agreed that this is a bad idea. People who are, there's heckling coming from the DUP, we all agree that this is a bad idea. All the executive parties agree it's a bad idea. The public of Northern Ireland, stop chuntering, you've had your say. The public of Northern Ireland watching this might wonder, well, we have a government here, we have a devolved government here, what's their position? Because it has consistently been the case that when Northern Ireland's interests are at stake, even if for different reasons, we know that our party disagrees with this for a different reason than the DUP, we know that, but we oppose it. The executive parties all oppose it. So don't come into the chamber and stand up and say, for different reasons and facing different directions, we all oppose it. Do your jobs. Lead. Lead. I went on the Executive Office website this morning, Mr Speaker. There's nothing on there other than waffle and photo opportunities. The executive parties, rather than coming in here and picking fights with one another, should do their jobs. They take their salaries, they take their ministerial cars. Do your jobs. Work together for the people of Northern Ireland. Don't just come in here and throw around bickering waffle. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings to conclusion the matter of the day. We now move on to member statements. I call Jerry Kelly.
Let me begin by stating that I'm a member of the Policing Board, but do not speak for them here today. The McCulloch Review sets out a stark assessment of the PSNI practices around surveillance of journalists, lawyers and others. Sinn Féin welcomed the depth of his report, of his work in uncovering the scale of activity, and recognised the limitations also of what he could access. It is now clear that some elements of the PSNI's defensive operations include two specific periods in which there was whole-scale cross-checking, that's a quote, of police communication systems against a list of journalist telephone numbers. These were unnecessary, disproportionate and therefore unlawful. The report identified 24 applications which appear to have been made with the purpose of identifying journalist sources. The applications relate to 9 investigations and involve 1,014 telephone numbers. The deliberate use of covert intelligence to identify journalistic sources and surveillance activity in and around court buildings are particularly egregious. Policing can never be above the law. Recognising the gravity of what has been revealed, the Policing Board on a cross-community basis has treated this as a Section 59 report from the Chief Constable, which is unprecedented and underlines the seriousness of the failings identified. There is much more to consider in the 200-page report, including lack of disclosure and candour. Public trust, especially among those targeted, has been badly damaged. That trust will only be rebuilt by firm, transparent and time-bound accountability. The Chief Constable has stated that there are no criminal and no misconduct issues. However, given the gravity of these issues, it is my view that the Policing Board should follow through with a Section 60 inquiry under the Police Act 2000 to fully examine the issues that have arisen in the Section 59 report we have received. I believe that we need the whole truth to restore public confidence in policing. Sinn Féin also believes that implementing Patton's recommendation number 40 on enhanced oversight, that there should be a local commissioner for covert law enforcement in the North, would add a layer of scrutiny and could be a practical safeguard against further unlawful practices.
Cheryl Brunley.
Speaker. This past weekend we celebrated Ulster Day, commemorating the 28th of September 1912, when almost 500,000 men and women took an oath opposing an all-Ireland Parliament by signing the Ulster Covenant. Ulster Day is a foundational event in the history of Northern Ireland's unionism, symbolising the collective will of so many people to remain part of our United Kingdom. It was fantastic to see so many community events and parades right across Northern Ireland this weekend to commemorate the milestone event in our history. My own constituency of East Antrim put on a wonderful show. In Carrickfergus, I want to give a special mention to Craig and the Ulster Grenadiers Flute Band, whose efforts ensured a packed day of family fun, historical, educational activities, including a live reenactment of the signing and a 1912 tea party and parade throughout the town on the Saturday evening. Despite the horrific weather, the crowds were out in numbers to enjoy the events, and it was great to have our party's Deputy Leader, Michelle McElveen, and East Belfast MLA, David Brooks, in Carrickfergus for the occasion. While we commemorate the events of over a century ago, the underlying principle remains the same, and the unionist community of Northern Ireland remain as loyal to the Union and as firmly opposed to Dublin rule as we were in 1912. The Ulster Covenant remains a symbol of loyalty, resistance and unity, a reminder of the sacrifices made to preserve our place in the United Kingdom. Even in today's political climate, it serves as a historical anchor, reminding us of the enduring values of democracy, sovereignty and constitutional integrity that we in this party will continue to uphold.
Job Blair.
Mr. Speaker, as members may already be aware, today marks the beginning of Northern Ireland Environment Week, a crucial week of concentrated effort within our environmental sector. I was glad to join Northern Ireland's Environment Links launch event this morning alongside some of my Alliance Party colleagues. The theme for this year's Environment Week is peatlands, a subject of vital significance here in Northern Ireland. Our peatlands are immensely valuable for biodiversity, carbon storage, water quality, as well as flood protection. Yet these unique habitats have been under immense strain for years due to factors such as overgrazing, drainage and burning. That is why I was glad to hear a couple of weeks ago that the Alliance Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has brought forward and successfully published the long-awaited peatlands strategy. This long overdue document sets out 5 strategic objectives and 26 ambitious actions to restore our damaged peatlands and secure a future for these vital ecosystems. It is crucial now that we move swiftly from strategy to action, harnessing partnership and collective expertise to ensure delivery on these objectives. Protecting and restoring our peatlands is essential if we are serious about achieving our climate targets and safeguarding our environment for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I encourage all members and the public to participate in Environment Week. A variety of public events will take place to raise awareness and promote conservation efforts throughout the week. These include training sessions, talks, guided walks and volunteering opportunities focused on specific sites, species and local landscapes. Before I finish, Mr. Speaker, I want to sincerely thank everyone involved in the environmental sector, our remarkable NGOs, hard-working volunteers and dedicated organisers. Their efforts are greatly appreciated and do not go unnoticed. We should all feel inspired by their commitment and consider how we can all contribute more to safeguarding our natural landscape here in Northern Ireland. Hopefully, we can match the real and sincere sectoral effort and public interest in protecting our natural environment with the political will required in the future to produce the much needed outcomes. Thank you.
John Burrows.
I just want to address the findings of the McCulloch review, and I'm afraid to say the commentary about this both in the media, within political parties and indeed by some solicitor firms, I'll not mention any, has been misleading and distorted. Let it be clear, the Ulster Unionist Party do believe that the free press are an essential cornerstone of our democracy, and that police surveillance powers should be used with great care, in accordance with law, and proportionate, and only when it's necessary. And there are some lessons to be learnt in the McCulloch Review, but I very much doubt that all of those who are speaking so excessively about his findings have actually read it. The McCulloch Review says clearly that there was no evidence of systemic surveillance of journalists by the PSNI. No evidence whatsoever. Mr. Kelly said that there was issues with the candour of the police service. Mr. McCulloch, a KC, eminent KC, said he had unfettered access, that everything he asked for was given. There are some things that are simply misleading. Let's talk about what's called the defensive operation the police were hosting, were doing. And I think there are lessons to be learned from that. But there's a suggestion that they were running hundreds of journalists' phones and interrogating them. Actually, what they did, and perhaps they should not have done it, but they had numbers that the journalist had given the police. They put them on a spreadsheet, and they were checking officers' call records to see if they were ringing those numbers. They never accessed the journalist's number. There's a minor issue about whether the journalist gave them that number for that purpose, but there was no unlawful surveillance of the journalist's phone. Let me say this: the Alliance Party have called for public inquiry. The Justice Minister said in advance of the McCulloch Review it would be premature to call for public inquiry. Let's see what McCulloch reports. McCulloch reports that there's no systemic surveillance of journalists. And yet, the Alliance Party still call for a review. And interesting that the two Policing Board members call for a review. My understanding is the Justice Minister has the power to instigate that public inquiry under the Inquiries Act. So we'll see if she lives up to that power, and I'm going to ask her a question today. Finally, to hear from Mr. Kelly about the freedom of the press, from the party that leads on slap actions, the party that tried to take, Mr. Kelly himself, the House from Malachy O'Doherty for publishing an article, the party that has an army of trolls that creates a chill effect to everybody on social media. So I don't think we'd need lessons from Mr. Kelly on the freedom of the press. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, before I get into the meat of my remarks, I want to reflect on the sad passing of a young man named Oisin Johnson, who was just 18 years of age. He died very suddenly in heartbreaking circumstances. He was the son of a councillor of ours, Denise Johnson, up in mid-Ulster. The funeral was yesterday. It was extraordinarily sad. It was attended by people from across that community. I know the family is very appreciative of the words of consolation and condolence they've had from across politics and across society. It reminds us all both of the preciousness of life, but also the very serious issues around young people, their mental health, and minding them. So I just wanted to say that, put that on the record. It's an extremely sad time for that family. Mr. Speaker, I also want to say my remarks, actually, when I want to talk about sport, but some of what Mr. Burrows said was quite remarkable there in relation to the McCulloch finding. Trivialising and minimising what was done to the free press is not the way forward in terms of debating these things. But what I wanted to talk about this morning, Mr. Speaker, was a great weekend of Irish sport. We've seen a terrific weekend of Irish sport. People will have seen what happened at Bethpage in New York whenever an Irishman, once again, this time Shane Lowry, following in the footsteps of Darren Clark, Philip Walton, Eamon Darcy, was the person to close out and secure a victory from Europe. I'm sure even the DUP and TV members opposite were pleased to see Europe win that match. We also saw, for the very first time, an NFL game happen in Croker and Croke Park. The Pittsburgh Steelers were victorious. Obviously, they have their roots, the owner has their roots in County Down, particularly in Newry. But of course, Mr. Speaker, the real big sporting event this weekend happening on this island was the Down Ladies final, which happened at Park Esther in Newry too, and it was contested between two terrific teams from our constituency, Breda and Carryduff. And it goes without saying that those two teams are a remarkable reflection of the growth of Gaelic games, the huge growth of women's Gaelic games, particularly in the county of Down, and many of the people on both panels were in the victorious Down Ladies panel that won the All-Ireland just a couple of short years ago. So yes, we've had a terrific weekend of sport on the Isle of Ireland. We have Shane Lowry and Rory McIlroy bring home the Ryder Cup for Europe. We've had the Pittsburgh Steelers and the Minnesota Vikings show us their wares in Croke Park. But most importantly, we've had a terrific display from two teams in my constituency, Brit and Carryduff, competing for the Down Senior Ladies Championship. Huge testimony to the growth of Gaelic games in that constituency, in Belfast generally, and we're very proud of them. The winners on this occasion were Brit, but I'm very clear that we've got great growing teams from across the constituency, and I'm delighted to see it. Thank you.
Before I call Gemma Dolan, just to remind members that member statements are for an issue, not a series of issues. Ms Dolan.
I want to speak today about the future of emergency general surgery at the South West Acute Hospital in Enniskillen and the current pause consultation on the permanent removal of the service. SWA is a lifeline for people in Fermanagh and West Tyrone. Its location was chosen to ensure that rural communities in the West could access high-quality healthcare without having to travel unreasonable distances. The removal of emergency general surgery has created real fear and uncertainty. People are rightly concerned about patient safety, about travel times, and about whether our hospital is being slowly stripped back. The current consultation cannot be seen as the end of the story. We need the Western Trust to publish a clear, ambitious and deliverable vision plan for SWA, a plan that reassures staff, patients and the wider community that this hospital has a sustainable future at the heart of our health service. That vision must set out how SWA can be developed to meet the needs of our population in the years ahead, including investing in cross-border services. The people of the West deserve the same level of commitment and investment as any other part of the North. Our health system must not leave rural communities behind. The Western Trust has a duty to listen to the voices of local people and to show leadership by producing a plan that gives confidence in the long-term future of SWA.
Ross Bradley.
Mr Speaker, I rise to congratulate Korean's first professional Irish boxing champion, Matty Bam Bam Boland. Matty's remarkable victory at Windsor Park has been a source of great pride for the entire Korean community. In a fierce and closely contested bout, the reigning champion Rudy Farrell was unable to continue into the 7th round. In the 6th round, Matty began landing powerful combinations that ultimately turned the tide. His precision and power earned him a crucial knockdown and a dominant finish, thereby sealing his place in Korean sporting history to earn the first Irish bantamweight title to be brought back to the town. Matty is a down-to-earth young man whose dedication, discipline and passion for his sport began at the Golden Gloves Club in the town under coach Michael Fleming. He has become a role model for the aspiring athletes in our area, showing what can be achieved through hard work and dedication. It was also a first for former world champion and coach Ryan Burnett, as Matty became the first boxer he has coached to a title, an amazing combination, and long may it continue. As he paraded his newly won belt in front of the Korean faithful during the Glentoran game, it was a joy to watch the supporters show appreciation for their new champion. We look forward to celebrating many more of Matty's successes in the future, and who knows, maybe a celebration or two for Korean Football Club as well. So on behalf of the people of Korean, I extend congratulations to Matty on his outstanding achievement. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Legal proceedings against Liam O'Gahany have been rightly dropped. Last week, Liam Og was once again before the courts of Westminster on a charge that was unjustly made against him. Again, Sinn Féin MPs stood with hundreds of others outside the court in solidarity with Liam Og. The British state's political assault on NECAP as a voice against genocide has failed. Last week in Belfast, 3 members of the BDS movement were brought before the courts on criminal charges for protesting Israeli goods in stores that supply them and in those stores in which they are sold. That is what British justice looks like. Attempts to criminalise those who speak up and protest against genocide. The global Sumud flotilla was attacked once again, and it is reported that 11 of the ships carrying much needed aid to Gaza were attacked. The British government response was to recognise the Palestinian state in an effort to keep alive the possibility of peace and a 2-state solution. We are 2 years into a genocide. State recognition falls far short of what is needed. What is really needed is that Britain should join the BDS campaign, not criminalise it. Britain should be resolute in holding the perpetrators of genocide to account, not to be complicit in it. As Liam Oak said when addressing the media supporters after the case, if anyone on the planet is guilty of terrorism, it is the British state. Free Palestine. While the British government are failing in their moral duty to oppose this dreadful injustice, I want to highlight the Hunger for Justice campaign and the most recent endeavour to fight the financiers of genocide. A 24-hour nationally organised fast on the 10th of October will mark 2 years of the most recent attacks, with protests at the offices of those who are facilitating this genocide. To date, more than 200,000 has been gathered for UNRI by Hunger for Justice.
Can I begin by placing on record my deepest sympathy to the family of Ian Millen, who passed away suddenly just yesterday. Ian was a big character who often went above and beyond, known right across this chamber, and he'll certainly be missed, and our thoughts and prayers are with his sons, both Andrew and Stuart. Last week, this House stooped to a new low. The Alliance Party helped and voted in removing the word innocent from a DUP motion rejecting amnesty for terrorists. We all know that Sinn Féin and the Alliance are like Siamese twins when it comes to voting in this building. But to side with convicted bomber Kelly's definition of a victim really is a new low. And for Naomi Long, the Justice Minister, to double down on that definition on the radio really does beggar belief. Do the Alliance Party really believe that a paramilitary bomber, regardless of their creed, is in some way to be equated with an innocent victim of terrorism across Northern Ireland? Because if we follow their logic to its natural conclusion, it really is a sad indictment as to how far that party has travelled. No longer the party of the middle road, a party that's prepared to put the victim maker on an even keel with the innocent victim. Banbridge Town is a major town within my own constituency. In 1982, the Provisional IRA detonated a car bomb, a no-warning car bomb. It killed 11-year-old Alan McCrum. Are we in some way to believe that the man or woman that planted the bomb is equal to that of young Alan McCrum? What about the 10 victims of Kingsmill? Protestant men lined up on a road in South Armagh, killed because of their religion, or in some way to be equated with the very men that shot them? What about the murder of 22-year-old Mary Travers, murdered as she left Mass with her family by the Provisional IRA? Are we in some way to believe that the Alliance Party, in supporting Jerry Kelly's amendment, is in some way on an equal keel?
Members' time is
Shame.
up. Steve Aiken.
Last week, Denmark had to consider a state of emergency as drones closed airspace in airports across the country, causing millions of kroners worth of disruption. In Sweden, more drones flew over the Karlskrona naval base. In Norway, drones have interrupted flights at Bardufoss and at Oslo. Cyber attacks have been occurring across the continent, with Jaguar Land Rover having to receive a £1.5 billion loan to stop vital supply chain suppliers going bust. Many other companies have been targeted who have quietly decided to pay ransom in bitcoins to cyber terrorists, many based in St. Petersburg, rather than admit they've lost control of their systems. Factories in several places across Europe, and including our nation, have been subject to arson attacks. Airport check-ins, including Dublin, Berlin and Heathrow, have been cyber-attacked with malware. Our media point to the suspicious activity of the Russian research ship Yantar, visiting nodes of key cables off our, Ireland's and Norway's coasts over the last few months. The recent elections in Moldova have been plagued by interference with fake news, false flag social media and tear gas attacks at polling stations, and outright attempts to ballot rig, all being played out. And nightly, Mr. Speaker, hundreds of drone and air attacks are made against Ukraine, not against military targets, but attacks designed to undermine the civilian population, designed to terrorise. The common denominator is Russia, playing its hybrid warfare card, trying to pose its will on Europe and to push Putin's desire of nationalistic totalitarianism everywhere. Europe's leaders, or nearly all the leaders, are standing firm against this onslaught. However, there are a few exceptions. Viktor Orban, for one, the AfD in Germany, the Slovak Republic, and believe it or not, Sinn Féin's candidate for the forthcoming Irish presidency, Catherine Connolly. She recently remarked that NATO has played a despicable role in moving forward to the border and engaging in warmongering towards Russia. She also compared Germany's moves to increase its defence spending as something akin to the 1930s and the rise of Hitler. This from somebody who visited President Assad's Syria in 2018 at the height of his murderous campaign. Mr. Speaker, in the light of what's happening across Europe, Lenin's phrase of useful idiot and fellow traveller come very clearly to mind. While it's up to the Irish people to decide their next president, but Ireland and Europe deserve better than this apologist for totalitarianism. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Even done.
To address a concerning issue which has understandably provoked anger and frustration within the local community, and one which was rightly highlighted at the weekend by former football manager David Jeffrey, MBE, in the Belfast Telegraph. That was the message that UEFA, the governing body of European football, sent out by not punishing sectarian abuse at a recent European Conference League fixture between Shamrock Rovers and Linfield Football Club in Dublin. In that game at Tulka Park, Linfield's Matthew Fitzpatrick, for example, himself a former Gaelic footballer at inter-county level for Antrim, was subjected to chants branding him an Orange Bee, vile, offensive abuse which was broadcast right across the world. The Linfield manager David Healy was also subject to similar abuse. The situation was so serious that the BBC commentators felt compelled to issue on-air apologies to viewers. Yet, Mr. Speaker, UEFA have chosen to do nothing to sanction Shelbourne Football Club, nothing to send a message out that such behaviour is unacceptable and wrong. By contrast, earlier this summer, Linfield found themselves sanctioned by UEFA after some of their fans engaged in sectarian chanting. The club acted swiftly to condemn those responsible, and the club understandably faced the consequences. But the question we must ask today is, why is it one rule for one and another rule for Shelbourne? Why is it when players and supporters from one background or perceived background are targeted with hateful sectarian abuse, UEFA seems to turn a blind eye? And it also raises very important questions around the monitoring of such matches. Let us be clear, sectarian abuse is sectarian abuse. It is wrong whether it is directed against Catholics, Protestants or any other group or race. There can be no hierarchy of hatred and no acceptable targets. And the principle of equality rightly demands that all abuse is treated with the same seriousness, no matter what direction it comes from. What UEFA have done, Mr. Speaker, is send out a very dangerous and shameful message that Protestants, or those perceived to be Protestant, are somehow fair game. That cannot be tolerated, and it is unacceptable, and it undermines confidence in football governance and deepens divisions right across our communities. UEFA rightly and understandably talks about the Respect campaign, but unfortunately this incident reminds us of the need to do much greater, and the respect must be for all cultures and backgrounds. I would call on UEFA to urgently review this matter and hold Shelbourne rightly to the same standards as any other football club across the world, to send out a clear and unambiguous message that sectarian abuse in all its forms is wrong and will be punished. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a couple of minutes, Mr. Carroll.
I, along with my children, was at the Adjournment march last week in Dublin. There were thousands of us there on the streets, and we were red with anger. Fair play to those who organised the demonstration. The Irish language community came together from every corner of the country. People were angry. They are still angry. They are angry about the lack of funding for the language. Irish speakers from the north are still waiting for a strategy. They are angry about the crisis in the Gaeltacht, especially the housing crisis. They are angry about the lack of respect for Irish medium education. The Department of Education in the north is treating Irish medium education with disrespect, and they are angry about the lack of language rights. The Irish language community in the north must be concerned about the DUP. We are in 2025 and the DUP still has a veto. A veto on a commissioner, on the contents of the Act. It still has a veto. The DUP would like to veto Irish language signage in Grand Central Station as well. The Irish language community is sick and tired of a government in the south that will not spend a pittance on the Irish language. They are sick and tired of the DUP attacking the language. Don't give in to them. However, this does not concern the DUP alone. Sinn Féin ministers have questions to answer. There are problems with the lack of spaces, the lack of funding in Irish medium schools in West Belfast. This is a question for the Finance Minister and for the First Minister. What are you doing about it? I hope that Stormont listens to the thousands who took to the streets of Dublin for the Carter March. Thank you.
Now move to further consideration stage of the school uniforms, guidelines and allowance bills. I call the Minister of Education, Paul Given, to move the bill.
I beg to move that the further consideration stage of the School Uniforms, Guidelines and Allowances Bill be agreed. Mr. Speaker, we begin...
Member, take a seat, please. Thank you. Members will have a copy of the marshal list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of the amendments selected list. There are two groups of amendments, and we'll debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1, 5, 7 to 12, which deal with monitoring and enforcement of guidelines. The second debate will be in 2, 3, 4 and 6, which deal with content of the guidelines. I remind members intending to speak during the debates on the two groups of amendments that to address all of the amendments in each group and what they wish to comment. Once the debate in each group is completed, any further amendments to the group will be formally moved as we go through the bill, and question on each will be put without further debate. Members should note that a number of the Minister's amendments remove amendments made at consideration stage and offer alternatives at different places within the bill. Specifically, Amendments 1 and 11 are linked, Amendments 3 and 4 are linked, and finally Amendments 5 and 12 are linked. If that's clear, we shall proceed. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate with Amendment 1. It will be convenient also to debate Amendments 5 and Amendments 7 to 12. I call the Minister of Education to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. We begin further consideration stage of the School Uniforms Bill with the amendments voted through at consideration stage now forming part of the bill. I want to thank members for their engagement with this legislation throughout the process so far, and I want to record my thanks to the Office of Legislative Counsel for the pace and professionalism at which they have again worked to enable amendments to be tabled for further consideration stage today. I will speak to the amendments in this group, but let me just briefly preface that with the context of why I've tabled the 11 technical amendments that we are debating today. I've been clear about 2 points throughout this process. The first is that the reason for bringing forward this legislation is to address affordability of school uniforms for parents and families who I know they are struggling with the cost of living. This bill contains many more powers than the media coverage reflecting some members' comments following consideration stage recognises. Let me be clear that the bill has the power to make a difference. The second point I have consistently made is that the legislation we make in this House needs to be excellent in how it is worded and structured in delivering the various intentions going towards overall resulting effect. As an Executive Minister, I take my duty seriously to ensure that we make sound, accessible and workable legislation in all respects. So while I might have done things differently, I fully respect the decisions of the House in voting 12 amendments through at consideration stage. However, I consider it my duty to look at the provisions in the bill as amended, and I've therefore taken a fresh look at how these amended provisions will be capable of being read and applied in practice. To make a difference for parents, the guidelines which will stem from this bill must be workable for our schools. So today I bring forward a number of technical amendments which ensure the legislation is left in the best shape it can be. As well as the technicalities of my amendments today, they are designed to ensure that positive differences can be made for families. And I'm sure members will agree that sound and workable legislation is vitally important to support families. And I trust that members will support the technical amendments that I bring to the House at this further consideration stage on the advice of my officials, including those with expertise in legislative drafting. How the bill flows is important, as are the words it uses to achieve the policy intention voted through by members. I want to reassure members that changes which would be made by the amendments I have tabled, whether to language, style or structure of the bill, are designed to make the best legislation the Assembly can produce. And in all of this, I'm not seeking at all to undermine the intentions behind the relevant amendments that were made by members at consideration stage. Rather, it is to make them effective. Amendment 1 is necessary to allow Amendment 11 to move the requirement to lay guidelines before the Assembly to a new chapter dedicated to laying and reporting. Amendment 1 lays the necessary groundwork for removing the requirement to lay the guidelines from where it currently sits in the bill. To be absolutely clear, the requirement to lay the guidelines in the Assembly remains. My amendments give it greater prominence in a new chapter and in an independent clause. I trust there is nothing that members would object to in this. Amendment 11 makes minor adjustments to the language used, and this is to provide legal clarity, for example, referring to the chapter rather than the section, given the move of the provision. But the new clause still requires the Department of Education to lay the school uniform guidelines before the Assembly. It also extends the reference from when guidelines are issued so as to recognise the subtle distinction between when they are issued or reissued. Again, I trust that there would be nothing that members could object to in having legislation that is clear. Amendment 5 serves a similar purpose to Amendment 1 in relation to the reporting clause voted in at consideration stage. It needs to be left out from its current location at Clause 5 to allow Amendment 12 to place it in the proposed new laying and reporting chapter, keeping it as a separate clause within the new chapter. And again, the House will note in Amendment 12 some changes in language. These are to provide legal clarity while giving effect to the policy intent set out at consideration stage. To be clear, there is no attempt in Amendment 12 to dilute the impact of decisions that were taken at consideration stage. Under the amendment, the Department of Education must still publish a report at least once every 3 years, and the clock will begin once the bill gains royal assent. The requirement to set out its plans to review and revise guidelines is still explicit. The requirement to report on a cap or provide the reasons if no cap is in place is still explicit. In a different place, the requirement for the report to set out plans to include provision about or an explanation about why no provision or an altered provision in relation to a cap remains, and this was covered in Clause 5(1)(c)(2) after consideration stage. Now, I understand that some members have concerns about about what the Department's report will cover, given any changes in language. I want to assure the House that any difference in terminology is to provide legal clarity, not to reduce reporting requirements. The departmental report has to focus on the provisions and impact that this bill has. That means what impact it is having on the cost of school uniforms. The term best estimates needs to be read in relation to the remainder of that subsection. Best estimates simply means departmental officials utilising the information available in relation to school uniform costs. Typical or average costs of uniforms, either in total or in relation to individual items. Those are both explicit in the wording in the amendment. In real-world terms, using the term best estimates instead of the department's assessment makes no difference other than to be more consistent with wording used in legal drafting. My officials will be collecting and analysing school-level data to provide the report every 3 years. The language around mean and median costs reads as typical or average costs, with greater clarity provided that the report can differentiate between costs of uniform for different types of schools or year groups, and this allows for a more meaningful report. As I said at consideration stage, we know that costs at post-primary level are normally higher than at primary level. Being clear in the bill that the department's report can look at the average cost of a primary uniform or uniform items and separately at the average cost of a post-primary uniform or items provides for a much more meaningful information for everyone, but especially for parents. The requirement for the department to report on the various factors contributing to such costs remain with greater detail, in that the amendment states this can relate to increased costs, static costs or decreased costs as far as the contributory factors are known to the department. This slightly different wording replacing that it is the department's assessment of the contributory factors that will be included in the report. Nothing is lost in this amendment. It simply uses language that is consistent with that already used in the bill and provides greater legal clarity. Amendment 7 is a minor correction which moves the words as follows to the same place in the sentence for both clause 8.1 and 8.2. This is a very straightforward matter which again I trust no one can find difficulty with. Amendment 8, the House will recognise, this is the amendment that I tabled at consideration stage, but which was mutually exclusive with the committee amendment voted in, so could not then be called. I shall reiterate my reasons for tabling this relatively minor amendment. Simply put, it provides consistency with the materiality consideration in clause 8.1. It also seeks to ensure balance for pupils and schools, and I assure members that the amendment is not there to seek to avoid giving a direction, but only to enable schools to operate their day-to-day running and discipline policies effectively. Members, I'm sure, will have all heard of instances where schools are trying to manage pupil behaviour that may manifest through rebellion against school rules, and that can include uniform policies. It's important that we take every step to allow schools to manage such situations appropriately. However, it is equally important that behaviours such as a school not allowing a pupil to participate in PE or games because they do not have the right black leggings, for example, are not permitted to go unchecked. I understand that some members have questioned the need for this amendment, given that clause 8.2 remains a may provision rather than a must. However, so I can be clear, where a direction is needed, it will be given, regardless of whether the provision is must or may. Amendment 8 seeks only to ensure that cases are raised to be considered for direction which relate to actual issues with affording or tolerating in terms of comfort, practicality, sensory issues, for example, the uniform being required. It seeks to protect both pupils and schools, allowing genuine matters of running the school to be addressed by that school in the context of uniform, whilst ensuring that pupils are not prevented from taking part in any aspect of school life due to expensive or rigidly applied uniform requirements that do not take account of the practical realities for a pupil or their family, including the parameter of the word undue in relation to pupil discipline or participatory disadvantage is a small, but it's an important change, and I hope the House will support it in the interests of balance. Amendment 9, that's been tabled by Nick Matheson and seeking to make explicit reference to NIPSO as a source of evidence from the Department is assessing if a direction is needed, does not cause me particular concern. I don't think it's needed, however, I don't intend to oppose it. The Education Committee did write to me asking that I could outline how the bill works with the role of NIPSO in relation to complaints and how I envisage the complaints procedure working within Clause 8. Whilst I do not intend to digress beyond the focus of further consideration stage, in considering Amendment 9, I trust that any concerns about visibility of NIPSO as a complaints handler are now addressed. And to be clear, there's nothing in the bill, either as introduced or as amended at consideration stage, that I consider creates a tension with the role of NIPSO. That role is enshrined in other existing legislation and does not benefit from being repeated in this bill. Amendment 9 does not do that. Rather, it highlights that a NIPSO report can also be a source of information when the department is making an assessment about whether to give a direction. My assessment is that this was always going to be the case, which is why I stated that I do not think the amendment is necessary, but I've also stated that I do not intend opposing its inclusion. Amendment 10 simply tidies language and relates to the requirement that the department must publish directions within 3 months of giving them. The wording within this amendment, must publish the text of them, relates to the full text of the direction as it was made explicit at consideration stage that this is the will of the House. The fact that I do not support the naming and shaming of schools in this way is not relevant to the wording of Amendment 10, and I trust that the House will support the tidying up of the language it delivers. I have spoken to Amendments 11 and 12 in relation to Amendments 1 and 5, which I would remind members leave provisions relating to laying and reporting out of their current place in the bill, and thus allow 11 and 12 to place them in a new chapter and in new clauses for clarity and flow. Each amendment that I have tabled, Mr. Speaker, has been in good faith to ensure that the language, the structure, in terms of the location of provisions and the overstyle of the bill, support us in making good legislation, and I trust members will enter the debate in the same spirit of working towards that common goal, a common goal that will ultimately benefit parents who are struggling with the costs of school uniforms.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise, first of all, in my capacity as Chair of the Education Committee to speak in the further consideration stage on the Group 1 amendments for the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill. This group, as the Minister has set out, addresses monitoring and enforcement of the guidelines with the introduction of some new clauses. So the committee received notice of these amendments put forward by the department just before its meeting on Wednesday, and it didn't take a briefing on them given the demands of previously scheduled business. However, it is my understanding that officials have assisted individual members in the meantime, and I would like to put on record my thanks to the officials for their engagement with me and my party colleagues around queries on the amendments that have been tabled by the Minister and Department, often at very short notice. So there is therefore not an agreed committee position on the amendments, but I can comment on some of them to the extent that they relate to the committee's processes up to this point and the way in which the Minister has set out that they intend to tidy up and implement the amendments carried out at consideration stage. I'll speak to them briefly unless there is any need for further, more detailed comment. Amendment 1, along with Amendment 11, deletes and replaces the committee-led requirement for guidelines to be laid with the Assembly to a more appropriate location in the bill. And as the Minister has set out, it seems to me to make no material change to the effect of the original amendment, and I can see no reason that any committee members would feel the need to object to that. Amendment 5, which proposes to delete the existing Clause 5 of the bill as amended, the content of which is again now imported via Amendment 12 with a new clause. It does require some discussion, I think, from the committee perspective. I think the Minister has set out in his remarks the detail of why he has chosen to bring this amendment forward and the new clause and the new location. So I was going to refer to some correspondence that the Minister had sent the committee on this point, but I think that would probably be overkill at this stage. I think committee members will recognise the key elements of their amendment that was carried at consideration stage, but I think it will obviously be for members individually to decide if they are content with the newly worded clause or not, and I think I may speak to some of those issues in my remarks as an Alliance member later on. Amendment 7 is a minor textual amendment so that the language at clauses 8.1 and 8.2 scans similarly, and again can't see any issues arising from a committee perspective. Amendment 8 reruns a proposed ministerial amendment which was not debated at consideration stage as it was deemed mutually exclusive to the amendment which was passed. It inserts the word undue on the grounds of giving legal balance to the expectations around the policing of school uniform policies. And I do want to quote directly from the Minister's correspondence to committee on this, and he states that The amendment simply places a consistent parameter in Clause 8.2 that pupil discipline and participatory disadvantage should not be undue, the parameter being consistent with the materiality parameter already set out in Clause 8.1. I think this is important to both protect pupils from disadvantage and allow schools to operate their discipline policy appropriately. So those were the comments of the Minister in his letter to committee. It had been expressed in many of our meetings at the committee stage that the committee was very, very clear that it did not want to see the disproportionate disciplining of pupils on the basis of factors that are beyond their control, particularly for reasons related to the affordability of uniform. And the committee was similarly concerned about exclusion, attendance at school and participatory disadvantage being linked to any breach of school uniform policy, particularly when that would be on the grounds of affordability. So I will speak further to this amendment in my capacity as an Alliance member in due course, but on this stage I would ask on the committee's behalf if the Minister, and he has referenced it, but I would ask for maybe a little bit more specifically on this, if he can assure me that his planned guidelines will clearly and unequivocally inhibit schools from imposing participatory disadvantage in relation to uniform policy, as I think this will impact whether or not members are content with this insertion of undue or not, but I'll reserve remarks as a private member later in this speech to cover my own views on that. Amendment 9, which was tabled in my name, seeks to delineate and give legal clarity to the respective complaints jurisdictions of the Department and NIPSO. Now, the committee did have some back and forth on this with NIPSO, but we were unable to reach any clear resolution by the time we reached consideration stage on a suitable amendment. And the Minister has referenced that the committee did write directly to him seeking a range of assurances around NIPSO's role, and I do note that the Minister has made it very clear that he sees no conflict with this bill and arrangements already set out in legislation. However, in terms of Amendment 9, I will speak to that in my personal capacity a little later, but I do think there was a possible oversight in them not being included as a source of evidence that the Department could use when making a decision around issuing a direction, but I will speak to that later. Amendment 10 deletes and inserts text about the publication of directions. The Minister proposes that this makes no substantive change to the intention of the committee's amendment. And again, I'll quote from the Minister's letter to committee. This is merely to tidy the language used in the consideration stage amendment. The Department must still publish the full text of the direction within 3 months of it being given. I will just speak to this from the committee perspective briefly, because it was clear both in the committee stage and in our debate at consideration stage, not unanimously, but the ultimate will of the Assembly was that it was considered appropriate that schools should be named when there has been a material breach, and that should be published. I just want to be clear, I know the Minister has referenced this in his remarks, but just again so that committee members can have clarity, if the new Amendment 10 will still require that requirement for a school to be named and not just the text of a direction being published in something more of a vacuum, that it will actually name an individual school. I think members have been clear at committee that when there has been a material breach of the guidelines that the Department has published, that really should be at the end of a process of trying to resolve that. But if a school remains wedded to the notion that they want to breach those guidelines, then we think it is appropriate. And again, with the exception of DUP members on the committee, it was agreed by and large that was the direction of travel. Other members can speak to that. The final amendment in the group, Amendment 12, deals in one place with the reporting on guidelines and costs. So I am aware at this stage that it is convention that the Department will tidy up amendments at further consideration, and that should be without malice to the intention of any amendments made at consideration stage, and the Minister has set out that has been his approach. So I am open to arguments of any of my colleagues on this particular amendment, but as I've already set out when referring to Amendment 5, it does appear to me that this expectation has been met on this occasion. I would just again, if the Minister can provide any further clarity, he has addressed specifically the use of the phrase in this new clause of best estimates. I would just like to be very clear that we won't be in the space of looking at sort of guesswork or anecdotal evidence, but that, again, I know he has referenced being utilising school-level data, so it's really just to get that very clearly on the record that is what we will be dealing with this report. And I would also like to add, if it would be possible to get clarity, that while best estimates of the cost of school uniforms may produce a general picture, I think it would be helpful if we could have assurances that the report that is contained in amendment that is set out in terms of the duties in Amendment 12 will capture if there are consistent outliers of schools who consistently arrive at higher costing uniforms when compared to other schools who are able to deliver that for a much cheaper cost. So it's just to make sure that if there are outliers, that is captured in the report. And again, if the Minister can speak to that, or those were the concerns of committee around the need for accountability. So, Mr Speaker, I would now like to speak to the Group 1 amendments in my capacity as an individual member and as an Alliance Education spokesperson. I will just pick up really on the issues around Amendments 5 and 12, as already highlighted. These have already been mentioned, are the final outworking of the committee amendment, which was really concerned exclusively with accountability. There has been scepticism. There's no point trying to gloss over that. There's been scepticism about what the ultimate impact of this bill will be, and I think committee members and myself as an individual member who brought the original draft amendment forward were very clear that accountability needed to be on the face of this bill given those concerns. So I have sought assurances in my capacity as chair just around that issue around best estimates and the kind of data that will be used. I hope that we can get that. But I really do want to be clear that I think, given that there is uncertainty around what will be in the guidelines, and I'm not going to rehearse those arguments again today, but we do need a mechanism that delivers clear accountability. This bill has to deliver on costs for parents, so I think this Amendment 12 is absolutely critical. I hope that the assurances from the Minister will go far enough. I have no desire to be voting down amendments that have been drafted to tidy up wording or relocate an amendment. But for me, the key is that it does deliver genuine accountability. So would hope in his mind the Minister could speak to that again. I am content that most other amendments in this group have been covered in my remarks as chair, but I do want to revisit Amendment 8 and that use of the word undue, which is being potentially inserted into Clause 8.2 in relation to disciplinary measures or participatory disadvantages. And I would probably, this is the point where I would disagree with the Minister from his remarks. I understand the thinking behind it in terms of really trying to avoid the department getting embroiled in the minutiae of the running of schools day to day, and I don't think anybody wants departmental officials to be caught up on that. But I do emphasise, and I think the fact that it is a May power is important, and the Minister has given assurances there that if directions are needed, they will be given. So if that is the case, I think the use of the word undue is just adding another layer and potentially another barrier to those directions being issued. I think the Department can make considerations internally around whether the participatory disadvantage is undue or not, but I do think that I would be reluctant to see another hurdle that has to be got over to reach a point where the Department may intervene around this area of participatory disadvantage or disciplinary measures. So I am not minded to support this amendment, but I will listen carefully to the Minister's whine to see if there is any more he can say to allay those concerns. And finally, Amendment 9, I submitted this as a private member. It did try to reflect the concerns that were brought through committee from NIPSO. And it was really that Clause 8, as currently drafted, is not clear enough about their role and could cause confusion to parents. I don't pretend that this amendment really addresses all of NIPSO's concerns. I know that NIPSO have engaged in correspondence with the Department, and there does appear to maybe be a difference of opinion around the extent to which this bill interacts with their powers. But I think that this proposed amendment does at least clarify that evidence provided by NIPSO to the Department in a report is one of the types of evidence that the Department is permitted to consider when deciding on whether or not to issue a direction. My concern was that the bill as drafted and amended previously could potentially have been interpreted as not permitting the Department to use a report from NIPSO to reach a decision on direction, and that seemed to me to be a significant oversight. So I do hope members will be able to support Amendment 9 on that basis. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Colin McGrath.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I'm called a lot earlier than I was expecting there, so I'll gather myself just to say that we welcome the progression of the bill. We all understand and know the absolute need that there is for this within our community, within our constituents. We know that they are facing crippling costs whenever it comes to school uniforms, and we need to be able to do all that we can to try and address that and make life easier for people. But we are a little bit concerned that the bill that we're looking at today, compared to the bill from the start of the journey, is a little bit weaker. It's a little bit hollowed out, and we think that there could have been a stronger, more modern framework that was put in place. In terms of the first group of amendments, they are about oversight and transparency, and those aren't just woolly words. They are essential if this bill is going to make that difference in the real world that we want to see. At the moment, parents are too often left in the dark. They do not know how uniform costs in their schools are made up and how they compare to other schools. They do not know if the department has even looked at affordability in any serious way. And when schools set out policies that burden families, then there is little confidence at this stage that the department will intervene. And that lack of oversight, as we have rehearsed previously, sees blazers costing over £100, jumpers at £40, PE kits that can run to over £70, and that's all per child. And if some families have a number of children at school, those costs are massive. That is why we think that the reporting duties, that independent oversight and published directions really matter. They shine a light on practices that would otherwise remain hidden. They create pressure for schools and the department to act fairly and to give parents confidence that their concerns are not just being filed away in a drawer. In terms of the amendments, we can see that Amendment 1 removes subsection 6 of Clause 1, which required the department to consider the affordability of uniform and PE clothing when drafting guidelines, and we feel that taking this out narrows the bill from the very start. In its place, the Minister has proposed Amendment 11, which alters the way the department's report is laid before the Assembly. While seemingly small, it is in effect softens the accountability mechanisms in the bill, and therefore we have difficulty with it. Affordability and transparency and accountability, we believe, are not optional extras. Amendment 8 is a helpful amendment, providing a degree of flexibility where it is needed. It would ensure that the department's enforcement power apply only where pupils are subjected to undue disciplinary disadvantage. Again, we're concerned that that narrows the scope. It protects pupils from unfair or disproportionate sanctions because of uniform costs, while at the same time recognising that schools must retain the right to enforce reasonable uniform rules, and we would like to see that balance. Amendment 9 adds an additional trigger for departmental intervention, allowing the department to act if the Ombudsman reports on a school policy under Section 43 of the Public Services Ombudsman Act. This is a valuable safeguard, ensuring independent scrutiny feeds directly into uniform policy enforcement. And while some may think that it's not much use, it is there. It is another avenue. It provides an additional opportunity, and therefore we would welcome that. Amendment 10 strengthens transparency. If the department issues directions to a school, it must publish the text of those directions within 3 months. And that is a clear, unambiguous obligation, and we would therefore support it. But the real concern in this group is what would be removed. Amendment 5 from the Minister deletes Clause 5 of the bill entirely, and Clause 5 was on the hard reporting duty. It required the department every 3 years to publish detailed information on uniform costs and to explain whether expense caps were being used and why or why not. This was one of the strongest accountability tools inserted into the bill, and by removing Clause 5, the Minister, again, we feel, is hollowing out that duty. In its place, we're offered Amendment 12, which creates a new Clause 14b. This amendment weakens the obligation. Yes, it does still require a report every 3 years, but it waters down the detail. The mandatory detailed reporting in Clause 5 is gone. Families deserve transparency that they can rely on, not vague summaries that depend on ministerial discretion. So while we're supporting Amendments 7, 8, 9 and 10, we have concerns with Amendments 1, 5, 11 and 12. Parents need genuine transparency and not watered-down version that is being offered. So we must remember the purpose of this bill. It is supposed to make school uniforms more affordable, to bring transparency into school policies, and to ensure that no child's education is compromised because their family cannot meet unfair costs. Every amendment should be judged against that purpose. The amendments we support move us closer to the goal, and the ones that we have difficulty with move us away from it. Families across the North expect this Assembly to ease the burden, not to entrench it, and that must remain our guiding principle with this and other legislation that we bring to the floor of this House. And as we step back, we feel that this is a problem with the bill as a whole. The safeguards aren't strong enough, and too much has been left to ministerial discretion. And whilst this minister may be very forthright and offer his views on it, that's not to say that in the future, with different ministers, the priorities might change, and that may mean that there is that discretion to change. We feel that the principle is right, but the product is weak, and it's disappointing that much that could have been put in place to strengthen the bill never even made it to the floor of this Assembly. The SDLP will do what we can to strengthen it, but parents and pupils deserved a stronger, bolder piece of legislation than the one that is progressing today. Thank you, Speaker.
And I want to take the opportunity to speak in opposition to Amendments 5 and 8 and in support of 1, 7, 9, 10 and 11. 2 weeks ago, at consideration stage, the Assembly supported measures that gave this bill some teeth. And throughout our scrutiny of this bill at committee, and as we engaged with the public, families were very clear. They wanted fairness, but they won't get fairness if there's no scrutiny, no reporting and no enforcement. We are content to support the relocation of the scrutiny duty as proposed with Amendments 1 and 11. Amendment 5 and its relationship with Amendment 12 is concerning. The Minister seems to be trying to dilute his own bill, attempting to strip out the strong reporting duty agreed at consideration stage and replacing it with a weaker version under Amendment 12. That's not good enough. I'll give way, yeah.
I would be really interested just if you can give the detail as to how Amendment 12 is in any way weaker than what was passed at consideration stage, based on what I had outlined as to the purpose of Amendment 5, and then replacing it with Amendment 12, which actually gives it greater clarity and strengthens the provision as opposed to what the members just articulated. So I would be really interested if he can absolutely pinpoint evidence of what he has said.
Very well. You see, the Minister has a view as to how this is being strengthened. In our view, it doesn't. It dilutes it. I mean, you just have to read the amendment and it's crystal clear to us that it doesn't in any way strengthen this bill. As far as we're concerned, Amendment 12 is a weaker version of what was agreed at consideration stage. And that's not good enough. Parents are struggling to pay for a blazer or PE kit, deserve clear evidence that costs are being driven down. And we don't see how that is going to happen. We still haven't seen the guidelines, of course, but Clause 5, as agreed at consideration stage, would give parents factual information on costs. Amendment 12 goes into the realm of aspiration and warm words rather than action. Would the Minister not agree with that? And families need real evidence that costs are coming down, not just the Department's best guesses. Amendment 8 is another attempt by the Minister to weaken his own bill. By slipping in the word undue, it creates a loophole that could be easily exploited. The bill is meant to be about fairness and should be about protecting young people and their families. The original wording does that. It makes clear that no child should be disadvantaged because of uniform rules. And we will not be supporting any weakening of those limited protections. We have no issue in supporting the technical tidying up with Amendment 7, and we welcome Amendment 9, which adds Ombudsman reports as a trigger for departmental action. That gives parents another credible route for redress. To conclude, Cian Corla, if this bill is to have any degree of success in cutting costs for families, then we need to see real accountability and transparency. Scrutiny, reporting and enforcement are key areas of this bill, which should be enhanced, not undermined.
Certainly the Ulster Unionist Party and myself will not play politics with something so important as education. So we want to restate our commitment that there is a need to support children and young people, ensure that they have affordable school uniforms, and that no child, and the Minister, I asked him on the last occasion to state this clearly, so it was captured for Hansard, captured for a court if need be, that the purpose, the overriding purpose of this bill is to make sure that no child is excluded or disciplined because their parents can't afford a piece of uniform. And that for me is the fundamental purpose. And it's useful to restate that, and I'll explain that as I go through. First of all, I am satisfied with Amendments 1, 5, 7 and 12. I do think they are a tidying up exercise. I don't share the same concerns that I've heard. Yes?
For taking an intervention, would the member agree with me that as well as discipline and exclusion, no child should be humiliated? If there is a concern about a child's uniform, it is a very simple task for a teacher to have a simple conversation with that child before or after class and not humiliate them in front of their classmates.
Well, I know a lot of teachers, and I don't know many who are in the business of deliberate humiliation, but we need to have the discretion for teachers to be able to have on-the-spot conversations and not be worried about some onerous legislation coming on top of them. So I think, we need to trust our teachers, albeit this gives very strong guidance. So I don't recognise this humiliation, and if teachers were engaged in humiliation, that should be dealt with through discipline, but it's not something I recognise in the hard-working teachers across Northern Ireland. So I do think 1, 5, 7 and 12 are tidying up exercises. I don't see any malice in what the Minister has done to dilute the effect of the legislation. In relation to Amendment 8, I do agree with the insertion of the word undue. I think it gets the balance right, and I think it affords common sense and flexibility to allow minor issues to be dealt with quickly by the school. And that is why I said it was so important at the outset to say what the fundamental purpose was. If schools started to try and expand the word undue in a way to frustrate the purpose of the bill, that clearly would not be permissible. And that's why it's so important that we've stated so many times that the purpose of the bill is to make sure that nobody is excluded, nobody is disciplined because their parents can't afford something. And we need to make that clear. Amendment 9, I think, is a useful amendment. It just gives clarity that NIPSOs can be a source of evidence for a school in determining whether it should make a direction. So I think there's nothing controversial in that. And with Amendment 10, whilst I still have some uncertainty about the naming of schools, it was, I think, the clear wish of the Chamber in the last stage of this. And I do think it is important that two things, that we have clarity that the department can name a school, but that should be done as a last resort. And again, because we don't want to be involved in humiliation, and that works both ways, and it is about education and prevention. So I'm happy to support the amendments as laid out.
Call the Minister to wind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to get straight into addressing some of the questions that members raised, Mr. Matheson asked Matheson, apologies, asked the question around new Amendment 10. Will it still be a requirement to name the school? I can confirm yes, it will be a requirement. So I indicated, whilst I didn't agree with that, I respected the will of the House, and that amendment will still require that to occur. I just want to address, and I don't know if there's some confusion over this Amendment 9. Mr. McGrath spoke to it, Mr. Shane spoke to it. If members have their legislation in terms of what actually was passed at consideration stage, if they want to turn to page 3 of the bill, and you'll see there, Chapter 5, reporting on school uniform costs and capping of expense. That is what I am seeking to omit in terms of what is currently in the bill by way of the amendment that I am bringing forward. And then I seek to replace it with the amendment which I have tabled, reporting on guidelines and costs. It is more expansive it goes into greater level of detail. I outlined in my contribution earlier that, for example, the current amendment, the current bill, as past a consideration stage, does not make the distinction between primary school, post-primary school. It does not allow for that differential to occur, so that we can actually look at where there is the increased levels of cost when we get to post-primary. That is where we have the branded PE kits, multiple PE kits. It is a much greater expense when it comes to blazers, where you have got the distinctive new type of blazer based upon being in an honours choir, based upon academic success, based upon the sport that you provide. I don't know of any primary school that engages in that kind of activity, and yet the bill as drafted, without this change, will not actually go into that level of detail. So rather than what Mr. Sheehan has said about weakening, I have enhanced and strengthened the bill, but I can't obviously convince people if they don't want to have a stronger bill in this area, then they'll vote against it. But the intent behind this is actually to make it much more clear and detailed. I'll give way to Mr. Matheson.
I thank the Minister for giving way. I think my sense from the debate is that the concern probably lies with the use of the phrase best estimates. I think maybe just in an everyday usage of that term, members may feel that it feels like a guess or maybe relying on something more anecdotal. So I think sort of what I said in my remarks, that I was largely content with what the Minister had laid out in his opening comments on this. I think maybe if there were some assurances around that use of best estimates and what sort of information the Department is likely to be relying on in producing the report, could potentially provide some assurances.
I think Mr. Matheson for that point. In terms of the best estimates and the information that we'll gather, yes, we will be able to gather. He had, I think, referenced would we capture where there are outliers? Will we be able to identify schools that are excessive beyond the norm or the median range? The answer to that is yes, we will be able to do that. I think there is a subsequent question as to whether that would be published and will we be able to identify schools in the same way that we've talked about the direction naming. But will we be able, through best estimates, to be able to gather that information and data? Yes, we will. Will that allow us to have those outliers? Yes, it will, in terms of the intent behind best estimates. So I would say to Sinn Féin and to the SDLP, whether they want to reflect on what I've said, but actually the amendment is longer than what is currently in the bill. It is more detailed, and it will allow us to be more effective in determining this issue between primary settings and post-primary settings, which the bill as currently drafted, if it goes through unamended, won't allow us to do it. I'll give way to Mr. Sheehan.
You see, the difficulty here is that, and you mentioned it there in your response to Nick, that this is about identifying outliers. No, this bill shouldn't be about identifying outliers. Of course, they should be tackled and made to make sure that they make their uniforms affordable. But there are quite a few more schools than just the outliers that need to be brought in to a position where school uniforms become affordable. And our difficulty with this is that we don't believe that you are intent on tackling those who are the main offenders in all of this. And yes, there are some outliers, whose uniform costs are really prohibitive, and we're talking between £600 and £800 for a school uniform. But there are others who are at another level just below that, who also need to be tackled in terms of their uniform policies. And there's no indication in what the Minister is doing in this bill that he is intent on doing that. And I would ask him to look at schools like Craigavon Integrated College, Gomaleshgill, who are able to provide a uniform at £2 less than the uniform grant. If you're really serious about driving down uniform costs, then that's what you need to do. There's no indication here that the best estimates and so on are going to make any real concrete difference to the cost of uniforms.
Listen, I think the member, whether deliberately or not, I don't think he has any genuine interest in trying to not understand it, but the bill as currently proposed, talks about the department's assessment. What I'm seeking to change is the wording around assessment to best estimates. So if the point that he is making, that what I'm doing won't address the wider issue, nor will the bill as drafted, which he supported. So we've taken advice around the terminology around assessment. We believe that wording should be replaced with best estimates, and I've outlined then the purpose of what we're going to do. But he misses the point that I have raised, where this bill, as currently drafted, I think it's around 13 lines in length, not that we should base quantity as to the judgment around quality, but what we're replacing that with is longer, it's more detailed, and it allows the assessment or change of terminology best estimates to include a differential approach for primary and post-primary. The bill as drafted doesn't do that. So I have enhanced the provision to make it stronger, and I trust that members, at least the majority of them, will understand the purpose of what I'm trying to do in respect of that. Those, I think, Mr. Speaker, were the key issues that got raised in respect of it. Members have commented on the undue wording. I've given the reasons why I think that's appropriate around undue. I think Mr. Burrows gave a good explanation as to why he would be supportive of that, and the argument will still remain in terms of the necessity for undue, and that's the position that I would take in respect of it. So just to summarise, Mr. Speaker, the reason that I've tabled 11 amendments, which we've debated, they're technical amendments. They improve the language, the style and the structure of the school uniform bill following consideration stage. They're technical amendments that deliver the intention that were stated by members at consideration stage as we debated them, and what the impact of those amendments would be. So within this group, amendments 1 and 5 is to leave out a clause in order for the subsequent amendments, which are numbers 11 and 12 respectively, to place them elsewhere in the bill, in their own clauses and in a new chapter. Language has been updated throughout the bill by my tabled amendments, which provide greater legal clarity and provide greater consistency with the existing clauses in the bill and with other existing legislation. Nothing has been taken away. Nothing has been taken away from the intentions that were voted through in the amendments at consideration stage. In fact, in places I've expanded the references in order for them to be included and be more effective. Amendment 7 moves the words as follows for absolute consistency. Amendment 8 is retabling that minor amendment from consideration stage around undue as the parameter when directions are being considered, and it's to be consistent with the materiality parameter that were in clause 8.1, and that's to help protect both the pupils and the schools. Now, I've already indicated that whilst I don't think it's necessary around Amendment 9, I'm not going to oppose that amendment from Mr Matheson. Amendment 10 simply tidies language and relates to the requirements that the Department must publish directions within 3 months of giving them. Mr Speaker, to conclude, it's incumbent on every member to pay heed to the need to make good, workable legislation, and I've taken that responsibility seriously and have tabled the necessary amendments. Technical amendments that do not interfere with the impact of decisions that were taken at consideration stage. It is parents who are placing their trust in us as legislators to make legislation that will work, and supporting my amendments today is an opportunity to do just that. It's an opportunity that I trust and hope members will take, and I commend all the Group 1 amendments to the House.
Members, as we won't have time to vote on amendments between now and question time, and the next item of business in the order paper is question time, I therefore propose by leave to the Assembly to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The sitting is by leave suspended.
It is time for question times to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. We'll start with listed questions. I call Keith Buchanan. Keith.
Thank you. Question 1, please.
Minister.
I fully acknowledge the importance of sustaining community buildings. The Department for Communities launched the pilot Northern Ireland Community Infrastructure Fund on the 24th of September, which includes provision for the refurbishment and improvement of community buildings in both rural and urban areas across Northern Ireland. It would therefore not be justifiable at present to develop another similar scheme specifically for rural areas that would target the same outcomes as the DFC pilot. However, my officials are closely engaged with the DFC team, and I have indicated I would welcome the potential for future collaboration on this area. I have also recently launched the Rural Micro Capital Grant Scheme to provide small but important capital grants to the voluntary and community sector to address locally identified poverty or social isolation issues. The scheme closes for applications on the 20th of October 2025, with more information available on the DAERA website.
Mr Buchanan for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, you rightly referenced the scheme that Minister Lyons launched last week. Your predecessor had launched a rural community hall scheme supporting 113 halls. Do you envisage giving financial support to Minister Lyons to do more with the scheme he's trying to do, bearing in mind it's taken in rural communities, which is your remit?
Thank you for your question. We're going to be open about this. We were looking at doing a rural hall scheme, and then we found out that the Department for Communities were looking at developing a scheme for both rural and urban areas. So I'm happy to support him in terms of Minister Lyons, in terms of the work he's doing in relation to this. We're also developing a new rural policy over the time ahead, and that will be about ensuring that all departments play their role in relation to rural communities. And it's important we go out to consult about that early in the new year and get people's views so we can shape policy going forward. And I will continue to work with the Department of Communities on this and many other issues.
Mr McMurray.
Thank you, Mr Buchanan, and thank you, the Minister. Minister, can you provide an update on any actions following the closure of the rural, any actions you are taking following the closure of the Rural Development Programme?
So the Rural Development Programme was a popular support arrangement in place, funded through the European Union, and unfortunately it was one of the many casualties as a result of Brexit. But I've been taking action in response to that. So as Minister, I established a new Rural Policy Unit on the 1st of April 2024 and tasked it with developing future rural policy for Northern Ireland. I recognise that all departments are responsible for exercising their functions in both urban and rural areas, and in developing its rural policy, my department is engaging with other departments to explore future opportunities for supporting rural communities and to help identify how DAERA can work more effectively with them in the future to deliver better outcomes for rural dwellers. I've also engaged closely with rural stakeholders, providing an opportunity for them to inform future rural policy through a co-design process. This includes input from local government, academics and Section 75 groups. It is my intention that draft policy in terms of a new rural policy for Northern Ireland will be consulted upon early next year.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think the Minister's answer is very honest. The Minister will be aware there's a number of conversations happening at the moment about the lack of cross-departmental cooperation. And this is an example of where it perhaps would have been better given the rural aspect of the question asked by the member from the DUP. Rural halls very often will lack capacity sometimes. Could the member then engage with the Minister for Communities in that regard, specifically around rural halls, even given that it is a project that is being led by a different minister?
So I'm very conscious my role as Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. I have lead responsibility for rural affairs, but each government department has a responsibility around this, and there's duties in terms of legislation, but also if we all work together we're going to achieve a better outcome for rural communities. I'm happy to talk about more with you afterwards in terms of what specifically your ask is, and then I can meet with Gordon and discuss that with him, because collectively we can all do a lot more for rural communities. I'm glad to see that the Department of Communities has taken forward their scheme, and I'm happy to work with any minister who's going to help deliver for our rural communities.
Mr Hunniford.
Mr Speaker, with your permission, I will group questions 2 and 15 together. Of the 37 actions within the plan, 14 have been delivered and 22 are actively progressing, and 1 is pending because it's contingent on another action being taken forward first. I remain committed to driving forward the delivery of the remaining actions at pace. Progress to date reflects coordinated efforts across key themes, including scientific research and innovation, enhanced monitoring and enforcement, education and stakeholder engagement, regulatory reform and strategic communications. Whilst important strides have been made, it is essential to recognise that the recovery of the loch will require sustained long-term action. Given the depth and complexity of the problem, substantial recovery will take many years, if not decades.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister what further support he needs from other executive colleagues over the next year as he addresses the crisis in water quality across Northern Ireland?
Thank you, David. So I was glad to get executive support for the Loughnane Report and Action Plan in July of last year, and I've focused on delivery of that. There's many actions that have been achieved and others that are progressing. There's key interventions I will need support from my executive colleagues on. One's particularly in relation to wastewater infrastructure. So I'm going to be looking at strengthening regulation and enforcement in relation to sewage pollution. I'm going to need support for that. I also have been very clear and put it on the record that we need to be brave in terms of stepping forward and looking at investment that's required in our wastewater infrastructure. And I'm happy to support the Infrastructure Minister in terms of any proposals that may be brought forward in that regard. Also in relation to climate change, we've had the warmest summer on record, and that is not unrelated to the scenes that we've witnessed in Loughnane. So we're out to consult on the Climate Action Plan. Once we conclude that, I'm going to get that finalised and bring it to the Executive for agreement, and hopefully people can support me on this, because there's opportunities from climate action, but there's also a moral imperative and a legal imperative to take action in that regard. The other one's in relation to environmental governance. We're the only part in the UK and Ireland that doesn't have an independent environmental protection agency. I commissioned an independent panel to look at this issue. They came back with an interim report in June, and they recommended an independent environmental protection agency. I met with them last week. Their final reports come in the next number of weeks, and they're going to need to have support so we can strengthen environmental governance in Northern Ireland. And the last one's in relation to agriculture. Everyone has to play their part in relation to improving water quality in Northern Ireland. And I want to put it on record, my thanks to the good work that's been done in previous decades by farmers. There's good work being done. They're fantastic custodians of the countryside, and we need to help them in terms of the road ahead. So I've been working with the Finance Minister. I need support in terms of a Just Transition Fund for agriculture. And we also need to get around the table, finalise agreed scheme of measures in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme, further consult on that, and then get agreement to move forward. I believe we can. If there's a will, there's a way.
Can I thank the Minister for his answer? And with no doubt, Minister, I would agree there's an issue in Loughnane, and I think we'll all agree there's an issue in Loughnane. But it's interesting in terms of your answers, you're talking about all of these assessments that have been carried out. So that would suggest to me you're actually not clear on what the real issue is in Loughnane. But in relation to those assessments, what assessment has you or your department carried out about your attack directly on the farmers and the farming families, and the effect that it's actually having them and on their livelihoods, and indeed actually on their lives?
So I think we all know what the problem is in relation to Loughnane, and if we don't, we're probably been living under a rock. So we have an issue with regards to pollution of the loch. We need to address that. We also have climate change. The water's got warmer. We also have invasive species, and that's made the water clearer. So we have a situation where 3 successive summers we've had blue-green algae. We now have an advice against bathing in the north coast. We have eel fishing season halted in terms of the brown eels. So we have a real problem there. I'm focused in terms of turning this around. And what I do need in terms of the budget for the years ahead, because we're going to get a 3-year resource and a 4-year capital budget, I need that funding in terms of a Just Transition Fund for agriculture so we can assist farmers in the journey ahead. I'm determined to do that, and the type of funding we're going to need is in terms of support for low-emission slurry spreading equipment and many other technologies that are available. So if people want to support me, people want to support the farming community in Northern Ireland, let's see the budget.
Deputy Speaker, it's widely reported, Minister, that 200,000 tonnes of raw sewage is being pumped into Loughnane every year by Northern Ireland Water. Can you share with me what commitments you've received from the DFI Minister to reduce this amount significantly, and by when? When can we see that 200,000 tonnes of raw sewage, when can we see that figure half, and when can we see it eradicated? You're very well and good going after the farmer and putting targets on them. When will there be targets put in Northern Ireland Water?
So I've been absolutely crystal clear in relation to the situation with regards to sewage pollution. And let me set it out yet again. The situation whereby we're pumping raw sewage into Loughnane, Belfast Lough and other waterways is not acceptable. It needs to be dealt with. My role is in relation to regulation and enforcement. I don't think it's acceptable that there's a separate arrangement in place for NI Water. That gives them a by ball if they can outline it's due to historic underinvestment. And I've written to both NI Water and also the Infrastructure Minister seeking their views on that, and I'll be bringing proposals to the Executive so we can strengthen regulation and enforcement in relation to sewage pollution. It's not acceptable what's happening, and it needs to change. I've also been clear in relation to the need to invest in our wastewater infrastructure. I do not have responsibility for NI Water, the Minister for Infrastructure does, and I'm waiting for those proposals because they're a long time coming.
Minister, can I ask if the discharge of liquid digestate from anaerobic digester plants is contributing to the eutrophication of Lough Neagh, and if so, what action has been taken to address that problem?
Thank you, Daniel. So the issue in terms of anaerobic digesters and how we manage the growth of those over the time ahead is a big challenge for us, because we need to make sure that anaerobic digesters are not adding to the problem, they're actually alleviating the problem. I'm not going to give you statistics here off the hoof in terms of the Assembly Chamber, but I know this is a key challenge for the way ahead. There was a conference last week, and there's an opportunity for anaerobic digestion, but it should not come to the detriment of the environment.
I call on Linda Dillon. Linda.
Question number 3.
To support the development of the revised Nutrients Action Programme, I have established a stakeholder task and finish group comprised of organisations that represent a range of interests across farming, agri-food and the environment, as well as DAERA officials. The group will consider the key findings from the recent NAP consultation, including alternative solutions and evidence submitted through the consultation. The group will propose evidence-based measures that are workable at farm level, provided they meet legal obligations to improve water quality and also in terms of workable timeframes. In addition, I have asked my Chief Scientific Advisor's Office to establish a science subgroup which will assist the work of the Task and Finish group in ensuring the final NAP proposals are scientifically robust and evidence-based. It will include representation from AFBI, AgResearch and other relevant organisations. The aim is to strike a right balance between meeting our legal obligations, which we must do, and improving water quality, while also supporting long-term sustainability of Northern Ireland's farming sector, and that is key. I believe that working collaboratively and constructively, we can achieve that outcome.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I agree with you. I think that working collaboratively and constructively is exactly the way to go forward, and having spoken to some farmers, I think that they feel they are now being listened to, so I do appreciate that. Minister, can you just confirm if the formal meeting of the Nutrient Action Plan stakeholder group has happened, and can you also confirm, given DAERA's 2019 review shows that nitrate loss is less of an issue in the north due to our soil profile, and that phosphorus runoff is a primary threat to water quality, well, can you commit to exploring a more flexible approach to the 80% grassland rule for derogated farms in the upcoming Nutrient Action Plan, allowing farmers to grow crops like clover or protein mixes, potentially to help reduce the phosphorus loss, improve water quality and cut reliance on imported feed?
So there was an informal meeting of the group a few weeks ago. We're seeking to schedule a formal meeting in the time ahead. Hope to be able to make announcements ideally this week in terms of appointment of an external facilitator, and hopefully get that meeting scheduled and we can start that process of work. The issue you've outlined to me is something I can feed back through the external facilitator as a point that you've made. I think there's an opportunity through this group to chart a way forward. I think from meeting the informal group there was a will to be able to find a way forward with solutions that are workable at farm level with realistic timeframes which also meet our legal obligations. We will need funding support for this in order to have that just transition, but I believe that I'm confident that if you take the politics out of this, we can find a way forward.
Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister finally admit that he got it wrong when he prematurely launched the NAP consultation without prior engagement with industry, and will he apologise for the annoyance that he caused and his department as a consequence of those actions?
So we went out to consult in relation to proposals with regards to the Nutrients Action Programme. And if we're in the place now that we can't even consult and discuss this issue, then that's quite a serious issue in terms of our democracy and how we deal with the seriousness in regards to Lough Neagh. I'm glad the consultation is completed. I want to thank the thousands of people who responded to it. We're considering those responses, and the group will consider those alongside any other suggestions that will be made in the process ahead. And hopefully we can come to a place whereby we can ensure that we're supporting farmers on the road ahead, but also recognising that the Nutrients Action Programme does not sit in isolation from other issues, such as, for example, in relation to sewage pollution. I've been very clear again today, in terms of the need to take action in regards to that, but also in relation to climate action, because these are issues that are all interlinked, and together we have to take those actions, because we can't have the scenes playing out every summer in Lough Neagh.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, I admire your optimism in terms of taking politics out of this. We are politicians. The public elect us to take decisions and to hold one another to account. Given that both Sinn Féin and the DUP have at different times effectively opposed the core plank of the Lough Neagh improvement and therefore improving our water in general, can I ask whether you have had any specific indication from either the Finance Minister or the Infrastructure Minister that they have any plan to coherently increase investment in NI water over the course of the next number of years? Because I haven't heard anything from it. In fact, from the now Finance Minister, previously Infrastructure Minister, I heard opposition whenever he was asked if he would increase investment
Mr. O'Toole.
in water.
Question.
Have you had any indications that they're actually going to increase investment?
Minister.
Thank you, Matthew. So the proposal to consult in relation to the Nutrients Action Programme was contained within the Lough Neagh Report and Action Plan, so it was no surprise. It's also a legal obligation. So we consulted in regards to that. I've reached out to all political parties asking to engage with them on these key issues and the support that I'm going to need over the time ahead. I want to thank you for meeting with us just recently around that. I'm looking forward to meeting all the other parties. Met with Robbie and Mike as leader of the Ulster Party also last week. So I do need to meet with DUP and Sinn Féin, and it's important I do that. And it's important that this budget for Northern Ireland is quite critical. It's a 4-year capital budget and a 3-year resource. We can shape a budget which is going to transform the lives of people in Northern Ireland, but that means facing up to difficult issues. Because we have to ensure that we're spending our money wisely and we're using that to transform public services and improve the environment. And time will tell whether we're prepared to do that.
Aoife Finnegan.
Gur mé agat leis can cóirle ceist ever a cethair.
Thank you. My officials and I have taken cognizance of this report and other relevant research in the area. The report recognises that better animal welfare and health have positive impacts for sustainability, the environment, climate change and productivity. A range of DAERA policies align with the recommendations in the report in terms of improving animal welfare, health and efficiency. Within the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, these include the Bovine Genetics Project, the Beef Sustainability Package, comprising the Beef Carbon Reduction Scheme and the Suckler Cow Scheme, and knowledge programmes targeted at reducing the slaughter age of beef cattle and calving intervals of suckler cows, as well as exploring options around feed and slurry additives. My department, alongside key stakeholders, is committed to advancing the bovine TB in Northern Ireland Blueprint for Eradication, which was published last year.
Gur mé agat, and I want to thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, given the report's findings that animal health disease like bovine TB and sheep scab not only harm productivity but drive up greenhouse gas emissions, how can your department justify ongoing delays tackling bovine TB, given that climate change and environment is your top 2 priorities?
Thank you. So just clarifying my original answer, I said that the blueprint was published last year. It was published in April 2025, and last year it was the Chief Veterinary Officer's report that was published, and then what we did is we worked with stakeholders to agree a blueprint. The member will be aware that the issue of TB predates me. I inherited an absolute mess in regards to this. We had a judicial review taken against the department, which had been successful, and I had to shape a way forward. This is not something that is unique to Northern Ireland. It's a challenge in the south and also a challenge across the water. So what we're doing is we're focusing on implementing of this blueprint. And it's based upon 3 pillars of people, cattle and wildlife. I talked a bit more about this in recent weeks in the Chamber in terms of my belief that there needs to be a wildlife intervention, and we will consult about that in the time ahead. But also we need to be able to support farmers in terms of the building confidence in terms of dealing with this issue and changing the fatalism that sometimes can exist, because this is having a real effect on farmers' mental health, and we need to be able to support them in terms of the measures that can take place. We also need to be able to continue to support 100% compensation, and that's something I've been doing in conjunction with the Finance Minister. Believe me, I understand the importance of this issue and the impact it's having in terms of farmers in Northern Ireland, but also the budget in my department, and we'll focus on delivery of the time ahead. But what we need to do is get people to support the measures and the interventions required.
Minister, all of this, of course, Minister, feeds into the importance of climate action. Can you tell us, Minister, what is happening and indeed give us an update with regards to your first climate action plan?
So the Climate Action Plan is out for consultation, and part of that is in relation to agriculture. But can I just say one thing, that agriculture is one sector in relation to the Climate Action Plan. There's many other sectors have a role to play. Transport, energy, housing, there's many other areas that have a role to play. And it's important, just because climate change sits as a lead responsibility within my department, I can't be left to do all the heavy lifting in this. Other people have responsibility to take forward actions. Within the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, we're supporting farmers in terms of the road ahead, and that's really important we do that, because by taking action in regards to animal health and welfare, we can ensure better outcomes for our environment and for climate, but also then we can deliver a decarbonised future going forward.
Could I ask the Minister to provide a timescale for the establishment of a dedicated co-designed group to develop support measures for the sheep sector, and if he has any adequate resources within his department to progress this work?
I've been very clear that sheep support is a priority for me and my department. Once we get the farm sustainability payment in place and farm sustainability standards, and hopefully we can get that done this year, because people have been trading entitlements on the basis that that new payment arrangement is going to become in place from the 1st of January, then what we'll be able to do is move resources towards a sheep support scheme, and also in terms of the rollout of Farm with Nature. So we don't have infinite resources, but I'm very, very clear that it's a priority for us to be able to establish this. Once we get the farm sustainability payment in place and farm sustainability standards, resources can move to that.
Number 5.
As a statutory consultee within the planning system, DAERA's performance is measured against a duty to respond to a statutory consultation within 21 calendar days or otherwise agreed timescale. I am aware of the frustrations caused by the time it takes my department as a statutory consultee to respond to some planning consultations. Ongoing measures already being prioritised include a review and update of internal processes and procedures, a review of standing advice and guidance available on the DAERA website, with an aim of improving the quality of applications submitted and encouraging councils to consult us less frequently. Analysis of consultations being received to inform targeted measures to reduce the level of reconsultation and improve the quality of information being submitted with a consultation. Engagement with other jurisdictions, exploring prioritisations for exceptional cases with planning authorities, and also staff resource within my department, seeking to recruit additional staff to work in this area. My officials are working to deliver a planning improvement plan during 25-26. This plan will include a range of measures to improve planning performance and service, and it will cover 5 following strands: technical advice and guidance, caseload management, monitoring and reporting on performance, process and IT systems, and communication and stakeholder engagement. In addition, my department is working in collaboration with the Department of Infrastructure, cross-governmental planning statutory consultee forum, and has contributed to a number of exercises aimed at driving forward continuous improvements in the planning system.
Thank you, and can I thank the Minister for his response? Will the Minister accept that despite the past promises by himself that the NAA are still not meeting their own consultation response time frames?
It is a fact that we're not meeting those targets, and one of the key issues around that is resources and recruiting people into the role, and we'll continue to focus upon that. I understand the concerns around this, and we'll continue to work at it.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Can I ask the Minister, further to the replies he's already given, if there have been efforts to recruit more NIEA staff to improve response times to planning applications?
So the Department is actively seeking to recruit 9 new staff members to support the planning function within the Natural Environment Division of NIEA. It is hoped that once in post, these new staff will add resilience into the DAERA planning function to support a reduction in response timeframes.
Thank you very much. Minister, could I just add to that, and I'm glad to see that there's a programme of action for rectifying some of these deficiencies. Could you please tell me when that programme will be fulfilled, in actual fact the programme you've outlined there to rectify these matters, and if part of that programme will include at least responses to elected representatives which give some clarity as to where the application is in the process. And finally, what part of that will include that process you've outlined, will include improvements and communications and indeed training for councils, because I accept that in many cases councils are referring stuff to NIEA that they shouldn't be.
So the timeframe for delivery of this is largely reliant upon resources. But what I want to say is that every time I receive a piece of correspondence from members in this House, or for MPs or for councillors asking for an update, it breaks my heart to be able to reply and say, this is the last time we received something, we can't give you any further update. We need to do better in that regard. We need to be able to turn around the responses to this. So that's why we're focused on developing a programme to improve this. There is an issue in terms of how we engage with district councils, and that is a key measure taken forward. The key issue, as I said at the beginning, is we need resource.
Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Responsibility for assessing and managing the risks from illegally imported meat rests with the UK Government through the Border Target Operating Model. I continue to engage with UK Government counterparts and have emphasised the importance of implementing the BTOM at earliest opportunity to strengthen biosecurity and safeguard public and animal health.
I thank the Minister for his answer. Didn't have a whole lot of detail in there, but in terms of smuggling illegal meat or smuggling anything, smugglers will look for the easiest route. What do we do here to protect from illegal meat smuggling through the Republic of Ireland into Northern Ireland?
Okay, so in relation to this issue, I've done a significant amount of engagement with the UK Government on this, and that's on the back of recent reports and then also the EFRA committee that's came out. Movements between GB and NI largely sit with the Secretary of State in terms of DEFRA, but I have been making my case for that. I've also had conversations with my counterpart in the South in terms of the importance of this issue, and he's reassured me in terms of the interventions they're taking in regards to this. But the ultimate thing I have to say to people is that it's the importance of vigilance in this and ensuring that there isn't illegally imported meats into Northern Ireland.
Deputy Speaker, has the Minister any statistics on the quantity of illegal meat entering Northern Ireland, and by which route? Is it by sea, by air, or principally by land through the Republic of Ireland? And is he aware also of any attempts to bring in live animal smuggling?
Okay, so this is slightly complicated because of the direction and control powers and the differential that sits within my department. What I would say to you is that, as Minister, what I have been aware of is that the concerns that have been raised is in terms of movements that have taken place from outside the European Union into the European Union, then across from Calais to Dover. So it shouldn't have came through Dover. Then it came through GB, and then it's been stopped at the border control point in relation to Belfast or Larne, for example. And what we had is the situations with regards to illegal meat imports that have been stopped, which is good if not get in. We also had a report, and you're probably aware of that, in terms of sheep being brought through illegally around this. And I want to commend the leadership of the Ulster Farmers Union in joining with us in terms of the message around the importance of that not happening and the importance of biosecurity. My concern arises, I've been focused very much, as I know as many other people have, in terms of reducing the amount of friction between GB and NI. One of the issues arising from that is then in terms of the border security that's going to be at Dover, and that's why it's important that I engage with the UK Government in advance of those checks being removed or being reduced, that the BTOM is in place and we're not having those movements going from Calais to Dover.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Could I ask the Minister for an update on the SPS veterinary agreement between the UK and the EU?
So the agreement was reached in terms of May of this year, and what we're doing is the UK Government are working through in terms of the legal text and negotiation of that, and then implementation. We understand that will take place in 2027, and that has real benefits for us in terms of those movements of agri-food products between GB and NI. I have been clear to the UK Government that should extend beyond that, and they should have ambition for a customs agreement between the UK and the EU. They said that that's not on the agenda and that's a red line, but I'm very, very clear the benefits that would have for Northern Ireland, for the UK economy, would be substantial, and I will continue to make the case.
Carol, if you can get your question in 30 seconds, go for it.
Question for Shaw, question number 7.
Actions within the draft Clean Air Strategy continue to be finalised by my department. The focus of the strategy will be to improve air quality across Northern Ireland, including Belfast, with a focus on human health. Whilst my department will lead in this work, there is an important role for other departments to play to ensure that together we bring about the change that is needed to improve air quality. By working together, we can deliver a strategy that will further address air pollution emissions and hotspots and ensure that there are measurable improvements to the benefit of public health. I would say in closing that I'm very conscious the issue of air quality affects often those that are least well off in Northern Ireland, and that's why it's important we get out and consult in relation to this, but it's also important that other departments play their role, particularly the Department of Economy and Communities. We have a role to play. Let's get this agreed, let's get it out to consult, and let's deal with that air quality issues that are affecting far too many people in Northern Ireland,
Minister.
particularly people in your constituency.
Minister, thank you. That concludes the period for listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call on Daniel McCrossan. Daniel.
Thank you, Speaker. Minister, your department has admitted to my colleague Patsy McGlone that you had 13 meetings with DFI on the A5 between 2022 and 2024. Yet, in a response to an FOI that I received, almost all of the response was entirely redacted. Why is DERA obstructing public scrutiny of its role in this long-delayed project, and will you finally publish the full details of your interactions with the Department for Infrastructure?
So the request for freedom of information was processed and responded to in line with the relevant legislation. The relevant exceptions were applied in respect of withheld or redacted information, and that's been fully outlined in the response. I would say as Minister, I don't get involved in deciding what is released and what is not released in terms of freedom of information, and I think that's the right approach.
Minister, it doesn't really answer the question. I understand that private information that could identify individuals must be redacted, but almost all of the document was entirely redacted, including conversations or approaches to dealing with the A5, if and so there was any such discussions. Will you confirm to the House that you'll revisit this again in the interest of transparency? And can you give an assessment of why you think this went so badly wrong in court?
So, Mr McCrossan, I do not get involved in freedom of information requests in the department, and if I as a minister was doing that, you'd be the first to say that that was totally inappropriate. You have the right to appeal this decision. I am not going to go around and say to officials, release this and don't release that. That's not the way to run the department. One of the issues here in relation to the A5 is in relation to the appeal that's underway, and I've been very clear that I have intervened in regards to that. I think it's important I do that because I believe in us taking action in relation to climate change. I believe it's important we implement the legislation as it was intended, and I've intervened in relation to the appeal in furtherance of that.
Minister, we recently marked our Rural Crime Action Week, and I'd be grateful if you had any update on the Rural Crime Action Partnership.
So, yes, I did engage with the Justice Minister in relation to the importance of Rural Crime Week, and we profiled that because collectively, working across government and also with the police service in Northern Ireland, it's important we raise awareness of those issues, and we also encourage people to come forward and report it. And you know there's many issues in terms of rural communities. Naomi and I gave a focus during that launch, which was in relation to the issue of domestic violence. And that's an issue that's touched far too many homes in Northern Ireland and has a particular and acute impact in terms of rural communities, where the feeling of isolation can be acute, but also the issue in terms of the importance of support services is absolutely key. And I will continue to work with my partners, and particularly the Justice Minister, in that regard.
I thank the Minister for his response, and indeed I share his view that certainly crime is in rural areas is compounded by the sense of isolation. In terms of your engagement with the Rural Crime Partnership, Minister, do you think it would be possible or desirable certainly to target resources to areas where there's particularly identified need and high risk?
That's something that thankfully we have arrangements in place. So we have the PCSPs in Northern Ireland where that can shape local responses in regards to this. I'm happy to discuss if there's any particular concerns you've got, and I can relay those back to my partners in the justice system.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, over the last number of months, I witnessed personally, and obviously seen on social media, NI water failures directly to waterways. There's probably not a member in this chamber couldn't witness that or need provide evidence on that. As Minister for Agriculture, why are you letting the agriculture sector be vilified for the pollution of waterways?
So I am the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I've been very clear that in terms of water pollution, that is something that needs to be dealt with. And I will again say today, in case people weren't listening, that in relation to sewage pollution of our waterways, it's not acceptable. I want to strengthen regulation and enforcement in regards to that, because the situation with regards to Lough Neagh, other places like Lough Erne, Belfast Lough is fast becoming another Lough Neagh. It is very soon going to become nothing short of an open-air sewer. And I'm very, very clear that we need to strengthen regulation and enforcement in regards to any water. And I will continue to do that, and I look forward to support of the Executive in regards to it.
Minister, you know the magic numbers of 62, 24, 12, where agriculture, sewage and septic tanks. Can you provide evidence to me, or is that a desktop exercise to point the fingers at those industries with those numbers?
So there's been two reports. There was the AFBI REFOS study, which came out in 2020, peer-reviewed science published, and also more recently there's New Harmonica research pointing towards the sources of pollution, and that allows us then to target whereabouts we're going to take action in regards to this. Two things I would say. We can go through statistics, we can talk numbers and all the rest of it. Belfast Lough is in a dire state. Lough Erne is in a desperate state. Lough Neagh has been green for the last 3 summers. There is a ban on bathing in the North Coast. And there's only so far you can go and debase science and evidence that it catches up on you, and it's very clear that we have a problem. Now, it would be grateful if we could accept the problem and we could work together to address it. I am working really, really hard to try to address this issue and trying to work with people on it. And if people don't want to support me on it, that's fine, but then they need to take ownership of the consequences of their own actions.
Minister, given the ongoing delay in the sheep-focused co-design process, what concrete assurance can you give that the sheep sector, the backbone of upland and marginal farming, will not be treated as an afterthought in the development of the rollout of the Sustainable Agriculture Programme?
So, unlike my predecessor, this is a priority for me. When the announcement in terms of measures on the Sustainable Agriculture Programme was made in March 2022, this did not feature. I've been very clear, once we get the farm sustainability payment and farm sustainability standards in place, then we'll move resources to support the rollout of a sheep support scheme and also in relation to Farm with Nature. Can't be any clearer.
Minister, do you acknowledge that the very real risk that the sheep sector already faces challenges could be further disadvantaged due to competing departmental priorities and a policy process that appears increasingly disconnected from the realities on the ground, leaving the sheep sector vulnerable?
Once I have the resources, I will put this towards development of the scheme. Not lost on me when I read the Irish Farmers Journal every Wednesday evening in terms of differential north and south. Part of that is a result of leaving the EU. I'm left with the consequences of that. I have to develop new farm support policies in Northern Ireland. Leaving the EU has been a monumental disaster for Northern Ireland and for the rest of the UK. We're very grateful for the benefits we have in terms of Windsor Framework, allow us to trade with both the rest of the UK and also the EU. In terms, without the Windsor Framework, the dairy industry would be destroyed. I'm very, very focused in terms of delivering support for the sheep sector, but we have to be focused on delivery on the ground and having the resources to do that.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Will this Minister admit that the continued demonisation of farmers has caused a widespread scepticism of his agenda when it comes to the future of farming viability and well-being?
So I think I might have been in the DUP team meeting this morning in relation to the strategy for questions today, and the answer to your allegation is completely no. I have been out and about as Minister, and your representations of me and the Alliance Party could be nothing further from the truth. What I am focused upon as Minister is delivery on the ground. What the DUP offer is negativity, wedge issues and culture wars. Negative, negative, negative.
Thank you, and I really don't think the farmers will find you laughing very, very good on this topic. But over the weekend, the UFU did express their frustration at misinformation about how the NAP group has been working with no chairman and no terms of reference. So can the Minister be clear about the status of this group and apologise to the stakeholders that are involved?
So I made it clear that we're hoping to make an announcement in relation to an external facilitator this week. Hopefully be able to have a meeting of the group in the time ahead. I'm grateful for the role that everyone's been playing in relation to this. It has been challenging, and that's people's job to do that, but it has been constructive, and we will work forward in delivering upon this. The negativity from the DUP comes daily in this place, but the positivity comes from these benches.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers so far. As the Minister will be aware, today marks the start of Northern Ireland Environment Week, and there's a particular focus on peatland restoration. Can the Minister give us an update on the peatland strategy?
So I was delighted to be able to recently launch the peatland strategy to 2040. It's Northern Ireland's first peatland strategy, and it offers 5 strategic objectives and 26 actions. And this allows us to be able to move forward in terms of the benefits of peatland restoration. The benefits are very clear in terms of carbon storage, nature restoration, and also improving water quality. I'm very, very grateful for all the stakeholders who have engaged in the process to date, and also for coming along to the launch. This offers us many benefits, including, very particularly, in terms of the opportunities to create good green jobs in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister just to develop a bit further how peatlands can help to tackle climate and biodiversity crisis?
So, in terms of Northern Ireland, overwhelming majority of our peatlands are in a degraded state, and many of them are emitting carbon rather than capturing it. So by restoring our peatlands, we can turn that situation around, and we can offer benefits to local communities. So this is a win-win. I'm very grateful for the support we've got through Shared Island and Peace Plus, and I'll continue to engage with the Finance Minister in terms of additional support in regards to this.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, how will you balance climate and biodiversity targets with the need to keep family farms sustainable?
We're doing that at the present moment in time in terms of the rollout of the Sustainable Agricultural Programme, and the issue in terms of farming, we want to build resilience and have a successful future for it, whilst also ensuring that we meet our environmental goals. And the idea that environmental protection and farming doesn't go hand in hand is untrue, because that's happening day and daily out in Northern Ireland and the farms that we see. And I'm very grateful for the great work that we're doing, and I want to be able to support farmers in terms of the road ahead. There's lots of myths being perpetrated, including in the Chamber here today, in relation to farming in Northern Ireland. It's a success story, there's good work being done, and we want to support farmers in the road ahead.
Thank you. Minister, how will you ensure farm families are supported with grants and advice to meet climate targets rather than being penalised? And how will you prevent blanket measures that could drive smaller farms out of business?
So, key fundamental around this is that when we were in the EU, we had ring-fence funding support in terms of agriculture, agri-environment, fisheries and rural development. That ended at the end of March of this year. I was the only minister in the UK to secure ring-fencing of that funding in this and future years. It's absolutely critical that we have that funding support in place, and we've been rolling that out in terms of the Farm Sustainability Transition Payment, and over the years ahead we will continue to do that. We need to support farmers to build resilience and have a successful and sustainable future, and we're doing just that.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister explain to me how the dilapidation bill will have a positive impact on the great constituency of North Antrim?
So it will have a very positive impact, not just in North Antrim, but North Down, South Belfast, West Tyrone. This is what this place should be known for, delivery. So what the dilapidation bill will do, it will say to people that are owning buildings, you fix it, and if they don't fix it, the council can fix it and send them the bill. And that's an example of good legislation being passed in this place to turn that around, bring back vibrancy in terms of neighbourhoods, whether villages, towns and city centres, and also help support councils and build their rate space.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I really appreciate that. Can the Minister explain how it will affect domestic property, privately owned property, and then also commercial and business property?
So the legislation is wide-ranging in terms of the properties in question. There is already powers in place around this, but the legislation is quite outdated, so this will give much more flexibility in terms of potential fixed penalty notices around this. I think all as MLAs within this chamber will have known of buildings within neighbourhoods that have caused real dilapidation and affected neighbours and all the rest of it. So this will allow councils to be able to move in and address that, and hopefully that will turn the situation around very quickly at the beginning. And I think it's a really important piece of legislation. Long time coming, and I'm grateful for the committee ably chaired by Robbie in terms of their scrutiny of it.
Thank you, Minister. You like to talk a good talk. I'd like to know what positive action you have taken since coming into office to curb the TV crisis that there is in Northern Ireland.
Okay, so I inherited a situation which was of unparalleled challenges, and we commissioned the Chief Veterinary Officer. First day in work, I said congratulations, and then gave him a task and said review this issue and find a way forward. And what he did is he did that, and we actually managed to get agreement with all the stakeholders around the table in terms of a blueprint for the way forward, and we're focused in terms of delivery of that. One of the fundamentals...
Thank you, Minister. Time is up. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That concludes questions on for the Minister of Agriculture. We now move on to the questions for Minister of Education. We will start with the listed questions. I call on Mark Durkin. Mark.
Question 1.
Deputy Speaker, my department's consultation on the future of SIA's GCSEs, AS levels and A levels is an opportunity for students, parents, educators, employers and wider stakeholders to contribute by sharing their views on how we can improve the structure, content and assessment of these qualifications. This includes a proposal to remove AS levels to reduce the pressure on students and teachers and to free up time for teaching and deeper learning. My proposals reflect a clear ambition to ensure that SIA, GCSEs, AS levels and A levels remain relevant both nationally and internationally. And in relation to concerns about applying for higher education in the Republic of Ireland, I can confirm that if the decision is made to remove SIA AS levels, standalone AS levels from other awarding organisations would still be available for the very small number of students requiring them, and consideration will be given to any concerns raised through the consultation process.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. I'm glad to have some clarification there from the Minister, and obviously the consultation is ongoing. Could he elaborate in terms of those AS levels that will still be available and will still be acceptable to the CAO?
Obviously, schools are able to, if they wish to bring in other awarding bodies and qualifications, that they would be able to do that. What I would say, obviously, is this is a consultation exercise. I've listened to principals, some who are very passionate about removing AS levels because of the increased time that is spent in preparing for tests and the pressure that that creates, both for the teacher but also the pupils. But I've also heard from some principals who would be strong advocates for their retention. So I've put this out for consultation in order to get the views of the sector, but also where there are implications. Obviously, if there was implications for entry into courses in the Republic of Ireland, that's something that would need to be taken into account before any decision would be taken on this matter. I have an open mind on this, but I do see the merits behind the proposals in terms of reducing the amount of time our young people are being tested and increasing the amount of time that they get to actually learn and to be taught in the classroom.
Deputy Speaker. Minister, can you tell us what the timeline is for decisions regarding AS levels, please?
Speaker, I intend to confirm my policy framework intentions early in 2026. Following this, SIA regulation would be required to prepare a regulatory framework from which SIA, being the awarding organisation, would undertake a full revision of their qualifications. Previously, this process has taken a minimum of 2 years prior to the rollout of new specifications. So when we get the consultation responses back, we'll assess them and then we'll determine the way forward. But I intend to do that early in 2026.
Minister, you alluded to it, but there's a lot of concern about the removal of AS levels and how it might impact on the health and well-being of young people. Have you or your department engaged with the Children's Commissioner on this, the Secondary School Student Union or the Mental Health Champion on these proposals?
Opportunity for everybody to participate in the consultation, but the process that was followed before we went out to consultation included an engagement with a whole range of stakeholders, including pupils, their voices being heard on the matter, and also then teachers as well. So the issue is one where I recognise there is increased anxiety given the amount of testing that takes place of our young people, particularly in years 11, 12, 13 and 14. And they are on a constant conveyor belt of examinations, and then they are being prepped for that, often being taught to the test. I think we need to recalibrate where people actually have an opportunity to engage in a rich curriculum, have detailed understanding of the subject matter, and of course assessment will always be part of our qualification system. But if you take AS levels, for example, Deputy Speaker, we have preparations for those examinations within months of just starting your lower 6th year. Then schools will often have the young people off to prepare for their mocks. That could be 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks. Then your AS levels are completed in May, and some schools don't bring the children back in for the entire month of June. That can be up to 7 weeks of the lives of those young people where they're not in the classroom, they're not being taught, but because they are subject to an examination process. I see the merits behind those who are arguing that we should remove them, but I also am alert to some of the arguments that are brought forward to me as to why there's an opportunity for retention, because that can be a wake-up call for some young people if their results don't go as they would intend, and that can help motivate them. But also concerning to me, we have a very small number of schools who then withdraw the opportunity for those young people to complete their A-levels, having only allowed them to do 1 year of study, and then they're abandoned. And I don't believe that that's appropriate either. So there is a mixed environment to take a view on this. I genuinely hope we will get a range of views, and then we can proceed as to what we determine the best way forward.
Caster Berdal, question 2, please.
Deputy Speaker, the major capital project for Dean McGurk College was announced in 2022. It remains on hold. As I've previously said, I will continue to keep all projects that were announced under the Major Capital Works programme in March 2022 that are currently on hold under review. However, delivery of all announced projects will be very much dependent on securing additional and significant sustained capital funding.
Thank the Minister for his response. Minister, has your department engaged with CCMS in terms of moving forward a development proposal for Dean McGurk?
Well, the College, Deputy Speaker, currently, and the member has advocated on their behalf consistently over the past year and a half. The College currently has an approved admission and enrolment number of 80 and 440 respectively. However, as I've previously advised, CCMS is seeking to increase these numbers through the development proposal. In the interim, the school can continue to request additional places on an annual basis through a temporary variation process until a DP is brought forward. I understand that CCMS wrote to the school in April 2025 and provided an update on the progress of the development proposal submission. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, obviously as the decision maker as to when a development proposal comes before my desk, it would be inappropriate for me to comment further.
Which schools announced under the Major Capital Works programme in March 2022 have now progressed in planning?
So, Deputy Speaker, it was an extensive list that was published back then, well in excess of 20 schools. We were able to move forward on 7 projects. That was Carrickfergus Academy, Dromore High School, Edmund Rice College, Loretto College and Coleraine, Malone Integrated College, Mercy College and Portadown College. In each of those 7, the integrated consultant teams have been appointed and the initial feasibility studies to explore potential accommodation options for each school are underway.
Number 4, Michelle Guy.
Deputy Speaker, my officials are currently reviewing potential legislative gaps and are working to develop departmental guidance on the issue of children missing in education. Addressing the issue of children missing in education effectively requires a coordinated multi-agency approach, and to that end, my officials continue to engage with colleagues in the Department of Health and the Education Authority, exploring opportunities for improved information sharing and collaborative action in this policy area. Work is underway to examine the processes and policies in place across other jurisdictions with a view to identifying best practice and informing local approaches. In parallel, consideration is being given to the range of data sources that may be required to support a more effective response to children missing in education.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. The issue of children missing in education is a serious one, and it is a genuine safeguarding concern, so thank you for the work that you're taking forward within the department. I first asked this question in relation to the tragedy of Kieran Duran in the south, and the answer that I got, I was so concerned about that I had to do everything I could as a private member to try and address this issue. So, Minister, the question is, as the Minister with the power to act, can you give assurances that within this mandate there will be movement and progress on legislation, on guidance and on data sharing?
Can I thank the member for the question, and her concern is one that I share. Obviously, we know when it comes to attendance levels, children who are enrolled at a school and who don't attend, and there's a process of education welfare officers, and we know already in the first 4 weeks of the academic year there are children who still have not went to school, and they are actively being pursued by the EWOs within the Education Authority and by those schools. What we don't know, because there is no legislative requirement for children and families who are born, the responsibility is on parents to pursue an educational place for them. If they don't register their child or enrol in a school, and that may be potentially to have them homeschooled, there's no legislative requirement to inform the Department of Education or EA in those circumstances. Where a child is registered and deregistered, we know if they have been deregistered. But also there is a challenge in terms of sharing information, because obviously we know how many people are born in Northern Ireland. We have a record of that. But what we don't know is if in those families where they are born, they subsequently leave the jurisdiction. So there is a lack of information, which does require, as I referenced in the original response, collaboration between health and EA. But we also need to be able to determine with clear and factual information how many children are missing in education. I think I've outlined where I believe there are gaps in the information, and that also then has an impact on how effective we are in being able to address those particular concerns. So it is something that the Department is actively working on. Whether I can give a guarantee to the member that that would lead to legislation within this mandate, that remains to be seen, but let me assure the member there is an urgency in respect of making sure that we have as much information as possible to help us.
Minister, can I ask you about another group of children who aren't able to access education, and that's those children who are experiencing emotional-based school non-attendance? I recently met with parents who are experiencing this, and they told me really heartbreaking stories. Can I ask you what steps you're taking to make sure that these children receive the right support and that schools also receive the right resources to respond?
Well, the range of reasons why people don't attend school often can be multifaceted. The member has outlined one reason why a child may not be in attendance at school, and there are many others. Where they are registered, we know if they're not attending, there is support there that, yes, the question would be asked, how effective is it? But the education welfare officers can proactively engage with those families. So on the particular issue, I'm happy to look more into the detail around that particular aspect. But I assure members we want our children to be in school. It's where they're safest and it's where they are best placed to gain an education. It's in nobody's interests for them not to be attending school.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. In a previous mandate, I raised serious concerns about children missing from care and the lack of data associated with this in the Department of Health. So the lack of accurate data in relation to this, as an example, is again very alarming. Can I ask the Minister who has responsibility for the monitoring of protocols regarding children missing education?
So the Education Welfare Service within EA has the operational responsibility for children missing in education, and there are a number of procedures and protocols in place. That also includes protocols where children are missing in education in terms of with other colleagues in other jurisdictions, because that is an issue as well for us. So it's the Education Welfare Service. They have the operational responsibility in this area, and the reason why some members have highlighted particular examples, but the information that was published in a media article is as a result of the work of the department in trying to understand what is the data held by GPs, by the health service, what is the information that we are lacking, and in terms of trying to move forward on this. That has generated obviously a fair degree of interest, which is welcome, but we need to be able to move beyond that kind of scoping work to actual real meaningful processes to help identify children who are missing and what we're doing to make sure that they're engaged in education.
Mr. Butler.
Mr Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, whilst my department has no remit for education provision for young people with special educational needs beyond the age of 19, I am committed to working with the Economy and Health Ministers to ensure that young people with special educational needs are supported as they transition out of the school system into adult life. In terms of engagement on post-19 education, I did respond to the Minister's Archibald's paper to the Executive on post-school provision for young people with special educational needs in July of 2025. I've confirmed my broad support for her proposals and signalling my commitment to working with her department and taking forward proposals. In addition, my officials have engaged extensively with colleagues in the Department of Economy and Health through a cross-departmental working group on transitions as part of the end-to-end review of special educational needs. And as we move forward, one of the actions within the SEN Reform Delivery Plan is the development of a transitional support programme, and collaboration working across the three departments is expected to continue.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his fulsome answer. In this regard, there's been a lot of debate about this since we've returned to the Assembly, but families are struggling to understand what those timescales might look like for delivery, and I understand that it is perhaps lies more with the Minister for Economy. But from my perspective, with the work that you have undertaken in the SEN space, you have a significant part to play. Is there any timescales that you can add to when delivery might happen and change might occur?
The work of trying to ensure that the transition process is better is one that is currently active and ongoing. That is why we need to ensure, particularly under the legislation that we have, up until the age of 19, within that academic year, you stay within the education settings. After that, then, there is the transition process that health and economy are involved in. And that is something we need to ensure works better than what it currently is. There are good examples where it does work, but there's obviously areas of concern where it doesn't work as effectively as it should. So that's where a big focus is across our three departments. How do we effectively manage that transition process? I have a particular interest in ensuring that that is effective, because we have thousands of children needing entry into our special schools at ages 3, 4, 5. Including then into post-primary type settings. And we also then need to make sure that there is a flow of young people who are leaving the education settings and transitioning with the economy and health playing their role. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to accommodate all the children that are rightly wanting to have their place confirmed in those new settings. So the transition process is hugely important for us to make that more effective, and obviously the Minister for Economy is leading in this area, but I can assure members that I'll play my full part in supporting proposals that she has brought forward to the Executive.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And the original question highlighted the cross-cutting nature of this, and I think that is absolutely right to do so. But in terms of your department's responsibilities, the EA Transition Service, it is my understanding that as of April this year, there were 9,000 young people in the system needing to avail of that service. Can you give assurances to the Assembly that that service is properly resourced to meet the level of demand that's clearly there in the system?
Well, can I thank the member for that question? The transition service is currently supporting over 11,000 young people, and as with all SEN supports, the transition service, he is right, is stretched given the unprecedented increase in the number of young people with special educational needs. I referenced the reform agenda and the delivery plan that I published in respect of that. That does include an action to implement a transitional support programme, which is building on the EA's existing service. Full implementation of this action does require some additional funding, which is currently over and above my current budget, but there are certainly plans there, if we can effect them, that will assist the EA's transition service in managing these issues.
And thank the Minister for his questions so far, and also to the member across the way for asking this question. Minister, do you agree with me that actually transition process, wherever it may lie, whether it's going to primary school, from nursery, whether it's going to secondary school, is actually really, it's traumatic for parents because it's so poorly managed? And have you had any conversations with the Health Minister about a health and care plan that goes throughout a child's life whenever they have additional needs, from birth right up until post-19, to ensure that all those children achieve the best that they possibly can, that we remove this trauma for families?
Deputy Speaker, the member rightly outlines the emotional distress that is often experienced by families who rightly will campaign and care for their loved ones. And within that school environment, whilst there are still challenges, the school environment is very effective at supporting those young people. And as they approach 19 years of age, there is a fear as to what level of support, or indeed lack of, will exist after that post-19 experience is there. That's why there needs to be a more effective process to allow our young people to be able to move from the special educational needs type setting into other areas which health and economy have responsibility on. So I do agree there needs to be a better way that is processed and managed. And it is the parents who are often carrying the weight of the burden and responsibility that they feel because they want the very best for their child. We need to give effect to their ambitions and hopes for their young people to support them. It's where best placed that support lies that we need to just ensure we are giving effect to. So my department has a role to play, but there are two other departments that have a key role to play in all of this. It can't be left to either Minister Archibald or Minister Nesbitt or indeed myself on this. There's a collective responsibility in all of us to do better in this area.
Question 6 has been withdrawn. Here. Question number 7. Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Question 7.
Deputy Speaker, literacy is the foundation of all education. Proficiency in reading, writing and spoken language is vital for pupils' success in school, in training and in work. I have signalled my intention to develop a new strategy for literacy which is grounded in international best practice and the latest evidence. The strategy will be developed in parallel with the work of the Curriculum Task Force and will provide guidance to support schools in developing pupils' reading, writing and oracy skills. It will also set out a comprehensive programme of action to support teachers across Northern Ireland. In advance of this, I plan to issue a literacy circular to outline the key principles for effective literacy instruction, alongside practical strategies to enhance literacy development. This will be supported by professional learning opportunities in areas such as the science of reading, spelling, writing and oracy. And through the RAISE programme, I've introduced a reading with artificial intelligence research project that will provide schools with an opportunity to see how AI tools can support literacy. The studies led by Oxford Brookes University using Amira Learning, a reading support tool that is aligned with research-informed approaches to early literacy and powered by AI.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Could I ask the Minister what the research tells us about current literacy outcomes?
Well, can I thank the member for the further question in this area? So, whilst schools will hold their own rich data on pupils' progress and attainment, our system has limited publicly available national data on how children are performing in literacy throughout primary school and Key Stage 3, as the end of Key Stage assessment arrangements were not widely operational from 2014-15 right through to 23-24. But in the 24-25 academic year, we saw a return of end of Key Stage assessments for the first time since the COVID-19 pandemic. Assessments were based on teacher judgment against the levels of progression in communication and using mathematics. This gave us a clearer understanding of where our education system stands following the challenges of recent years, and the data published by SEA shows that nearly 3 in 10 pupils are not achieving at the expected levels in literacy and numeracy by the end of primary school. And this is a significant concern, particularly as these foundational skills are essential for pupils' future learning, well-being and life opportunity. It's also a stark reminder of the challenges that we face, and it highlights the urgent need for a renewed focus on literacy and numeracy across our schools. So this new data provides a vital baseline to inform targeted support and future interventions.
Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister will be aware that the importance of reading is promoted through the Sure Start programme. Does he have any plans to further expand this provision in Northern Ireland as part of the forthcoming early learning and childcare strategy?
Speaker, not only have we expanded Sure Start through the early years funding that the Executive provided ring-fenced support to, we were able to stabilise that organisation and we expanded its reach. So where there were temporary schemes in place, we've been able to mainstream them into a permanent zoning of areas where Sure Start operate, and there can now be referrals into the Sure Start areas from neighbouring areas as well. So we've been able to enhance Sure Start, but we've also provided funding in those early years in things like Book Start, because the member rightly highlights not only is it important that young people are proficient in reading and develop the skills, they need to get a love for reading. I wasn't someone who really enjoyed reading, didn't do enough of it whenever I was at school, but we need to cultivate that environment where there is a love of reading, because all of the evidence shows that that can have a really significant impact on the future academic success of those young people as they progress through our education system.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, where delivery of specialist provision accommodation has been delayed, the Education Authority has been working with affected schools to ensure that contingency arrangements are in place to mitigate the impact on pupils and their families. Each individual capital work project is overseen by a dedicated project manager to monitor the delivery programme. However, unforeseen circumstances can still arise, such as the discovery of a live electrical cable at the Sierra School in the member's own constituency, which will inevitably impact on the delivery programme. My department, working with the Education Authority, continues to monitor active capital work schemes to reduce delays as far as possible.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for that answer. And Minister, you've referenced Sierra Special School, where a number of children have faced delays, and that has left their families feeling let down and as though their children are at the back of the queue. So can I ask, what assurance can you give that progress will be made towards a second campus for Sierra so that we don't see a repeat of this issue in future academic years?
There's 2 points. He rightly highlights the delay in the particular issue where a live cable was identified. When it comes to trying to resolve that issue around the modular accommodation, that has been constructed off-site and is ready for installation once the site is fully prepared. The contractor has indicated a projected completion date of the 5th of December, but can I say to the member, the Education Authority is actively working to accelerate the programme to get progress in advance of this date. On the wider issue of a new build, the member will know that only last week we had a statement around special educational needs capital investment. There's detailed plans that the EA have produced where we've mapped out every special school in terms of the provision that they need. That is something that is currently before the Executive in terms of the 10-year plan for investment, and it's through that long-term approach of investment we would be able to address the capacity issues that the member's school that he has referenced is dealing with, and indeed schools across all members' constituencies are currently facing challenges when it comes to capacity.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his response. Minister, it is important that we mitigate all of these delays where possible. Minister, can you outline why specialist provision accommodation is delayed?
Minister. So the delay in delivery of accommodation to provide placements for SEND pupils can occur for a number of reasons. I outlined in the Assembly on the 16th of September the number of children with SEN requiring placement far outstrips the places that are currently available. That can impact on delay in providing and naming a school where a placement can be provided. Working with the EA, we engaged with schools over the past year and a half, and that has identified the potential solutions. However, in some instances, it's only been possible to confirm these at a very late stage. This resulted in a compressed timeline for delivery, which, despite every effort being taken to expedite completion, this must also include necessary approvals, tender processes, and unfortunately, it's not always feasible to deliver accommodation in time for the commencement of the academic year. So there can be unforeseen events, which I've referenced around the discovery of an electrical cable, but the issue that we are facing is a lack of capacity across our school estate, particularly for special schools, but also when it comes to specialist provision in mainstream settings. I outlined on the 16th of September a clear plan that will address this in the long term. We still have to react to need, and that varies in certain parts of Northern Ireland where there's higher level of need, and we engage with schools, and I welcome the positive engagement that I've had with a number of school principals and again from the National Association of Head Teachers Trade Unions, who has been proactive in seeking to engage with principals at a much earlier stage in this process, because it is only by a collective effort by all of our schools and the Education Authority and my department will we be able to provide the right support for young people who deserve it.
Question number 9.
Of those statements completed in August 2025, 44% were issued outside the 26-week time frame.
That's not great. What are you doing to improve that?
I'm glad it was short enough for the member to be able to get a response in, because I agree with him. It's not an acceptable time frame. What I can say to the member that we have new special educational needs regulations which will reduce the timescales associated with statutory assessments. That process we aim to reduce from 26 to 22 weeks, but obviously that is only a positive outcome if 100% of assessments are carried out within that 22 weeks. So we're currently finalising those regulations and we'll bring them to the Assembly in due course.
That ends the period for listed questions. We'll now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, just a couple of weeks ago, you announced your desire, and a vitally important subject it is, to get £1.7 billion in investment for special educational needs facilities and schools. Your colleague, your predecessor, Party Deputy Leader, former Education Minister Michelle McElveen announced 3.5 years ago an £800 million capital works project for schools, many of whom, perhaps the majority of whom, are still awaiting any confirmation, any progress in those schools. Isn't it, Minister, cynical to simply come to this chamber, throw around numbers when there's no clarity on when or how this investment is going to be delivered?
Well, I think the member knows what the cynical comment that he made during that debate in terms of AI, and maybe in responding to me he'll have an opportunity to retract what was a false allegation and apologise for it, and we'll wait and see if he decides to take that opportunity. The member is right to highlight the extreme capital needs that exists within the education estate. In terms of a crumbling school estate, an inability to carry out the maintenance, that we're down to essential repairs to keep them open and safe, and therefore we are not able to provide the level of investment that we need. What would be wrong, though, and I think what would be inappropriate, would be for a minister just to then say we're not even going to carry out the detailed work which we did endeavour to provide the process where we've identified special schools to expand, specialist provision to expand. And what I would say to the member, the principals responded hugely positively to that statement that I made in the Assembly. It is currently before the Executive. They were part of that process. Absolutely, funding needs to be secured in order to deliver on that. But I think it would be a failure on my part not to have commissioned the work, executed that, published it, and of course then I need to get the funding associated with it. And the answer was not generated by AI, and I trust the member will now retract and apologise for his false allegation 2 weeks ago.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, since we're here and I wasn't going to raise this subject, I won't be retracting or apologising. My job is to ask the Minister questions. I make zero apology for that. The Minister is more than capable of coming in here and defending himself. In actual fact, if I may, just with the slight indulgence of the Deputy Speaker, since it was raised by the Minister, since it was raised by the Minister, I did ask him a written question which said to ask the Minister whether any artificial intelligence tools have been used to edit any or all part of any statement he had made to the Assembly. His answer from his department was no such information is held, so he can't be definitive in denying that. I think I will infer from his statement that some tool was used. But to one side, I leave that to one side, Mr Deputy Speaker. I want to ask this question, which is about delivering on promises made. Have there been actual, practical conversations with the Finance Minister about the multi-year budget we expect later this year? Will what he is calling for be backed up in a multi-year budget? Because that's his responsibility too.
Minister, you can answer whichever part of that multiple selection you can think of.
Well, Deputy Speaker, never mind artificial intelligence. I'm concerned about actual intelligence when the member raises these questions. I've spent £110 million over the last 2 years providing support and ensuring that we've nearly 3,000 places for our young people who need it. I've engaged proactively with the Finance Minister. I've outlined to him, and he's working with me on the 10-year plan. So there is proactive work that I am engaging in. What I would say to the member who raised the issue around AI, his own party put out a statement welcoming the use of AI. His own member from Foyle pays a subscription for AI to assist her in her job. So if there's a cynic in this assembly, it's the member for South Belfast, leader of the so-called opposition.
Constructive opposition. Mr. Speaker, it seems a shame to break this one up. Last week, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the one-man wave machine that is President Trump punched down on the autistic community when he said that paracetamol leads to autism. I was contacted by many families last week concerned that some of the advice that's going around at the moment is not fit nor fair and that it did them a disservice. Would the Minister like to give confidence to those parents out there who will see paracetamol administered to their children in schools and that there is no link to autism?
I am nowhere near qualified when it comes to commenting on medical and health issues. I didn't follow in detail what President Trump said. I believe it was in reference to women who are pregnant, and I'm pretty sure that I'm never going to be in that position. But obviously I've listened to some health professionals in Northern Ireland who have dismissed what President Trump has said, and I will defer to those medical experts, and I certainly won't be saying anything contrary to their opinion.
Thank you, Minister. Along with that, he also claimed that the MMR vaccine should be taken separately, and that is also a school-administered vaccine. Would the Minister defer to... Yeah, well, it's given in schools, so it's given to schools. Would the Minister have confidence in the MMR vaccine that's given to our schools?
Before we continue, and Minister, whether he decides that, these are education questions. And Mr Butler, I am sure, more than anybody in this room, you know what health questions are about. Minister, you can choose to answer that or not, or we can move on. Oh, happy to move on. Mr Allen, Andy Allen.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and if I may, I would like to pivot back to the last listed question, as the Minister didn't get ample enough time to answer it, and it is an area that we're all interested in, and that's SEN provision, and I'm sure like other members, or like myself, other members are contacted regularly regarding this. The Minister mentioned regulations to reduce the time waited for statements. Is there anything else the Department's doing, and when are we likely to see those regulations?
Well, Deputy Speaker, I've said before in this Assembly that whenever we get to the stage where young people and families are having to go through a statementing process, we have failed them. We shouldn't have to go through a statementing process in order to be making the appropriate provision to meet their needs. And that's why we're trying to take forward the changes when it comes to special educational needs, that we can identify the requirements of those young people, provide the appropriate support for schools to then meet that need. And that is part of the work that we're seeking to take forward as part of our transformation programme when it comes to special educational needs.
Minister, for his answer, and it does highlight many more questions, and if I may, I'll maybe ping two out. There are many more. Minister, what interim support is being provided to schools in terms of support whilst a child is waiting for that educational statement? And I do appreciate you're saying that's not the approach that we should be taking, but it is the current approach in front of us. And indeed, what support is available to parents who are going through that statement process to be able to interact with that statement and make sure the statement best meets the child's needs?
So obviously there'll be support throughout that process, and the member will know the various ways that you can be referred into that. It can be parental referral, it can be through the school, it can be through educational psychologists or paediatricians can all make referrals, and then an assessment process can take place. What I am trying to enable, having engaged with now a lot of principals in this area, that they feel that there would be a better way to have resources within the school in order for them to have some autonomy as to how best the needs can be met, because the various different needs present in different ways. It can be speech, communication, it can be behavioural, and schools will say to me that if they are able to have a resource, they can utilise support in a way that they believe will be more effective for the whole school population, not just those young people who have a statement, because there are thousands of children who have additional needs and they do not have a statement. So we need to empower schools with a degree of autonomy accompanied by resource as to how best that can be deployed. That could be employing a full-time teacher that can have smaller class settings. It could be through a youth worker, and I've been in schools who have employed youth workers. I've been in schools where they're employing counsellors, and we need to just find a better framework for our schools to operate in a way that I believe will be more beneficial for our children and young people in terms of achieving better outcomes.
Mr. Clark. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I don't want to waste my time talking about AI or health questions. So can I ask the Minister, given that curriculum is very important for education, could you give us an update on the review of the curriculum, please?
Thank you, Member Deputy Speaker. On the 27th of August, I announced the establishment of the Curriculum Task Force Advisory Committee. That will oversee, direct and lead the reform of the Northern Ireland curriculum. It's going to be led by Christine Council, with Lucy Crane as the Deputy. The committee includes a wealth of experience of curriculum design, classroom practice, evaluation and implementation. The task force will commence work in October. Their role is to guide the development of a new, coherent and knowledge-rich curriculum framework. Following this, a new framework will be presented by spring of 2026. It will then be subject to public consultation. This is an ambitious and challenging framework, but I am confident that the task force will deliver and that the new curriculum framework will be operational by September 2027, which is what I have set out in my delivery plan.
Minister, we expect curriculum to be very important. Teachers has also a very important role to play as well. So can I ask, in terms of this review, the work you're carrying out, what engagement you actually have with the teachers themselves?
The member is right. Teachers are hugely important, and I've noticed the cynical way in which the SDLP, Leader of the Opposition, has even responded to this question, not having a particular interest, questioning the merit and the validity of the question that's being asked. Curriculum reform is fundamental to an effective education system. Don't take my word for it. This morning I opened a conference at the Le Mans Hotel in Belfast. We had over 400 post-primary school teachers were there with a real desire to engage in this. Tomorrow, and the member's welcome to join me if he wishes, I'll be hosting 600 primary school leaders, and that is a remarkable level of participation. It's testament to the passion and commitment of our education workforce. These are teachers from across every single sector within our education system, all united behind the common belief and desire to have an effective curriculum which enables them to educate our children and young people. So some members may not realise what's going on in terms of the education system, but it is transformational what is happening, and it will be to the benefit of every single child, particularly those who have disadvantage, providing greater equity for them and inclusion, no child being left behind. And that's what we're engaged in when it comes to the Transform Ed, which is the transformational programme that we're delivering in education.
Mr. Frew. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister, has he had the opportunity to consider the findings of the recently published Parent Kind survey with regards to Northern Ireland?
Deputy Speaker, I have, and can I welcome those findings? I'm pleased that parents in Northern Ireland were included in the survey, and I'm grateful for Parent Kind in providing the insight into the issues that are important to parents and their children. The Northern Ireland report gives a clear indication of matters of relevance to our parents today. For example, parental fears around safety of children, special educational needs, the overuse of mobile phones, general views on school and home life, and some of the more broader challenges that parents are facing. And moving forward, I've asked officials to consider the findings of the survey as part of their policy areas.
The Minister for his answer. Can you give any particulars around the findings in relation to the use of toilets, and do they reflect the common sense of Northern Ireland people?
Deputy Speaker, yes. The survey findings, indeed, from parents reflect the common sense of the vast majority of the people of Northern Ireland, particularly 2/3 of parents surveyed indicating that the use of toilets should be determined by biological sex. And in terms of the law, Regulation 10.2 of the School Premises Standards Regulation Northern Ireland 1973 states the following: for all pupils above the age of 6, separate sanitary fittings shall be provided for boys and girls. The survey findings also reinforce that there is wider public support for my recent policy statement, particularly on the use of toilets and changing facilities issued on the 8th of September. Deputy Speaker, I was confident that the overwhelming majority of people of Northern Ireland supported my common sense position when it comes to biological sex, and the findings of this survey affirm that I am right and other members in this chamber are completely wrong and out of touch.
And could I ask the Minister around the childcare subsidy scheme? Does the Minister recognise that the scheme's very welcome expansions also lead to some practical challenges for schools and nurseries in terms of catering for numbers which are much increased from the fewer numbers that they have been previous?
The expansion of the childcare subsidy scheme, we moved from 0 to 5 years of age to all school-age children up to the age of 11, so our primary schools. We know that there are 72 schools in Northern Ireland that are registered to the UK tax-free childcare allowance system. And we've been working with those 72 schools to make sure that they can make available then the childcare subsidy scheme, because that is providing an additional 15% reduction in terms of the bills. We're providing the finance to support the schools so that any administration costs can be dealt with, and indeed they are minimal in terms of that process. What I would like to see is even more schools providing this support, because we're going to support them to deliver it. Thank you.
That concludes questions to the Minister for Education. We take our ease when we get ready for the next item of business.
Order, members, we move back to the School Uniforms Bill, and we now move to the votes on amendments. So, Amendment 1, proposed to Clause 1, page 2, line 13. Leave out words as printed on the marshal list. Question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Group 2 amendments, content of guidelines. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 2, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 3, 4 and 6. I call the Minister of Education to move Amendment 2 and address the other amendments in the group.
Mr. Speaker, as we move into the Group 2 debate today, I reflect on the importance of the task in hand, making good legislation to enable effective guidelines that will make school uniforms more affordable for all. We have only 4 of my technical amendments to debate in this group, so I'll move straight to them, whilst reminding members that none of these amendments attempt to dilute the impact of what was done at consideration stage either. Rather, any changes they seek to make again relate to language, style and structure in order to make the best legislation possible. And I'm sure that members will happily share with me the responsibility to make the best legislation possible in such aspects. Amendment 2 amends the wording of the amendment voted through at consideration stage whilst delivering the intent. That amendment used terms which are not used in other education law and which are not commonly used in day-to-day school practice. Amendment 2 therefore removes wording such as play-based curricula, but replaces it with play-based learning, which is a term more commonly understood in education. It expands the reference to outdoor learning, so that this now reflects that the guidelines need to provide for uniform policies to address recreational, sporting or outdoor activities. Now, I see benefits in doing this, particularly so it does not bear to focus too narrowly on one aspect of the curriculum. You will note that it additionally refers to normal classroom and academic matters, as it would seem odd in this context not to refer to them as well. It considers the reality of a school day and applies it to the intent articulated at consideration stage, namely that schools consider how children learn, what activities they participate in as part of that learning, and therefore consider how their uniform requirements need to support their pupils in this. Amendment 2 works alongside Amendment 6, which places the specific foundation stage reference more appropriately in Clause 6. But again, I see benefits in broadening this out. I think it's preferable not to focus too narrowly in referring one stage of education, noting that Clause 6 already allows more generally for different provision for different age and peer groups. So Clause 6 is the appropriate place to set the foundation stage reference, and the House will note it goes further by explicitly referencing key stages 1, 2, 3 and 4 as well. In addition, the opening words of the new paragraph B are adjusted to reflect the fact that practicality along with comfort is already covered by paragraph A. As ever, it is the combination as well as particularity of provision which matters. Taken together, Amendment 2 and Amendment 6 are consistent with the consideration stage amendment, whilst reflecting language more consistent with other legislation and education practice, and I trust the House will support these. Amendment 3 merely paves the way for Amendment 4, just as there is similar paving in Group 1. Amendment 3 leaves out provisions inserted into Clause 2 at consideration stage, so that Amendment 4 can place them in a separate clause with its own heading to index them. Amendment 4 further refines the language from the consideration stage amendment, but the same matters are still provided. That is, relating to limiting or ruling out single providers or suppliers unless they demonstrate value for money, relating to ensuring information about any agreements, contractual or otherwise, is published at least annually unless the agreement was in place before the bill gains royal assent. Again, I understand that some members may be concerned that a declaration made by a school manager that single suppliers relate to value for money could simply state that. I can assure members that that is not the case. If we look at the ordinary meaning of the word declaration, it is a formal or explicit statement or announcement. This amendment is drafted by experts recognising that unless a specific definition is inserted, then the ordinary meaning of a word has effect. I would not accept a declaration from a school manager that provided no information about exactly how a single or limited supplier equated to value for money. I do not consider that would meet the requirements of this bill. Evidence will have to be provided about how exactly it delivers such value for money. Amendment 4 sets out the reporting requirements voted in at consideration stage within a more clear and consistent legislative framing, including to break some of the weight into definitions of terms used. For example, being explicit that an agreement can be contractual or otherwise, and that a pre-commencement agreement is in one place before the bill comes into operation. In my view, this makes the detail of the new clause easier to follow. I trust members recognise the work which has gone into all of these amendments that I've tabled to ensure they deliver better flow, but also do not stray from the intent that was voted for at consideration stage. I also trust that members will vote today for all my amendments, which I remind the House they are technical in nature in order to provide consistency in language, style and structure within the bill. Mr Speaker, I commend all my Group 2 amendments to the House.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise as Chair of the Education Committee to speak to the Group 2 debate amendments 2, 3, 4 and 6, which all relate to the content of the guidelines. Amendment 2 relates to the committee amendment that was made at consideration stage to provide that school clothing is appropriate for the full range of activities that can be undertaken in a school day and within the curriculum, highlighting play-based learning and outdoor education. I was particularly struck by evidence from stakeholders about the limitations that can be placed on play-based learning if the clothing is not sufficiently suitable for the purpose. All members were engaged in framing this particular amendment at committee stage with an emphasis on outdoor learning experiences. And just picking up on some comments that were made around this amendment at consideration stage, I want to emphasise that it was never the committee's intention that this amendment would have required additional clothing to be required from the core uniform, but rather that the range of purposes that children will take part in during a school day, that the core uniform should be fit for purpose for all of those. It was absolutely never intended to put any additional burdens on parents. So the Department proposes some revised wording, which I have no objection in accepting. It appears to me that the proposal adheres to the committee's intention, and I would hope that it would get support on that basis, but obviously that will ultimately be for members to decide, as the committee did not have the opportunity to come to a formal position on that amendment. But I do particularly welcome the reference to play-based learning in this revised wording that the Minister has submitted, and in fact that it's been broadened out. I think it's important that we have confidence that school uniforms are appropriate for the whole range of activities that pupils undertake. Linked to this, there is a reference in the committee amendment to the foundation curriculum, which Cheryl Brownlee contributed, and that's been retermed in Amendment 6, relaying the committee's intention into the finalised bill. And again, I have no issues to raise with that. Amendment 3 proposes to delete 3 subsections of Clause 2, and Amendment 4 then inserts them in a new clause. Now, the Minister wrote to committee, and I'll just quote from this, and his statement was, "This allows for clarity about the purpose of the provisions rather than simply setting them in among a list of other matters at Clause 2, as would currently be the case." On that basis, when we're considering the issue around single supplier arrangements, which these amendments are concerned with, I think it is good and appropriate to see them in their own space in the bill. It provides, a clarity as to their importance and to their effect. But I do want to emphasise, committee had always been clear that single supplier arrangements should only ever be permitted when there was a clear explanation associated with that by the school manager of how they deliver value for money. And I believe that the original committee amendment was clear on that point, that it was an explanation as to how value for money was going to be achieved by the single supplier arrangement. The Minister has highlighted this in his remarks, that the new clause uses a phrase declaration of how it would meet that test of value for money rather than an explanation. So I do note the Minister's comments on that, and I welcome the assurances that there would need to be evidence supplied, that a school manager could simply not just declare something to be good value and provide no evidence. I think we would all want to avoid a scenario where a school was charging amounts of hundreds of pounds for a blazer and could simply just say, yes, it's a single supplier arrangement, but I declare that it's good value, if anyone looking at that objectively could see that as not the case. So I welcome the assurances that evidence would be required on that, and I think based on those assurances from the Minister, I am content to accept the new amendment. But I do accept that other members may well take a different view from the committee. But the Minister has provided assurances that any declaration would require evidence as to how it delivers good value for money, and I sincerely hope that the Minister does act in good faith on that, and that when we see the guidelines, that is very clear that will be required. And I think if the Minister could even clarify further that when it comes to the publication of the guidelines, that it is very clear what the expectations would be around this declaration that is introduced at Amendment 4, as I think that is vitally important, that there is no uncertainty on that point, and certainly from my perspective in terms of supporting this amendment, those assurances would be absolutely critical. I will just conclude very briefly with some final remarks as an Alliance member. This group of amendments is really ultimately about the content of the guidelines that we are going to end up with, and that is ultimately what will make the difference to the cost of school uniforms for parents. And I, along with a number of my colleagues in committee, would have liked to have seen and indeed sought to amend this bill to ensure that clear provisions were made on the face of the bill to address affordability much more explicitly. That's not the bill that's before us today, and I therefore await the guidelines in the sincere hope that they are robust, enforceable and clear. The outcome that I want to see is that no parent should be placed in financial hardship to send their child to school. This bill, and ultimately this Minister, will be judged on its success or otherwise in ensuring that that outcome is delivered. And to finish on the content of the guidelines, again, I would have hoped to see a rights-respecting framework on the face of the bill to ensure that uniform policies were fit for purpose for the 21st century in relation to choice, gender, disability, SEN and cultural difference. Despite our efforts to amend at previous stages, again, that is not the bill before us today. So I hope, again, that the guidelines, when published, do more than permit schools to adopt progressive uniform policies, but that they clearly require them to do so. We will watch how this progresses with interest. Our children and young people deserve uniform policies that respect their rights and support them to attend school and learn in comfortable, practical uniforms that are fit for 2025. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague previously outlined, the SDLP welcomes the progression of this bill, but we are clear that its success will be measured in affordability. The second group of amendments goes to the heart of that question. If families are to feel any real difference in their pockets, it will be because the guidelines set out here make uniforms more affordable, more practical and more transparent. The SDLP has always said that parents should not be priced out of education by the cost of a blazer, a jumper or a PE kit. Every amendment we consider today should be tested against one simple question: will this help make uniforms more affordable for families, or will it weaken the protections they deserve? We've applied each of these tests to the amendments in this group, and let me start with Amendment 2, which improves Clause 2 by broadening the requirement to consider the nature and adequacy of clothing across different parts of the curriculum. That means uniforms must be practical not only for classroom learning, but also for play-based activity, sport and outdoor work. This is a sensible, child-focused amendment, and the SDLP fully supports it. Amendment 6 adds further clarity by explicitly linking guidelines to foundation stage and key stages 1 through 4. Again, this is useful and we support it. But, Mr. Speaker, the real battle in this group is over supplier arrangements, because this is key to that overriding consideration of affordability. At consideration stage, the bill gained stronger provisions. It required schools to ensure that uniform items were available from at least one open supplier. It also required schools to publish their contracts with preferred retailers. Those clauses gave parents a guarantee of choice and transparency. Amendment 3 from the Minister risks changing that. In its place, Amendment 4 inserts a new Clause 2A on clothing supplier arrangements. At first glance, it looks similar. Schools must ensure uniform items are available from one non-contracted supplier unless the school manager signs a declaration that an exclusive deal represents value for money. This clause may make it easier for schools to justify exclusivity, while parents will not have the same rights to see the details of contracts that drive up their costs. So while the SDLP supports Amendments 2 and 6 for making the guidelines more practical and comprehensive, we have concerns around Amendments 3 and 4 because they risk weakening some of the most important elements of this bill. The amendments we support will make uniforms fairer and more affordable for families. The amendments we oppose will undo those necessary and long-awaited protections. For us, the choice is simple. Families deserve enforceable rights, not vague promises. They deserve choice and transparency, not loopholes or hiding places. And they deserve a bill that actually delivers on the promise of affordability. In closing, Mr. Speaker, that is our wider criticism of the bill in its entirety. While it offers some improvements on what went before, it falls far short of what parents and pupils need and deserve. This bill could have been a landmark from this Assembly in tackling the costs of school uniforms, but instead it risks becoming another missed opportunity. Thank you.
I call Pat in.
And the issue of guidelines has been raised on a number of occasions during this debate, and the content of the guidelines will be critical because that is what will ultimately dictate whether or not this bill will make any difference to hard-pressed families. Again, also want to place on record my frustration as a member of the Education Committee at the fact that we have still not seen draft guidelines, despite having been promised sight of them before recess by senior officials from the Minister's Department. I take this opportunity to speak in support of Amendments 2 and 6 in opposition to Amendment 3. Amendment 2 is straightforward. It broadens the guidance on practicality to cover academic, work, play, sport and outdoor learning. That's sensible and we can support it. Amendment 6 is similar, technical addition to link guidance to key stages. Again, no difficulty there. The real battle is over Amendments 3 and 4. At consideration stage, we agreed a strong package to end the rip-off of single supplier arrangements and the sweetheart deals some schools and suppliers enjoy at the expense of families. Schools would have been required to ensure that at least one independent retail could sell every item, and they had to publish their supplier contracts. That's how you bring real competition into the system and stop families being ripped off. Amendment 4 is offered as a replacement, but it's clearly weaker. It allows exclusive supplier deals to continue so long as the school says it offers value for money. I know the Minister made this case about having listened to experts, and experts saying that the term declaration has a legal meaning that means schools would have to provide evidence of value for money. I don't accept that. I'm not an expert, but for the ordinary person in the street, declaration has a particular meaning, and it doesn't mean, in any definition that I have seen, that it means the school would have to provide evidence. So this isn't real accountability, it's a loophole, and the sweetheart deals could effectively continue, and so will the rip-off, and parents will be left carrying the cost. Families are watching this debate. They want to know whether this Assembly is serious about cutting costs or whether we are content to let schools and suppliers carry on as before. And our job is to stand with those families, and that means keeping the protections and provisions agreed at the last stage. And I agree with others who have spoken here today who have said that we have lost an opportunity here. There's a missed opportunity. We had the real chance of bringing forward a strong, robust piece of legislation that would have ensured driving down the cost of uniforms, making them more affordable for hard-pressed families. Unfortunately, this bill has been weakened to such an extent that we are not confident that that is going to happen.
Minister DeWind.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just go straight to some of the comments and questions that were raised by members to aid them in their consideration of how they're going to vote shortly. When it comes to the play-based learning, can I welcome Mr. Matheson's approach to this? He could have took a view that he brought an amendment forward and his amendment has to stand and he was right, but he actually has listened to how we can make legislation more effective. And he's reflected on that, and he has acknowledged that actually the amendment that I've brought forward broadens this out as well. I think that's a demonstration of an MLA who can bring forward an idea, get support in this Assembly, which I objected to at the time, but now I've refined and he recognises that this will make it better. I think that's what Assembly members are meant to do. I am concerned, though, that some MLAs come in with a predetermined position, a pre-script, and they won't deviate from it. And they acknowledge that they're not experts, but the ordinary person in the street know what a declaration means. Take advice from the experts. Don't necessarily take advice from me if you don't want to, but take it from the experts who actually know what they're talking about in these areas. Mr. Sheehan has already acknowledged, in the previous debate, legislators make mistakes. It happens all over the world, as though it's okay for us to continue doing it. He has an opportunity, and Sinn Féin have an opportunity to actually put into place effective law, which I believe you all want to do. I believe you want this legislation to be effective, but for whatever reason, on a couple of amendments, you're determined to go, I'm going to get my way, and I'm not going to listen to the Minister. And I think that's why Mr. Sheehan, he's made the point for me from a sedentary position. He would rather make a point than listen to the experts. I'm going to give way in a moment to the member. So on the play-based learning, I welcome that. Mr. Matheson rightly has identified the issue around the declaration and value for money. I have highlighted why a school person manager who is responsible for getting in uniform could just make a declaration and say, we have got value for money, without having to provide any evidence. I've brought an amendment that will actually ensure that they have to provide evidence. My amendment is stronger than the position that Sinn Féin and the SDLP have outlined. They want to let schools off the hook. And I don't know why, because they have a misconception about what my motivations is. But listen, you're going to let schools off the hook by not supporting the amendment on this particular issue if that's the approach that you take. Evidence will be required. I can give the assurance to Mr Matheson. When it comes to the guidance, I will ensure that within the guidance that is going to be produced, we will affirm that it will be required in terms of producing evidence, and that will be then placed in to the guidance. So Daniel McCrossan spoke on behalf of the SDLP. Again, he outlined when it comes to Amendment 3 and wording, he doesn't want loopholes, he doesn't want vague wording. Sorry, he's not actually in the chamber. Okay. He doesn't want loopholes, he doesn't want vague wording. Well, if that's the case, the SDLP then will vote against these amendments. That when it comes to it, they will vote to stop getting clear legislation in place, and they will seek to retain vagueness and loopholes. A loophole that a school can get up and declare they've achieved value for money without having got evidence. So they're the two main points that I think in this group. Mr Sheehan had asked me to give way, and I'm happy to do so.
I thank the Minister for giving way. And, you know, one of the reasons we're so sceptical is because there was so little integrity in the whole process. And I would say the only real integrity in the process took place within the committee scrutiny stage, because we were misled on a number of occasions. We were told that guidelines were imminent, that they would be there the following week, and they have never arrived. And of course, you gave a different account of that at consideration stage, that you said that guidelines would follow the legislation. So we were misled in that sense. And the other issues that have arisen in this, so for example, you called the chair of the committee in half an hour before consideration stage asking him to withdraw the committee amendments. In the knowledge, your knowledge, you knew he couldn't have done that. You know, so, I mean, there's no point saying, trust me. Trust has to be built. And you didn't in any way try to build a relationship with the committee during this whole process. And so just let me reiterate again, at every single stage of this process, except the committee scrutiny stage, there has been a lack of integrity.
Mr Speaker, he's absolutely flat out wrong. And I appreciate he's never been a minister in the executive. And I don't think anyone currently on the benches in Sinn Féin have ever been a minister. But some of them have been chairs of committee, vice chairs of committees, and they know how the process works. And this is maybe something more, Mr Speaker, to be honest, for final stage of the bill, because we haven't talked about actual amendments. It's more sentiment and concern about the process. A bill was brought forward to the executive. All executive parties participate in that. They see what's in it. They give opportunity, and the First Minister often asks for information, seeks to shape the legislation that I bring forward. So every executive party, and I'll give the SDLP a bye ball on this, they're not in the executive, all had opportunity to shape the bill. It's then introduced into this Assembly and voted upon at the second stage of the process, and it was voted through. So there's absolute integrity in how this bill has processed through the Assembly scrutiny various stages. I've provided information to the committee whenever I was able to do it as soon as I could. I couldn't engage with the committee chair or vice chair until I knew what amendments had been selected at consideration stage. I wasn't aware of that until the Friday evening, Saturday morning. And the consideration stage was then taking place on Monday. And I then immediately put pen to paper and advised the committee. Similarly, when it came to further consideration stage, as soon as I was able to have the amendments put forward, I then put a letter in advance of the Speaker selecting or not, because he didn't select some of them. I then put pen to paper to advise the committee at an early opportunity as to here's the amendments and here's the reason for them. So I have sought to engage throughout this process with the committee. My officials have always been available to the committee collectively or indeed to individual members. So I reject the assertion that Mr Sheehan has made. What I do, though, is say, and I appeal to members, reflect on the actual substance of what we're debating and our role as MLAs. We're here to put in law, clear wording that gives effect to what we want to do. And I believe that all of us are wanting to make very good legislation in respect of this particular matter. In Group 2, the 4 amendments that we've debated today seek only to provide greater legislative clarity in language used and in the placing of provision. Amendments 2 and 6 address one amendment from consideration stage, providing language which is more consistent with existing legislation, with the bill and with day-to-day school practice. They deliver the intent from consideration stage that school uniform should support pupil learning. They place the explicit reference to foundation stage in a more appropriate clause in the bill, which provides powers for differentiation as needed across school types, pupil age groups, and explicitly with this amendment key stages. Amendments 3 and 4, when taken together, move provisions voted in at consideration stage from within Clause 2 to a separate clause of their own, with a heading signposting to their purpose. Amendment 4 further tidies language whilst delivering the consideration stage intention to limit or rule out single suppliers unless they demonstrate value for money, ensure that information about any agreements a school enters into is published unless in place before the bill comes into operation, refining and ensuring greater legal clarity to deliver the intention of this House. So I'm going to commend those amendments to members. Voting in support of these today, Mr Speaker, demonstrates that we can work together and take our collective responsibility to the statute book seriously, that we can deliver good legislation that is fit for purpose. So in conclusion, I come back to my opening point. My reason for bringing forward this legislation, and indeed I think Mr Matheson outlined the same objective that he has shared throughout this process, is to address affordability of school uniforms for parents and families who I know are struggling with the cost of living. This bill will make a difference, and it will make a difference to the costs of school uniforms, and it will do so from 2026-27 of the academic year if passed at final stage. So I want to thank each member for your contribution, and I look forward to receiving the House's support when voting for these technical amendments today. Doing so, members will put families first, and that fundamentally is what this legislation is all about.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 21. Leave out and insert words as printed in Marshall List. The question is that amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call on the Minister of Education to formally move Amendment 3.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 2, page 2, line 28. Leave out the words as printed on the Marshall List. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 2. Insert new clause, closing supplier agreements and guidelines. The question is that if Amendment 4 be made and the new clause added to the bill, all those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 5 already debated. I call the Minister of Education to formally move Amendment 5.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to leave out Clause 5. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 6 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 6.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 6, page 4, line 14, and insert words as printed on the Marshall List. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 7 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 7.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 4, line 31. Leave out and insert words as printed on the Marshall List. The question is that Amendment 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 8 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 8.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 8, page 4, line 36. Insert words as printed on the Marshall List. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Clear the lobbies. Let's Sorry, clear the lobby. It's a question we put in 3 minutes. Order. The question is that Amendment 8 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. Aye. Aye. Do we have tellers? Order. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are David Brooks and Gary Middleton. Tellers for the noes are Nick Matheson and Michelle Guy. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Scooters. Order. Order. Members of the seats. Clerk, read the result.
75 members voted, 32 members voted aye, 43 members voted no. The amendment falls.
The amendment falls. Unlock the door. Amendment 9 has already been debated. I call Nick Matheson to formally move Amendment 9.
Beg to move.
The question, amendment proposed to clause 8, page 5, line 9, insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any no. With a muted aye, I think they have it. Amendment 10 already debated. I call the Minister to formally move Amendment 10. Amendment proposed to clause 8, page 4, line 34. Leave out and insert words as printed on the martial list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 11 has already been debated. I meant members that Amendment 11 is linked to Amendment 1 and offers alternative wording in a different place in the bill. I call the Minister of Education to formally move Amendment 11.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after clause 14 insert new clause laying of guidelines. The question is that Amendment 11 be made and a new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, any no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 12 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Education to move formally Amendment 12.
Moved.
Amendment proposed after Clause 14, insert clause reporting on guidelines and costs. The question is that Amendment 12 be made and the new clause added to the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the further consideration state of the School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Order, members. Order. I have received notification from members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting beyond 7 p.m. Understanding Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 29th of September 2025 be extended to no later than 9:30 p.m.
I call Sinead Ennis to move. The question is that the motion stand in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried and the Assembly may sit until 9:30 p.m. this evening if necessary. Members, just take their ease while we change the table. Who's taking over?
Okay, members. The next item of business is a motion on endometriosis. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes that endometriosis is a serious chronic inflammatory disease affecting at least 1 in 10 women across the island, with evidence suggesting the number may be higher. Further notes the disease often causes severe pelvic pain, infertility, internal scarring and damage to multiple organs, yet it takes an average of 8 to 9 years for patients to receive a diagnosis. Acknowledges that the neglect of endometriosis care highlights wider systemic failures in women's health care. Recognises that international best practice confirms that specialist-led excision surgery delivered within a multidisciplinary model of care provides the best outcomes. Calls on the Minister of Health to urgently look at the potential for specialist services with targets for diagnosis and treatment, and further calls on the Minister to engage with his ministerial counterpart in Dublin to develop a joined-up cross-border approach to endometriosis care which can harness the relevant medical expertise on the island for better women's health outcomes.
Thank you. I call on Linda Dillon to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Linda. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Linda, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Gorma, good privilege, Can Corlia. And I rise today to propose this motion and accept the amendment that was brought forward by our Alliance colleagues. But I must be honest, this issue makes me really angry. Angry on behalf of the many women and girls who have been disbelieved for their very real and very severe pain, is minimised, discarded and ignored. Endometriosis is not rare. It is a serious chronic disease that affects at least 1 in 10 women, and we know that it's probably more. It tears lives apart. It causes excruciating pain, infertility, internal scarring, damage to organs. This disease affects every element of life: education, employment, fertility and relationships. And what is the response from our health systems? Women wait years just to get a diagnosis, and treatment plans that are either non-existent or far from what is the recommended standard of best practice.
This is not good healthcare, it is cruelty. I have sat in rooms across this island with women who told their stories of suffering with endometriosis, through tears, through anger, through exhaustion. Girls told to tough it out. Similar words recently from a certain US president around women's health. Forced onto the pill for years to mask the pain, not to treat it. Unnecessary surgeries. Expert evidence says short-term treatment options, ablation surgery, chemical menopause and contraceptives mask the disease and allow it to spread, often with significant damage to organs, including the bowel and bladder. These are all options still offered as first and second line management. Women who have had no choice but to leave this island spend thousands of pounds to undergo major surgery abroad because there was nowhere here for them to turn. That is the reality for thousands of women right across this island today. This is not just about endometriosis. This is about women's health, how women's health is treated right across the board. It is about how pain is minimised, symptoms dismissed, no services, and women left to rot on waiting lists. This is about a health system that still treats women as an afterthought, and that needs to end. This motion is a demand for justice. It is a demand for dignity. It is a demand that women are no longer left behind. International best practice is crystal clear. The gold standard is specialist-led excision surgery delivered within a full multidisciplinary team. That means proper imaging, pain specialists, colorectal and urology care, fertility services and psychological support, all working together. And the women on this island deserve nothing less. And I understand that the Minister and his department are under pressures, not only financially, but with the specialist surgeons and specialist nurses that are required. But the obvious answer is to work together, north and south, and across these islands to pool expertise, share infrastructure and make sure no matter where you live on this island, you get the same level of care. That is what an all-island health service should look like. This is not just sensible, it is urgent. They are facing the same challenges. I welcome the Alliance amendment on the Women's Health Action Plan. In fact, this is exactly the kind of case that proves why a Women's Health Action Plan is so desperately needed. Not as a glossy document gathering dust on a shelf, and I appreciate the Minister has outlined that is why he wants it to be an action plan, but as a living plan with targets, timelines and accountability that actually delivers change for women. Sinn Féin is fighting for action on endometriosis and women's health across the island. In the Dáil, we have taken this issue directly to the Minister for Health. We have stood with women outside Leinster House. We have forced this issue onto the agenda, and we will do the same here. Women have waited long enough. Their lives have been put on hold long enough. Every month that passes without action means more women and young girls are suffering in agony. More women have infertility problems. More families broken by the silent suffering that this disease inflicts. And I am asking the Health Minister to listen, to act. Don't leave these women floundering, relying on Facebook pages to get advice on how to cope, not to thrive, but just to cope. So today I am asking members to stand with these women, support the motion, support the amendment, send a clear message to the Minister and to the Department to bring forward a specialist service with targets for diagnosis and treatment. Work with your counterpart in Dublin, build a joined-up, all-island approach that uses every ounce of expertise we have for better outcomes, and bring forward a Women's Health Action Plan as a matter of absolute urgency. Concordia, women here have been ignored for far too long and their pain has been written off. They have been made to feel invisible. And today we have a chance to change that, and this motion must be more than words on a page. I know that motions are non-binding, but Minister, you can choose to be bound. You can choose to do something. If you truly want to tackle health inequalities, give us the plan that shows us that women's health, their well-being matters, and then it will not only be those women who have the financial means that will get the treatment and care they so badly need. I reached out to a number of women and girls who I have been in touch with over the past few years, and I know we all have been in touch with many, many women in this circumstance. And I asked them for their thoughts on what they would like reflected today, because they're the ones who are living this. It is they who will suffer if nothing is done, but it is they who will benefit if we get this right. Olivia said more information in schools for young people, more research and funding, and to start understanding this disease. Cara told me about having to go private to be seen, having to attend A&E on a number of occasions and being discharged with pain relief that made her sick and didn't deal with the excruciating pain. She said we need clear pathways for diagnosis and treatment of endometriosis. Anne, who was a teacher, passionate about her job and her students, had to leave her job and was left almost completely immobile as a result of endometriosis. And she wrote a letter to her younger self. And I'll just read an excerpt of it. I'm glad at 14 you didn't know what was ahead of you. When every girl around you celebrated their change into adulthood, the giggles, innocent comments, the hushed word period, your demon had begun. I'm glad you didn't know how strong you would have to become, how it would embed itself into every part of your life. While at 14 you were winning cross-country medals, dancing medals, fighting with your brothers, that you were a better footballer and spent as much time in your kayak at the beach as you could, jumping off piers and cliffs. Hard to feed and exceptionally active, and by sixth form you would struggle to get off the sofa and be confused by the physical pain. I'm sorry that you had to watch your parents cry, watch them fight for you, organise full-body MRI scans, a young healthy girl of 16 years of age, top grades, head prefect, all of a sudden changes and has experienced pain, and no one thinks this is weird or listens to you. Yet this is when you learn that no one would believe your pain and how your body was attacking itself. And I'm sorry that you struggled to walk to your A-level English literature class on the 3rd floor of St Mary's. When you did, you would struggle to catch a breath. It will be years, and I mean years, before you recognise this is your normal and a result of living with endo, and you will have to accept it. I'm sorry that you felt less, that you felt not tough or strong enough. I'm sorry that during this process, none of the professionals who should have supported you showed up. This is only a short excerpt of what is a brave, articulate, heartbreaking letter of an amazing woman who became a shell of herself and had to spend thousands of pounds to go to England for surgery to try to become the woman she wanted to be, the woman she was meant to be, the mother, the wife and the daughter to which she aspired, not the burden she felt she had become. I would urge you all to read that letter, and I know that the Minister's officials was given a copy of that at an event in the Long Gallery. I will finish with the words of Mary Lee, a Monaghan-born woman who became one of the most fearless suffrage campaigners over a century ago. And she said, "My cause is the cause of womanhood, and no bluster or denunciation will silence me while one wrong to womanhood exists, of which I have knowledge or against which I have the power to protest." Well, today I am protesting, but not for the sake of protest, but in the genuine hope that the Minister, our Health Service and our clinicians will work together to do better for women with endometriosis right across this island.
Thank you, Linda. I call Neil McAllister to move the amendment.
Moved.
Thank you, Nuala. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers will have 5 minutes. Nuala, please open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thanks to my colleagues for bringing forward this motion. We're absolutely going to support it today. I think it is a very worthwhile topic to be getting focus on the Assembly chamber here. Apologies. Can I have a moment, please, Principal Deputy Speaker? Speaker, I just wanted to say first and foremost that around 1 in 10 women suffer from endometriosis here today, but we both know that those statistics are quite low. We know that there are many women who have yet to be diagnosed and treated for endometriosis, and that those specialists in this care simply do not exist. Minister, I have been working for the past few months with a number of medical professionals within the Belfast Trust, and I've brought this debate to you on many occasions, both in the committee and on the Assembly chamber. This issue regarding the diagnosis and treatment of endometriosis goes much beyond one trust, but we know in one trust there is what amounts to what I can describe as medical misogyny. There's currently a robotics device that sits in the Belfast Trust that is used primarily to treat men. I'm not saying that they should not be treated, but the statistics are overwhelming with regards to the vulnerabilities and the inequalities that exist around women's health. In the past 2 years, over 600 men have been treated using this robotics device, and under 50 women. Despite the medical professionals within the Belfast Trust telling us that they have banged down the door, they have banged it every year asking that they have more access to it. And it's not about specialist training, it's not about the availability of consultants. It exists, and this could actually treat endometriosis. We know that it can treat hysterectomies, and we know that it can treat gynecological cancers. I hope today, Minister, that you're able to actually answer the questions that I've brought to you on this issue. Moving on to the actual debate on the motion itself, I just want to highlight a number of points by the previous speaker, and I'll not reiterate them again, but I do want to pick up on some of the words that she used: dismissed, ignored, belittled. We've all heard that more than once today. We've all heard it in our constituency offices, we've heard it in our committees, and we have heard it on the doorsteps. Too many women are suffering from this every single day. Imagine every single day waking up in extreme pain, not knowing what it's about, and for those who have had a diagnosis, imagine waking up in pain and also bleeding every single day, but still having to look after your children, still having to go to work, still trying to have a social life, have friends, be happy, and mask that there are other issues going on. That is the case for many women here in Northern Ireland. Too many women who are forced to go to GPs, to A&E, to gynecologists to try and understand and figure out exactly what is wrong, and they cannot get an official diagnosis. We know that many today who are making their first appointment with a GP will now wait upwards of 9 years. They are faced with endless tests, they are faced with waiting lists, and they are often faced with medical gaslighting. Professionals telling them that there's nothing wrong, that the severe pain that they are experiencing is normal, and it's just what it's like to be a woman. That's why it's so important that medical professionals receive the proper training and education, and that's why, Minister, today we want that specialist training and service to exist right across Northern Ireland so that women do not have to wait for years to try and get the medical help. I also want to thank the previous member for speaking about a number of the constituents that she highlighted. I was going to highlight a number as well, but I just want to start by saying thank you to my party leader, Naomi Long, for speaking out and sharing her own experience of endometriosis, because like too many women, she had to wait almost 2 decades to receive a diagnosis, only received after she collapsed in severe pain. Sometimes it is important for people to speak out, and sometimes women do feel that this is a private issue. But let me say, and we should all say today, you should not be ashamed and you should not hide behind your own doors. Speak out, advocate. We will continue to do it for you. I'm glad that we will have a response to this motion today, and I want to see how we can actually move forward right across Northern Ireland. As I mentioned previously, it's not just about Belfast, it's not just about my constituency, it's about every single woman in every trust in Northern Ireland. And unfortunately, we have seen when it comes to breast cancer, when it comes to gynae waiting lists, that it really is and can be a postcode lottery. Moving on to the amendment before us today, we put this forward not to detract or take away, but simply to add to the motion. This was one of our first motions. In fact, I think it was the Alliance first motion that we chose when the Assembly returned, a Women's Health Action Plan. We spoke at that time that it was very important to have a strategy, to have statistics, but to also have an outcome that you can actually achieve. And Robin Swan, the Minister at the time, said that he would bring forward a Women's Health Action Plan. It was being developed. That was the 13th of February last year. Now a year and a half on, and despite hope being given at the time, we still haven't seen that action plan. I want to at this moment pause and thank the Queen's University and Derry Well Women who are undertaking the survey that was commissioned by the Department on this Women's Health Action Plan. But I also want to say that women have been surveyed for years, for decades. Women have been speaking up and shouting. Community and voluntary sector have carried out surveys. They have been saying what we all have been saying for years. We don't need or want platitudes. 7-year waits are not good enough. Living in crippling pain is not good enough. Being dismissed is not good enough. Women have had enough. The process is dragging out for far too long. We understand that while that action plan is important, it alone will not deliver, and every organisation, every trust must work together. But the reality is, as we stand in this chamber today and we highlight these issues, that there are young girls in our society and women who are struggling. They're struggling to use their voice to fight for their health. Hopefully, after today, we can see the urgent action that will bring forward this health action plan and see an actual implementation of the actions. I'm very thankful for every women's issue that has been spoken about today, or every women who have been spoken about today, to have had that voice in the chamber. It is important that we all work together so that all of these women can receive a diagnosis and access the treatment they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Nuala. I call Alan Robinson.
Well, Deputy Speaker, with data suggesting that 1 in 10 women in Northern Ireland being affected with this condition, this, from my maths, would translate to approximately 96,000 women living with this condition, of which there currently is no cure. And these figures are very similar to the UK averages. It is further estimated that around 200 million women worldwide are affected, yet it remains one of the most common conditions women face without the high-profile public attention that other conditions would tend to attract. An issue with endometriosis is the problem with diagnosis. 8 to 9 years from the onset of symptoms for a woman to receive a formal diagnosis is shocking. In Northern Ireland, this is compounded by already long waiting lists, with some patients even reporting having their symptoms being misdiagnosed for many years. And having no specialist centre operating here in the province compounds this even further. Any delay in diagnosis can obviously lead to the worsening of symptoms and permanent organ damage and even infertility. There is no doubt that this is a chronic and debilitating condition that has profound physical, emotional and social implications for those affected. It is a disease, and I have to be graphic here, where tissue similar to the lining of the uterus grows outside the uterus, often on the ovaries, fallopian tubes or the bowel. This tissue tends to behave as it would inside the uterus. It thickens, breaks down and it bleeds often. However, because the tissue has no way to exit the body, it can cause severe inflammation, scar tissue formation, adhesions and often extreme pelvic pain. And with this, anxiety and depression are said to be very common amongst those living with the condition due to the constant pain and the frustration of trying to obtain a diagnosis. Speak to women with this condition and they will tell you that they suffer from intense chronic pain that can make everyday activities such as work, socialising and even basic self-care feel impossible. And with these symptoms see absenteeism from work and school, which in turn has an obvious impact on the economy. Research tends to show that excision surgery, which involves the removal of tissue, is the most effective treatment for women with this condition, offering them better long-term outcomes. It is clear that specialist care is the key to managing this condition effectively, and the current system in Northern Ireland falls far short in offering the required levels of specialist service. Women affected want to see investment in the creation of specialist clinics to provide expert care. In areas of the UK, including Scotland and Wales, accredited specialist care has been shown to improve outcomes, including better public awareness. Similar to the CART-T motion from last week, Northern Ireland should not be left behind. As I said in last week's health debate, we have some of the very best hospitals, world-class in fact. We have world-class staff. We should therefore be on a par with the very best. Just by ending, Madam, our Principal Deputy Speaker, given the importance of this issue, we felt the original motion was a little bit narrow in scope, and while we support cross-border cooperation, we need to ensure women have the best care here locally, wherever possible, and however possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity that motions such as these give us to discuss and to highlight important medical issues facing citizens across Northern Ireland. Endometriosis is not a rare or fringe condition. It affects a great deal of women, our mothers, daughters, sisters, colleagues and friends. Yet for far too long, their pain was often minimised or misunderstood. The condition can mean years of severe pain, repeated hospital visits, and the very real fear and anxiety on the hugely sensitive issue of fertility. And yet, as the motion highlights, there are still challenges with finally getting a diagnosis. We know our health service is under immense pressure, but women's voices in decades gone by have not always been listened to. That must change, and thankfully is changing. There is now much better awareness and understanding of the condition compared to even a relatively small number of years ago. Awareness is growing. Health professionals and patients have worked tirelessly to ensure that the condition is no longer just dismissed as just bad periods, but recognised as a serious health condition it is. This change in understanding has given hope to thousands. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to commend the women who have spoken out about their experiences. Campaigners, charities, including many here in Northern Ireland, have done so much to raise awareness and push the condition up the public and political agenda. Their work has brought us to the much higher understanding today. With improved awareness has come improved outcomes. Diagnosis is now an alternative to the endless years of uncertainty many once endured. Better treatment pathways supported by research and investment are allowing patients to manage their conditions more effectively. Workplaces and schools are also beginning to adopt and acknowledging the reality of the conditions and offering flexibility and support. But of course, there's still much more to be done, and that is why I welcome the efforts underway within the Department of Health. The upcoming publication of the Women's Health Action Plan will be an important step, and I very much welcome the other wider efforts already underway, not least those informed by the previous GIRFT Getting It Right First Time review. Of course, women's health is about so much more than one condition. It is part of a much needed broader recognition that women's health matters and must be central to health policy in Northern Ireland. From this condition to menopause to fertility services, we need to listen and to continue to act where necessary. I am confident, Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, that Minister Nesbitt is across these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Speaker. As others have said, a few months ago I joined a round-table discussion in the Long Gallery on endometriosis, which was hosted by the Women's Health APG. That day I heard some of the most heartbreaking stories from women living with this condition, one which Linda read out today, and that was Anne's story, which was absolutely heartbreaking. There wasn't a dry tear or eye in the room. Every story was different, but one thing was consistent. These women were being failed by our health service. They were told their pain wasn't real, that it was in their head, or it was just women's things. Some even underwent surgery in an attempt to ease their pain, only to be left in unimaginable agony. As the motion states, at least 1 in 10 women across this island lives with endometriosis. That represents over 200,000 women across this island. That is a very significant number, and yet it can take up to 10 years on average for a diagnosis. Think about that. A decade or more of lost education, missed work, disrupted life, family life, untreated suffering. And for me, this was very personal. I first experienced my symptoms when I was 16, and that was back in the 1980s. And I wasn't diagnosed until the 1990s at the age of 27. Tragically, as I listened to people discussing their situation in 2025, nothing had changed. When you look at the advancement in healthcare, and that it's a non-recognisable world from the 1980s and 90s till today, but in women's healthcare, things haven't changed. And that's just a tragedy. And the economic cost is also enormous. Studies across the UK and Ireland show that delayed diagnosis and inadequate treatment lead to repeated GP visits, hospital admissions, lost productivity, a workforce absentees. It actually sometimes keeps families in poverty because there's a real barrier there for women to actually go and work and contribute. Every year of untreated endometriosis represents a real cost to society, both financially and socially. International comparisons show that when specialist-led multidisciplinary care is available, outcomes improve dramatically. Countries like Germany, Netherlands, Australia have structured care pathways that reduce the time to diagnosis and improve treatment success. These are chronic diseases, left untreated, undiagnosed, have absolutely life-changing impacts. Women in Northern Ireland deserve nothing less than these structured care pathways. Specialist-led excision surgery delivered within a multidisciplinary model provides the best outcomes. This is the standard that women here should have access to. It means that we need specialised services, clear targets for diagnosis and treatment, and recognition that endometriosis is a serious chronic disease. But this issue highlights something even bigger: systematic failure in women's healthcare. Women's healthcare is the poor relation of the health system. There is no doubt about that. Women's health does not get prioritised, and it does not get the investment. We are the only region across these islands without a women's healthcare strategy. Yes, an action plan is great, it's welcome, but it's no substitute for long-term commitment, accountability and structural change. The cost of doing nothing, lost productivity, repeated interventions and human suffering is far greater than the cost of investing in poor care now. Surveys from Nothing About Us Without Us and Derry Well Women show women are not listened to, their pain is minimised, and services are often inaccessible. Almost 80% of women reported feeling unheard by health professionals, and more than 30% said that the services they needed were either inaccessible or very inaccessible. Better women's health means earlier diagnosis, fewer emergencies, fewer repeat interventions, and women able to participate fully in education, work and in family life. We must do better, and I look forward to hearing the Minister's response.
Thank you, Sinead. I call Philip McGuigan.
Good. It is estimated that endometriosis affects 1 in 10 women and girls, a condition or a statistic more than affects diabetes. And I know everybody has used that statistic in their contributions, so I was going to take it out, but I thought it actually does no harm to reiterate just the common nature of this condition in women and girls across this island, because I have to be honest, until I moved to the Health Committee in February, it was a condition I knew little or nothing about. So it is important that debates like this can highlight just exactly the nature of the condition, but more importantly, what needs to be done to help those women and girls across this island who are suffering. And I listened to Sinead and I heard Naomi Long on social media last night, and I think their contributions and the contributions of the individuals that Linda read out are absolutely vitally important in this conversation, where women and girls can for themselves identify just exactly the nature of this condition and how it has affected them, and the barriers to treatment and living a full life. For many years, many of those individuals have been dismissed, misdiagnosed, and in some cases having no option but to borrow or spend money to access tests and treatment that they need to manage this debilitating and chronic condition. Most, as others have said, wait almost a decade for a proper diagnosis. So, I mean, that is absolutely unacceptable and points to a wider systematic failure in women's health care. So I welcome the fact that we're bringing this motion, but I also welcome the fact that the Alliance have added the amendment calling on the Minister to urgently bring forward the Women's Health Action Plan. So, as we've heard already today, endometriosis can have a profound impact on every aspect of a woman's life: work, education, and relationships, with implications for organ health and fertility. And the lack of awareness and expertise in this area doesn't just delay diagnosis, it adds to the mental and emotional toll of living with constant pain and uncertainty. So we understand that many of the symptoms can vary and overlap with other conditions, and that there are limited non-invasive diagnostic methods. That's why it is vital that we have a sufficient number of trained professionals who understand this condition, who can provide timely referrals, proper imaging and speedy treatment, and aftercare pathways, not the painkillers and platitudes approach that many women who have shared their stories have experienced. International best practice is clear that specialist-led excision surgery delivered through a multidisciplinary model of care gives women and girls the best chance of a pain-free, good quality of life. So, welcome that the Minister has recognised that women's health care must be given more focus, and that work is currently underway to try and reduce waiting times and develop a regional standardised pathway for patients that have minor, intermediate or severe diagnosis of endometriosis. We also welcome the establishment of the Regional Health and Social Care Gynecology Services Forum, who oversees the implementation of the Getting It Right First Time report. And I would ask the Minister in his response to provide a progress and update on the recommendations outlined in the report. But to be clear, there is need for urgency. According to the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists Elective Care Recovery Tracker, there are an estimated or close to 60,000 patients on the gynae waiting list, with 32,000 of them waiting more than 52 weeks. So we can all acknowledge the challenges within our health service, but women cannot continue to be failed. This is about meeting a basic healthcare need, and as my party colleague has rightly said, it is about fairness and dignity. Medical professionals who want to specialise in this condition must be supported to undertake additional specialist training where possible. But ultimately, we need to see progress beyond reports and recommendations. We need to see delivery and action that women and girls across this island deserve.
Thank you, Philip. I call Cheryl Brownlee.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I really do welcome the opportunity to speak on such a deeply important issue and the lived experience of women and girls in Northern Ireland who are suffering with reproductive health conditions like PCOS, endometriosis are being routinely dismissed and neglected. So today I just really wanted to tell a story about one of my constituents, Sophie, who has gone through years of physical pain, emotional distress and institutional failure. Sophie is one of many, but we know her words speak for thousands. From the age of 18, she knew something wasn't right. She was dealing with irregular periods, painful periods, and extremely heavy periods. She went to her GP again and again, asking for answers, only to be told she was on waiting lists, and then to find out she'd actually never been referred. In 2021, after scraping together enough money to go private, she was finally diagnosed with PCOS, but by then the pain had worsened. Year after year, she ended up presenting at A&E multiple times in agony, and she was met with comments like, "Is it just a bad period?" or "Have you tried a hot water bottle or a warm bath?" And she was truly heartbroken and felt there was nowhere else to turn. After her diagnosis, a consultant suggested further investigation, but she frankly just couldn't afford it. When she finally got private health care through her job, she was told by a doctor that she wouldn't be considered for treatment, quote, "while you're this obese." This beautiful girl was 12 stone. At her most desperate, she asked to have her ovaries removed, and she was told no, because she wasn't married. She tried everything to be taken seriously, including weight loss injections, and she lost 4.5 stone and went back to the same doctor and was still turned away. offered the pill and sent out the door. She saved again to go back to her original private doctor and begged for investigative surgery because she feared she had endometriosis. But the doctor wasn't convinced, but he agreed to give her the peace of mind. She had surgery, and the surgeon confirmed that she was right all along. Her endometriosis was extensive and aggressive, so severe in fact that her internal organs were fusing together. Years of pain, years of being dismissed, years of being gaslit by a system that should have helped her. This wasn't a failure of communication, it was a failure of care. And yet she is not standing alone. She's sharing her story and has built a community of women across Northern Ireland who have gone through exactly the same thing. Dismissed, ignored, told they were overreacting, told it was even anxiety, depression, go get therapy instead of receiving real medical care. Many have waited 6, 8, even 10 years for this diagnosis. So, Minister, we all feel that this is unacceptable. Women and girls in Northern Ireland deserve better. They deserve access to timely, accurate information about their bodies. They deserve medical staff who understand their conditions and don't treat pain as an exaggeration or as a nuisance. They deserve care that's based on need, not weight, not status, and not stereotypes. This failure is not only a personal cost, but it does have wider economic consequences too. Women are missing school, university and work. Many are forced to reduce hours, leave unemployment entirely, and the financial barrier between private healthcare creates inequalities in who gets heard and who doesn't. So I really do welcome the beginning of the real conversations here about how we can educate people, medical professionals, our communities about these conditions. My constituents eager to meet and discuss how she can create a model of practice, a framework that can guide how health is treated in both education and healthcare. Because no woman should be told you're too fat for treatment. No woman should ever be told she can't have surgery because she's not married. No woman should have to beg to be believed about her own pain. I welcome the fact we're discussing this today, and I hope it's only the beginning. Women in Northern Ireland have waited long enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. I call Anya Murphy.
And I raised today in support of this motion brought by my party colleagues on endometriosis care. This is an urgent and deeply personal issue that affects the lives of thousands of women across this island. We know that endometriosis is a chronic condition which impacts at least 1 in 10 women. But all of the stats in the world can't capture the lived reality for young women who believe or who begin experiencing this debilitating illness in their early teenage years. Puberty is already a confusing time for young women, but especially to have to cope with enormous and reoccurring changes to their bodies, which impacts on most aspects of their lives. Coupling this with the excruciating pain and symptoms of endometriosis is a lot to ask any young woman to handle. In many cases, it leads to years of missing school, university, competing in sports, hobbies, their social lives, and effectively having to withdraw from their normal lives daily anytime that they have a period. And it's just not the painful periods. Endometriosis can have other consequences, such as infertility, internal scarring, and organ damage. Yet for a condition that affects so many, it's woefully difficult to get a timely diagnosis and access proper care. I have constituents, I have friends, I have family members who have been told that their pain is normal. They are asked to distrust their own instincts, to ignore the warnings from their own bodies, and to live with this constant cycle of agony. This is not just 1 or 2 isolated cases. This is the reality for most sufferers and points to a systemic failure in women's healthcare. Supporting this motion is about changing the culture in healthcare so that women are not left fighting to be believed. Women deserve specialist-led services, targets and timely diagnosis, as well as a joined-up approach that utilises all of the resources across this island.
Thank you, Anya. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity also to speak on this important debate today, and I also welcome the participation of men across this chamber as well. I think it's really important that this is not seen, although it's women that are absolutely affected by it, but it's not seen as a women's issue for women to deal with. It's a problem for every one of us to take responsibility for, so I do welcome the participation of the men. Women don't have it easy throughout their physical lives, from periods and fertility to childbirth and menopause and everything in between. And the very least women deserve is to be able to access the appropriate, timely, compassionate health care when they need it most. And we know that endometriosis is a profoundly painful and debilitating disease, and one that can significantly limit mobility and affect vital organs. And the reality is stark. We still don't know what causes endometriosis, and there's currently no known cure. But that's no comfort to the 1 in 10 women who are living with this life-altering condition. What we do know is that treatment can help manage the symptoms, particularly the chronic and often unbearable pain, yet it is wholly unacceptable that women in Northern Ireland continue to face such pain and distress without access to the appropriate and necessary clinical services. Speaker, I cannot imagine what it must feel like to live with this condition and then to be told that the average wait for diagnosis is 9.5 years. That is utterly unacceptable and intolerable. There is a pressing need for a UK-wide strategy, a strategy that equips our NHS with endo-experienced surgeons, fertility specialists, mental health professionals and pain management experts. Women deserve no less as they navigate what is often a devastating and an isolating journey. The consequences of delayed diagnosis and inadequate care are clear. Long waits worsen health outcomes. They mean more time off work or school, more family and financial strain, and more invasive medical interventions. Quite simply, the earlier a condition like endometriosis is diagnosed and treated, the sooner women can reclaim their lives. I just want to quote the words of those who understand the impact best, and that's our clinicians. And the President of the Royal College of Obstetricians and Gynaecologists has said, endometriosis can have significant impacts on every aspect of women's lives, and timely diagnosis is crucial to ensuring that treatment and wider support can be in place to limit the progression of disease and manage the symptoms. In addition to a personal toll, there is also a serious economic consequence as well. And without adequate support, many women are forced to take extended leave from work, or in some cases leave employment entirely. There is an urgent need for better, more accurate and more timely information for women and girls in Northern Ireland. It is simply unacceptable that so many are left feeling anxious, unsupported and forced to conduct their own research just to access basic care. Speaker, most women are not asking for very much. They simply want to be listened to be believed and to be respected. The DUP has consistently called for greater support for endometriosis, menopause care and perinatal health services. Too many women report that they are visiting their GP fearing that they won't be taken seriously. And too often, sadly, they're right. Women in Northern Ireland deserve an appropriate cares pathway, backed by proper funding and specialist-led services. So we do support the call for the Health Minister to urgently consider specialist services in line with international best practice, and that includes excision surgery delivered within a multidisciplinary care model, which is shown to deliver best outcomes. And as my colleague Alan Robson has already alluded to, we support also the cross-border cooperation to share expertise and best practice and to improve access to treatment. However, we must also ensure that high-quality care is available locally here in Northern Ireland, and no woman should have to travel overly long distances just to receive the standard of care that she should expect at home. President Deputy Speaker, we owe it to every woman who has suffered in silence for far too long to finally act. Women should not have to fight for support, wait nearly a decade for diagnosis, or be left to navigate this condition on their own. The care they need exists. What's missing is the delivery. The Department of Health must do better, and today I call directly on the Minister of Health to listen to the voices of women across Northern Ireland, prioritise endometriosis care, deliver timely, effective treatment and special services that women not only need, but have waited far too long. They've waited long enough for. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Obviously, as we've heard, 1 in 10 women face endometriosis, but it's obviously likely to be much, much higher, and the costs are some 8.2 billion every year in healthcare costs, loss of work and treatments as well, and that's probably only scratching the surface also. 95% of those living with endometriosis report that it has a negative impact on their well-being, and it takes an average, as we've heard, of almost 10 years, 9 years and 5 months for an endometriosis diagnosis, and it's completely unacceptable for all women across the north and across the board. And like many issues of healthcare in the north, those who can't afford it, Deputy Speaker, are forced to seek private healthcare for a diagnosis and for treatment. Those who can't afford it, can't afford to pay private healthcare, are left to suffer in silence while waiting years for even a simple ultrasound. Is totally unacceptable. I've spoken to women in my own constituency, like others, whose endometriosis pain is so severe that they're forced to go to A&E regularly, repeatedly, and some have had no choice but to give up work while waiting on treatment, which would be forced unemployment. For those who suffer from debilitating symptoms, work, education, relationships and current responsibilities are all impacted. Endometriosis has effectively prevented thousands of women across the north from going about their daily lives, something that we all, myself included, can take for granted. And for hundreds of years, Deputy Speaker, women's pain has been pathologised as emotional or else normalised, and we need to challenge this as a starting point. And this concept, combined with underfunding of women's health research and a male-centred biomedical model, has led to a decade-long wait for diagnosis, and again, that's totally unacceptable. And without access to diagnosis, treatment and management, endometriosis may progress, potentially leading to organs being damaged. Thousands of patients are on gynecology waiting lists in the north, condemned to years of unnecessary suffering, and many women have their symptoms downplayed, as we've heard, or dismissed. That seems to be across the board. Or some are told just to get pregnant to fix their symptoms, which is totally unacceptable. Some are incorrectly diagnosed with IBS or even told that their pain is related to anxiety or depression. Others are passed back and forth from gynae to gastrocare, and this would be anybody's definition of medical gaslighting and medical misogyny at its finest. Deputy Speaker, that's not to say that doctors are inherently misogynistic, definitely not. Many are doing the hard work on the ground to improve our health system for women. What it does reflect is the impact of misogyny and women's oppression in every single facet of our life. It's institutionalised and it's systemic still in 2025. Healthcare doesn't exist in a vacuum, much as it should be, rooted purely in need, evidence, science and treatment outcomes. The history of healthcare is also a history of the humans who shaped it, and they were a product of the society and the conditions they lived under. The same strict gender norms which were imposed on women and families, ensuring male dominance in society, were written into medicine, but these strict gender rules didn't always exist, and there was a time when people lived very differently. It's worth also emphasising that medical myths about gender roles, Deputy Speaker, and behaviours were constructed as facts before medicine became a more evidence-based science and were fundamental to treatment. Doctors, for example, once believed that women's nerves were too highly strung for them to receive an education, and that their ovaries would become inflamed if they read too much. Obviously sound bonkers, but not a million miles away from what Trump and Tate and others are saying. And thankfully, even today, we know much more about gender and sexuality. It's concerning, for example, though, we do live in a world where menstruation and menopause are seen by many people as credible reasons why women shouldn't get certain jobs or hold positions of power. And endometriosis, Deputy Speaker, exposes the rotten core of commodified healthcare, long delays for diagnosis, a lack of reliable and accessible specialist services, a two-tier healthcare system with those who can afford to pay or charge an arm and leg for basic scans, and precarious employment. So, yeah, happy to support the motion on the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Our next speaker will be the Minister for Health, a ministry of up to 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure you think I'm going to start by thanking members because that's the standard procedure, but I don't think this was a standard debate. I think this was a particularly important debate, so I want to pay particular thanks to Linda Dillon for setting the tone. I'm going to read her remarks when they're published in Hansard, not because I wasn't listening, but because I was, and I think they're well worth a second airing. You probably think I'm going to say I'm well aware of the need to do better in this area, but I know your reaction to that is forget the words, give me actions. And we have 20 actions in the GIRF, the Getting It Right First Time gynecological report from last year. Now, these have all been accepted in principle, so they're departmental policy, and I want to see them implemented, but I have to acknowledge that some will require additional funding, which does not currently exist, and there will be a lead-in time to deliver. For example, clinical e-triage. I'm fully supportive of that, but additional funding will be required to expand consultant sessions to provide this initiative and ensure patients are seen in the right place at the right time by the most appropriate person. Initiatives such as direct-to-test, advice and triage will ensure slots available within secondary care are used to their maximum benefit, particularly for complex conditions such as endometriosis. Regional, standardised clinical criteria and standard operating procedures are currently being developed. This will support e-triage and maximise consultant capacity and consultant time. Additional investments also required to develop gynaecology ambulatory hubs. That's within secondary care. These hubs will provide consultant and nurse practitioner procedure clinics. They'll also manage rapid access for women who require assessment and treatment within a short time frame.
I thank the Minister for taking the intervention because I think this is an important point. Can we ensure that whenever this work is being carried out, that it is not a continuation of the treatments that are currently happening, that just mask? We would never say to somebody with cancer, take painkillers and hope that you get better while it's spreading. So let's not put women on the pill and put them into early menopause, medical menopause, and while the disease is actually spreading and connected to their organs and destroying their internal organs.
I thank the member for her intervention. Every day is a learning day, and this is a big learning day for me on this issue. I can also advise that gynaecology services within primary care elective have been re-established. They're now at 100% capacity as of the 1st of April 2025. There's been an additional £1,073,986 funding. That's committed out of the £2.9 million recurrent funding for primary care elective gynae pathways. This additional investment will enable over 6,000 patients to be managed by 16 gynaecology GPs with enhanced skills, and that's across 18 host practices. As of the 31st of August, there have been 1,683 patients assessed and treated through this service. It's expected this activity will incrementally increase, with full activity to be delivered by the 31st of March next year. Further work is ongoing to explore the transfer of some of the longest waiters in secondary care who meet the criteria for management within the primary care elective service. This work has been undertaken in partnership with the SPPG, the Gynae Collaborative and the Federation Support Unit. This pilot will start within the South Eastern and Belfast Trust areas in the near future, and then it will be implemented more widely if it proves successful. SPPG are also working with the Federation Support Unit to map out training requirements. This will enhance the Gynae GPES workforce, that's GP Enhanced Services, to enable additional activity to be delivered within primary care and further reduce pressure on secondary care. Gynaecology services across the region will need to increase their workforce to allow this service reform to take place. GIRF recommend that robotic gynaecological surgery should be considered to manage complex cancer cases. And it's envisaged this will be a regional resource, and sessions will be available for gynaecologists across the province to enhance their skills and help attract newly trained consultants. Nuala McAllister made a point about medical misogyny. The gynae robot is in the process of being approved regionally, so it will be a regional resource. It's different from the device in the Belfast City Hospital, which is a urology robot. The use of the gynae robot will be particularly important for complex and gynecological endometriosis procedures.
Thank you, Minister. I just think at this point it would be helpful that the figures that I stated were incorrect, that they're slightly different. I just think it's important to highlight that with regards to the number of procedures. And I am aware that it is for urology, but the gynaecology medical professionals were also advocating for a device, and it was a urology department that succeeded, and we were informed it was because they were professionally trained, and we have found that under investigation not to be the only case, that the gynae department were also professionally trained to do so.
I thank the member for intervention, and she has that now on the record. The SPPG have established a regional forum with Trust, Primary Care and Public Health Agency and policy and professional representation. This body will take forward the recommendations. A regional engagement forum is to be established to ensure that patients' voices are heard. 8 regional clinical pathway groups have been established as part of the GERF regional group. These groups will promote consistency and standardisation across gynaecology services. One group is focused on the delivery of the endometriosis pathway and the service needs of patients presenting with this condition, and that's at primary, secondary and tertiary level. Members should be aware that the Belfast and Western Trust previously held provisional accreditation as a British Society of Gynaecological Endoscopy Endometriosis Centre, and this accreditation was impacted during COVID. Part of the group's remit will be to determine how quickly accreditation will be achieved again in Northern Ireland, recognising the need to balance theatre capacity for urgent or cancer surgeries and acknowledging our funding constraints. The accreditation of endometriosis centres is a critical aspect of providing high-quality care for patients with this complex condition. The BSGE accredits accreditation centres where gynaecologists work in appropriate clinical teams, audit their outcomes and maintain their surgical skills. The accreditation process is designed to maintain high-quality standards of care and ensure that patients have access to specialist treatments. The Regional Endometriosis Task and Finish Group is working with GP Gynaecology Enhanced Services to consider what patients can be managed by patients' GPs or transferred to be managed via the Gynaecology Enhanced Primary Care Service. The activity located within this service will depend on direct access to scanning and to procedure facilities. Works ongoing within each of the gynaecology condition pathways to set the criteria for referral into the GP enhanced clinics, including for endometriosis. Discussions are also underway to provide secondary care specialist nurses, which will in-reach to the GPES services, providing procedures such as pessary clinics. In April of this year, NICE published an update in the management of endometriosis, which recommends the use of Reluxolix for treating symptoms of endometriosis in adults of reproductive age who've had medical or surgical treatment. I'm pleased to advise this treatment is now available in line with the criteria set out via the process for the managed entry of new medicines on a cost-per-case basis. Individuals requiring access to treatment should discuss the matter with their hospital consultant in the first instance, who will then decide whether it's appropriate to make a cost-per-case application. Current waiting times in secondary care also need to be equalised, with recent information still showing significant variation across the region. And this is one area the newly appointed Regional Clinical Director for Elective Care is determined to tackle. Examples of scaling up practice include expansion of additional nurse-led ambulatory and procedure clinics and clinical e-triage protocols, ensuring women are directed to the right place or diagnostic test at the right time. Improvements in gynaecology service, including the endometriosis service in the short, medium and longer term, will be aided by my recent announcement of the 6th of May. At that time, I outlined how funding in this year's budget had been invested across 3 areas of waiting list activities: to expand core capacity to reduce the red flag time-critical gap, to increase core routine capacity, and non-recurrent funding to start tackling the backlog of patient waiting lists. Gynaecology patients will benefit from the additional package of measures within this investment, as the service planned to target long waiting patients in gynaecology via mega clinics, waiting list initiatives and additional theatre sessions, as well as targeting red flag and time-critical patients. Between April and July this year, there have been an additional 1,968 women on secondary care waiting lists assessed or treated using waiting list funding at a cost of nearly £1 million, and more activity is planned. The Elective Care Framework Implementation and Funding Plan sets out proposals for how we will systematically tackle the backlog of patients and how we plan to transform services to meet the anticipated future demand. Trusts are working with my officials to develop plans for the medium and longer term, which will expand gynaecology capacity from primary care through to secondary and tertiary care. This work will take forward the GIRF recommendations as well as service models, such as integrated gynaecology hubs, which will provide sustained additionality, modernising our services and addressing waiting times. It will also provide additional theatre capacity to ensure we meet the requirements to secure the 2 endometriosis centres in Northern Ireland. Work has commenced with trusts to determine what services are available for the psychological and emotional support of women diagnosed with endometriosis. The role of clinical nurse specialists cannot be underestimated in providing the complete holistic approach required. The nurse specialists will signpost patients to services within the community or to their GP. There are also pathways to refer patients to general psychological and pain services for further support. The Southern, South Eastern and Northern Trusts have more limited psychological and emotional support services available. However, they also have the ability to refer general psychological and pain services for women who are suffering from endometriosis. With regard to exploring cross-border collaboration, in principle, that's something I'm very open to explore where there's a clear population health need and a feasible, sustainable proposal which can benefit patients and health systems in both jurisdictions. But my current preference is to focus on improving capacity and performance within the HSC by implementing the GIRF recommendations referred to earlier. I recognise the need for improved public awareness, information and education on all women's health issues from an early age across the life course. And while it's not possible to commit investment to any public awareness campaigns, it's envisaged the Public Health Agency will work with my department to deliver what's possible in this area through other means. And that will be a key part of the Women's Health Action Plan, which is currently being developed. That plan will seek to bring together the range of ongoing developments in women's health, the ongoing work on the GIRF recommendations, and on endometriosis specifically will be an important part of the plan. It will also include other actions and ongoing developments ranging from maternity safety, sexual and reproductive health, cardiovascular health, as well as links with my Live Better initiative, which is trying to address health inequalities. As I come towards a conclusion, Deputy Principal Speaker, I know we have a long way to go to improve gynecological services in Northern Ireland, with over 54,000 women waiting to access gynaecology outpatient services and over 5,000 women waiting on inpatient and day case waiting lists. As Minister, I'm determined to deliver significant improvements in this area. I am also determined to deliver that Women's Health Action Plan. I would love to give you a timeline and a deadline for the publication, but I will not do that until I am sufficiently confident that we will deliver on that deadline, and I have too long a list of broken deadlines to do that to this House.
Thank you, Minister. I call Danny Donnelly to wind on the amendment and advise it only 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Between 2020 and 2023, the average length of time for an endometriosis diagnosis in Northern Ireland increased from 8 years and 6 months to 9 years and 5 months. That is almost a decade that women here are sitting in debilitating pain, as we've heard, increasing the risk of infertility, internal scarring and organ damage. Nothing is being learned and the situation is getting worse. Again and again, this Assembly is failing women and leaving them behind in comparison to their counterparts on these islands. I was struck by one report where a woman said, "I had a doctor literally laugh at me down the phone while asking for sterilisation." What struck me was the lack of regard for the women's autonomy in their health care. Here, a woman making a personal medical decision was denied the opportunity to choose. On the other side, women with endometriosis, many who want children, are also being denied autonomy when a failing system ignores and leaves them untreated for nearly a decade, causing infertility and robbing them of that choice. This is a system, as it stands, is robbing women of their autonomy in the health simply because they are women. This again, cemented in the article Misdiagnosis, the Overlooked Crisis in Women's Health, speaks to the dismissal of women's pain as being widespread and points to endometriosis as being the most frequently misdiagnosed gynecological condition.
highlighted that 74% of women saw 5 or more doctors before diagnosis, 47% saw 10 or more, 78% said their conditions were minimised as making a fuss. What struck me was the reflection that the broader pattern of women's symptoms are being downplayed, and I quote, as just normal women's problems by healthcare professionals. Just sit with that for a second. Debilitating pain, infertility, internal scarring and organ damage are not just internal or women's problems. The fact that a person facing a health issue as a woman cannot be used as a reason for delaying care and causing lasting harm. Pain or health concerns should not be considered less because a woman is facing them. This fact that happens to be open and so often now seems prevalent and shows the deeply ingrained medical misogyny. This needs to change. I recognise the need to speak out, but I also recognise my position. I do not know what it is like to live with these health issues that we're discussing today. As a man and as a healthcare professional, my role in this debate is to listen, to support and to make space for women who do. I'm just going to add in another issue that we've had recently raised by the British Heart Foundation, and the Minister will probably be aware of this. It is the report, Bias in Biology, the Heart Attack Gender Gap, which highlighted gender equalities of women who had heart attacks. Women are more likely to receive a delayed diagnosis following a heart attack than men. They're more likely than men to receive timely guideline-indicated treatments following a heart attack, and as such, they have a higher mortality rate, which is another clear example of why we need the Women's Health Action Plan to include menopause, fertility, and including these cardiac issues as well. The idea that women are dying rather than men because of a heart attack, because of one condition being treated differently, is horrendous. So I'm going to just finish just with some women's experiences in their own words. On menopause, I was told by a male GP that I would be better talking to one of the lady doctors, as he didn't know enough about menopause or menopausal symptoms. Another added, to receive menopause support, I had to pay privately, as the GP didn't have the necessary training to give proper advice. On gynecology issues, I suffered severe pain into my teens and 20s during the first few days of my period every month. I couldn't go to school or work. It affected my life every month. My GP prescribed painkillers and that was it. I was never checked out for gynae issues, never referred, just expected to get on with it, which is something of a theme that we've heard again and again today. On endometriosis, ever since my operation, I've had no follow-up, no appointments, no support or any advice on how to manage things with diet or lifestyle. I've had to do it all myself using social media and finding out how I can prevent flare-ups and prevent it from returning. On the support available, I found more support in social media groups by women going through similar situations than GPs, who in most cases were not specialising in women's health. Another stated, I feel the health providers are just keen to medicate you and send you off, rather than looking further into the diagnosis. On the change they wanted to see, for healthcare professionals to listen to women about their health and not to minimise their symptoms or blame weight, hormones or putting it down to anxiety. We need to be listened to. I'm so tired of being dismissed, distressed and disrespected. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Danny. I call Orlea Flynn to wind on the substantive motion, and Orlea, you've got 10 minutes.
Garmy agad alas Concolia, and so I raised a wind on the motion, and I just want to thank everybody, similar to the Minister, everybody that's spoken today's debate. I think it's been very genuine and authentic, and you can tell that people right across the chamber really care about this particular issue, and I think more broadly all of those issues that are impacting on women's health, and you can just see that through people's remarks. Also appreciate the Minister's response that he has already provided, and there's some very important updates and improvements, I think, that was contained within the Minister's remarks, and I think it will be important following today's debate that, you know, I'm sure members will follow some of that detail very closely, just to see, and wish him all the best with that work, and all of his health and social care staff who's going to be involved in delivering on that. But it would be good for the Health Committee, I'm sure we'll do that anyway. I know the chairperson's here beside me, but that we'll follow some of that progress and hopefully be able to support the Minister and all the staff and all of that work that's going to be taking place in the time ahead. So I am really, really glad to hear about that. And in terms of the context and the importance of it and the delays. So as has already been made clear, we know that this issue isn't something that only affects a few, and we've heard some of the stats spoke about by previous speakers. But we're talking in the north, and in particular, we're talking tens of thousands of women right across the island. We're talking hundreds of thousands, and then you multiply that when you look right across these islands. It is such a big issue, impacting on so many women. And again, in terms of it's almost become normalised that a woman can live or should live with this constant severe pelvic pain, with internal scarring. We're talking about damage to multiple organs, and this is what a lot of women are faced with when they're living with this condition, and it does just make you wonder. I think Danny had mentioned when he was speaking there around that sort of inherent misogyny within the health system. It does sound a bit harsh, but when you think that this issue around scarring, damaged organs, living in constant pain, when you think that has been the acceptable way of things for so long, well, you do think an inherent misogyny within the system in terms of how the system was designed. And Jerry had mentioned that in his speaking remarks too. So I do think it's important just to reflect on that, but then also to appreciate everything that the Minister is endeavouring to do and take forward to try and make some improvements eventually within this area. Yes, Jerry? Yep.
And I didn't mention it in my speech, but would the member agree that what we need to look at is some sort of paid leave for women who are suffering from endometriosis, other conditions, which has happened in Portugal, with 3 paid days leave per month, and Spain became the first country to reduce leave for women who experience menstrual pain. But does the member agree that should be looked at as well as the other obvious healthcare measures?
Yes, and thank the member very much for his intervention. And you would have thought that we planned that, Jerry, because actually the next remark that I was going to go on to, when you used the example around women getting paid leave over living with this pain, and then even the example of menstrual cycles and even having a painful menstrual cycle, that was one of the points that I was coming on to around. So a lot of the women that are dealing with endometriosis and living with that pain, that it's fobbed off as, it's just a bad period, but it just makes you reflect on the whole issue that on a monthly basis for a woman that doesn't have endometriosis might have to live with, but then when you're living with the additional impact and pain and pressure of having this condition on top of having a monthly menstrual cycle, it is just not fair. So yes, I would absolutely be in support of any measures that help support women who are going through this, and that's all women. Most women, by the way, will go through obviously a menstrual cycle, but then it's having the additional burden of living with the endometriosis condition. So, and then someone had mentioned earlier, a couple of speakers probably referenced it, but then again about giving a thought to, we're talking about all these issues as women's health and women's health issues, but then let's think about the girls, the children. There are so many young girls who are already, battling with this condition and who are already going through, this unbearable pain, basically. So we're talking about school children in some circumstances, some kids that are having to miss their school because the pain's too much, that they can't get out of their beds. And again, it just brings it back to how unfair it is for a young girl to live like this. And then for that young girl to potentially grow into a young woman. So you're talking 8, 9, 10 years later, and she still hasn't received a diagnosis, and she still hasn't received an appropriate care pathway. My God, if you have a daughter, a younger sister, it doesn't bear thinking about if you sort of put yourself into that position, or your child, or another girl or female member who is close to you within your life. But look, I know that people get this, and obviously that's why there is a lot of work that's being done around it, and hopefully we are making a bit of progress. But there was actually as well one of the quotations from one of the women that was living with this pain, and was saying that the pain was so severe that labour pains have been described as easier than endometriosis pains. And I mean, I don't know, again, for any women out there watching this who has went through the process of labour and contractions and that pain of that process, I've been through labour, thankfully do not have endometriosis. I cannot imagine as a woman how any woman can live with that level of pain on a daily basis, and I mean that. So again, then it was spoke about earlier around some of the women that we heard directly from, and Linda and Sinead had mentioned that we held the Women's Health APG held a roundtable discussion, I think it was back in March, which was Endometriosis Awareness Month, and the Minister kindly sent some of his senior officials who have been heavily involved in this work and genuinely did listen to the speakers that day. And I know they mentioned Olivia and Cara and Anne, and it was a brilliant event, and we really just gave the floor over to the women who were there with a lived experience. But something that I took away from that day was something that Sinead had said. I don't know if it was during the meeting or if it was afterwards, but she had spoke about it there in her speech, so I'm sure she'll not make me referencing it. But whenever I left that event, it stuck with me that Sinead says that she has lived experience from this actual issue. You're talking 20 plus, maybe close to 30 years ago. And what she says that day, you could see that she got really frustrated, because she says within that time, nothing has changed. I'm listening to the same conversations, I'm listening to women sharing the same stories, the same horror stories, and nothing has changed. And I could just sense the genuine frustration from a woman who has lived this, and then who obviously felt that day, listening to younger women and older women and all the rest. So I just wanted to mention that stuck with me, that there hasn't been that change in that amount of years. But that's not to put that burden on to our Health Minister, who's here with us today, because he hasn't held the post for the past 20 years. And again, I think it's just about focusing on, right, how do we move this on? How do we try and make women's lives better? And I have to say, some of them pilots that you mentioned and the gynae robot and stuff, a lot of that sounds really, really exciting and really positive. So I think we need to shift our focus to how do we move this on? How do we get more of these women seen to in a timely manner? And how do we try and make their lives better, where they're not living in that terrible, terrible pain on a daily basis. And then just finally, another element of the motion in terms of the cross-border cooperation, take on board the Minister's points around, well, how do we assess what need, or what viability, what would be the positive outcomes out of any all-island approach if it's required. But pleased that the Minister's open to maybe exploring the benefits of this, and we can do a wee bit of work around that in the time ahead. And finally, really happy to support the Alliance motion, which emphasises the importance of the overall Women's Health Action Plan, which is a place that we need to get to.
Thank you, Orlia. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Neil McAllister and Donny Donnelly be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Conscious of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, would you mind taking your ease for a moment?
Okay, members, the next item on the order paper is a motion on addressing the failure to deliver a Northern Ireland aviation strategy. I will ask the clerk to read the motion.
That this Assembly notes with concern the ongoing failure of the Department for the Economy to develop and publish an aviation policy or strategy for Northern Ireland, highlights that this delay is holding back economic development, undermining opportunities for investment, tourism and business competitiveness, stresses that airports across Northern Ireland each have a vital role to play in promoting export growth, further stresses that any future aviation strategy must treat all airports equitably, calls on the Minister for the Economy to publish a comprehensive aviation strategy for Northern Ireland, including measurable targets and specific proposals for a route development fund within the next 3 months, and further calls on the Minister to outline what progress has been made towards increasing external sales intensity from 45% to 60% of GDP by 2030, as envisaged by the Northern Ireland Export Forum.
Thank you, and I call Philip Brit to move the motion.
Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Brett, please open the debate on the motion.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and firstly can I thank the Minister for making herself available for today's debate. I know she had to rearrange a number of engagements, so I do appreciate and I know the importance that she puts on this issue. Mr Deputy Speaker, for me this is a simple but a vital point, that without a proper air connectivity policy, Northern Ireland will never achieve its full economic potential. For more than a year now, the Department for the Economy has had the York Aviation report in its ownership into air connectivity here in Northern Ireland. The report was clear that Northern Ireland has fewer direct international services than comparable regions, and its failure is costing us jobs, investment and tourists. The Department does need to come forward because the economy is paying a price. Connectivity, Mr Deputy Speaker, is not a luxury, it is a necessity. It is the fundamental foundation upon which we attract foreign direct investment, the way in which we ensure our world-class manufacturing, engineering and service firms can access export markets, and central to growing our continually growing tourism sector, which benefits communities in every corner of Northern Ireland. Yet Northern Ireland remains the only region of the UK without a direct air link to the United States of America, and that is an extraordinary position for us to be in, given the scale of our economic, cultural and tourism ties with the United States. Mr Deputy Speaker, over 200,000 American tourists visit Northern Ireland every year, but 87% of them fly into Dublin. This is business that we are losing day after day. The York Aviation report recommended urgent intervention. It highlighted not only the need for new and additional routes to North America, but also to Paris, Frankfurt and Copenhagen. It called for the creation of a route development fund to support those services, and it pressed for a clear aviation policy that sets out priorities and, more importantly, gives certainty to our airports. Yet instead of grasping this opportunity, the Department has held roundtable discussions but has not advanced a full-scale policy at this stage. Let me be clear, Mr Deputy Speaker, for me or for my party, this is not about one airport over another. Belfast International Airport, Belfast City Airport and the City of Derry Airport all have a vital role to play here in Northern Ireland. They should see the benefits of increased connectivity. An aviation strategy, however, must treat all airports fairly and equitably, recognising their importance for regional balance and for ensuring that growth reaches every corner of Northern Ireland. But what we have instead is no strategy to date, no policy intended to date, and unfortunately delay from the Department in publishing a plan for Northern Ireland. What that has led to, Mr Deputy Speaker, is ad hoc approaches taken by different airports. Members from across the Chamber attended the launch of the Master Plan for Belfast City Airport last week. Over the last number of years, Belfast International has made huge-scale private investment, and the Department has supported Derry City Airport. But we have no joined-up overall approach, Mr Deputy Speaker, which can ensure that those three airports, rather than competing with each other, can complement each other to ensure that they work together. The consequences of this are real. The Northern Ireland Export Forum has set an ambition to increase external sales from 45% to 60% of GDP by 2030, and I do believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is achievable, but only if we modernise our aviation policy and secure better global connectivity. Our teams in Invest Northern Ireland work hard day and daily. They have supported more first-time exporters, secured millions in contracts abroad and attracted new inward investment. But their efforts, in my view, are being undermined if we cannot even offer a direct flight to the very markets that we are trying to attract business from. For me, Mr Deputy Speaker, this is about ambition. It's about whether Northern Ireland wants to compete on the global stage, and I do believe, Mr Deputy Speaker, that is where we need to be. We need a comprehensive aviation strategy within the next 3 months. We need measurable targets for external sales, and we need a properly funded route development fund to secure the direct links to both North America, Germany, France and Scandinavia that I believe our businesses and our tourism sector need. Our airports are ambitious, our businesses are ambitious, and I hope that the Minister can set out her ambitious targets and plans for this important sector. Without improved air connectivity, our economy does risk falling behind, and I believe that's why our motion today is important. Whilst, Mr Deputy Speaker, I do have some sympathy for a number of issues raised in the UUP amendment, particularly around a focus on North America and the ongoing campaign for pre-clearance here in Northern Ireland, I do believe the removal of the Route Development Fund and for measurable targets makes our original motion stronger, so I'd encourage members to support the motion as stands. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Steve Aiken to move the amendment. Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Mr Aiken, please open the debate on the amendment.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. I start by making a declaration of interest as Chair of the All-Party Group on Aerospace. Our amendment seeks to enhance the motion by focusing on three key areas of what should be an aviation strategy for Northern Ireland that I will shortly outline. It is also worth noting at the moment we are at a considerable disadvantage compared to our friends down in the south. As members will be aware, the Republic of Ireland has so far benefited from a long-term tourism VAT rate of 9%. It's been recently increased to 13.9%, but which is highly likely to go back to 9% next year. In contrast, we are saddled with a VAT rate of 20%, in addition an APD, our passenger duty tax of £13 per person. Furthermore, Dublin Airport is heavily subsidised by the Irish state, with, as some in the industry would say, sweeteners for long-haul aviation to use that airport. And their government has also underwritten the costs of the new runway at the airport as well. All these issues combined together add to what is a considerable state aid advantage to the Southern Airport, an advantage that should run counter to the trade diversion rules within the Northern Ireland Protocol. But regrettably, so far neither the Minister for Economy nor the Secretary of State have sought mitigations on this obvious distortion from the EU-UK Joint Committee. So then, what can we do to at least establish a level aviation playing field on this island? Our Minister provides approximately a third of Tourism Ireland's budget. Globally, they market Dublin as the gateway to Ireland. In consequence, much of the inward tourism and business market flows through this airport in Dublin. This needs to stop because we pay a third of the bill, so therefore our airports must be promoted at least 1/3 of the time. Many airlines would find the available ramp space, the 24-hour availability of the airports, secure fuel supplies, all-weather options with east, west and north-south runways at Belfast International, good UK connections at Belfast International, and moving towards an expanded Belfast City attractive. But airlines find it puzzling that the only real marketing done by Tourism Ireland and ministers at aviation industry events is focused wholly on Dublin Airport. Secondly, Mr Deputy Speaker, the revolution in the aviation industry is now in long-range narrow-body aircraft like the Airbus 321 XLR, with ranges up to 4,700 miles with 244 seats. These allow airlines to serve point-to-point routes at much reduced costs. The Airbus 321 XLR or similar Boeing aircraft from Belfast can easily serve most of North America and indeed reach well into the existing Middle Eastern hubs. Based on traffic numbers that already exist, there is more than enough business and tourist traffic to support these flights direct from Northern Ireland. It also won't have escaped the majority of members that both Airbus and hopefully soon Boeing will soon be major stakeholders in our own considerable aerospace manufacturing sector. At the moment, our passengers on international routes to the United States, North America or to the Middle East either fly via Heathrow, Amsterdam, or make the 2-hour journey down the motorway, spend 1 hour trying to find a parking space in the car park if they're lucky, get wet, as I do considerably, wait for a bus, which takes about 10 to 15 minutes, if you're lucky, move in the traffic for about 20 minutes, stand in the airline queue for about 1 hour and 30 minutes, 30 minutes to 45 minutes for security if you're lucky, then stand for 2.5 hours if you're trying to get to the United States in pre-clearance, making a 7-hour journey before we start our 7-hour journey. There has to be better options. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with the UK's improved relationships with the United States, particularly now with the ever-chilling relations between the EU in general and Dublin in particular with Washington, it would now be advantageous for a US pre-customs clearance to be facilitated at Belfast International. With the high level of data and security information sharing between the UK and US, the easing of restrictions between us in comparison with the EU, it now makes strong sense to be calling for a US pre-customs clearance facility here. Indeed, moving the Shannon facility or even the Dublin one to Belfast would be an easy option for a US administration. Our executive should be calling loudly for this facility. It would then enable Belfast International to become a narrow-body transfer hub for both transatlantic routes and the Middle East, with significant opportunity to build inward tourism and build business as well. As my friend has pointed out, we're doing a good job of attracting FDI, but they need to be able to travel directly into Northern Ireland. Arriving somewhere and then spending a best part of 4 or 5 hours trying to get here is not any form of direct route, and it's not useful. Both the city and Belfast International could also become a centre for sustainable aviation fuel, and the Department of Economy and DERA could bid for green energy credits with our national government. These could be used to offset our 2050 carbon obligations, and if it was properly marketed, Belfast could become a sustainable aviation fuel hub for transatlantic aviation, for both general and private aviation. Sustainable aviation fuel can achieve up to 70% reduction on greenhouse gas emissions on conventional aviation fuel, and it would definitely put us on the cutting edge of helping to reach zero net carbon. Our airports, especially Aldergrove, are also geographically well placed as logistics hubs. With the current global uncertainty only growing, the secure runways, large fuel stocks and location on the west of Europe in the United Kingdom, and unlike the Irish Republic within NATO secured airspace, means that we should be expanding our role, particularly with the United States. Using the large amount of ramp space, both on the civilian and military sides of the airfield, and proactively marking it as a secure cargo transshipment space, would pay considerable dividends. This chamber has debated many times about improving access from the airport by improving road and rail links, but by using the site to build additional warehousing and add to the ramp space and hard standing, we could attract much more cargo activity. As some of our members are fond of saying, the unique access of the Windsor Framework, coupled with the UK's advantageous trading relationships with the United States, should be helping expand the scope of our aviation strategy considerably. It's time for us to think broadly. It's time for us to take advantages that we've been given, and it's time to move on these issues. I commend our amendment to the House, and thank you very much indeed, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Patrick Delargy.
Last Kincollia. Aviation is vital for businesses looking to invest, for universities welcoming students from across the globe, for families travelling and for staying connected, and for communities across this island. Last year, Conor Murphy and John O'Dowd transferred responsibility for airports policy to the Department for Economy, a notable and important shift from what had gone before. The significance of this has been felt in Derry, righting a historical wrong and finally centralising airports under one department. Sinn Féin ministers funding the City of Derry Airport lifted a significant rates burden off the people of Derry, and it also matched our commitment to regional balance. It has created certainty and a stability which has allowed new airlines, new routes, and the extension of existing routes. For example, because of this announcement and the certainty it creates, EasyJet have introduced new routes between Derry and Birmingham and Derry and Manchester. They're also increasing their flights to Liverpool by up to 4 flights per week and by Edinburgh by up to 3 flights per week. My focus and my party's focus has been on establishing a Derry to Dublin route through the City of Derry Airport to connect us to our capital city and to connect international business to Derry. This has resulted in numerous meetings, written questions, parliamentary questions by my colleague Padraig McLaughlin TD, and finally we are beginning to see the light at the end of the tunnel, a movement by Irish Government ministers towards initiating the PSO from Derry to Dublin. And I mention this because the glaring omission in this motion is around an all-Ireland focus, an agreed commitment to a new decade, new approach. City of Derry Airport and its recent success has come on the back of this investment and a coordinated effort to create all-Ireland links. This is where the focus of this motion should be. If we're to see an aviation strategy that truly promotes the economy, it must focus on our economic reality. The reality is an all-Ireland economy that is growing and that regional balance is improving, and the connectivity is key to that sustained economic growth. An all-Ireland strategy would ensure regional balance across all our airports, including Galway, Kerry, Cork, as well as in Derry. The reality for tourists coming to Ireland is that they want to be able to access all of our country as seamlessly as possible. And the same goes for businesses, and therefore an aviation strategy must be underpinned by a commitment to looking at this issue on a country-wide basis to increase connectivity and avoid duplication. Minister Archibald has built on that work and has been clear that our aviation strategy must be coordinated, forward-looking and in line with our climate and economic commitments. Her focus on connectivity for the North West, on supporting tourism and on making sure our strategy delivers for businesses and workers alike is vital. This strategy cannot be rushed and it cannot be done by halves. That means recognising the opportunity of stronger connections, particularly to international hubs. It means supporting regional balance, ensuring that places like Derry and the wider North West are not left behind. It means investing in skills, apprenticeships and good jobs within the aviation sector, and it means meeting our obligations on climate by building sustainability into every part of that strategy. So today, I commend the progress made under both Economy Ministers Conor Murphy and Keith Archibald. Their leadership has brought us to the point where a serious, comprehensive aviation strategy is within reach, and the task now is to ensure that it is delivered in full, done correctly, and done in the interests of all the people of Ireland. Gormagat.
Call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We support the motion. I'm laughing at some of the comments that have been said in the chamber, but we come at this motion with a focus on creating jobs, greater investment, exports for our business, and that connectivity, and supporting our business community and opportunities for everyone. We're kind of not that focused on the constitutional sound bites that we've heard here today, but the facts are kind of unavoidable. We live on an island. And I think that is like, aviation isn't a luxury for that. It's absolutely essential to connect us to the rest of the world. And we are the only region without an aviation strategy that failure needs to be right and to come through. But we need that connectivity and frequency of flights to both GB and Europe. And if we've got the dual market access that we have there, the essential to maximise that is that connectivity. But people here want better job opportunities, higher wages, higher living standards, and the public transport network to link into the airports is essential in that. I notice the Ulster Unionists leave that out of their amendment, that connectivity on the Knockmore line, for example, to link my own constituents and those in South Antrim into the airport is part of that strategy and that wider piece.
Sure. Thank you very much indeed. The member will note the debate we had in here on the Muckamore line not so long ago, and the fact the Ulster Unit fully supports the Circle line, the Muckamore line, and actually wants to see as much sustainable communications across the island and beyond as possible, hence the sustainable aviation fuel.
There's an extra minute.
Steve, it takes you 7 hours to get through an airport. I'm not sure how long it'll take you to get the train to Belfast Airport to get through it, but an aviation strategy must be about economic growth. It must be wider than just route. Yeah.
Context of his own remarks, that the economic reality that we're in is an all-Ireland economy that's growing, and that surely within that you can recognise that an essential part of this has to be an all-Ireland aviation strategy.
I am about to actually say just that. So part of this has got to be departmental as well. This has got to be wider than just we want a route here or there. It's got to be what our economies need and business need, and infrastructure and the all-Ireland transport and rail review. All of that needs to be incorporated, including the innovation strategy that's come forward, not some political vanity project. Whenever we look at this and put forward reality, 70% of our tourists travel through the south. 84% of all flights onto this island leave through Dublin Airport. So it might take Steve 7 hours to get on some sort of slow boat to get there, but the global hub on this island is already there. It's 90-minute drive for anybody else to access that. And in reality, you can't have a strategy without referencing that and bringing that whole piece in to be. This isn't, any strategy needs to be based on the wider context, not just the three airports here. It needs to be looked at the wider piece. If we look at Europe, and here, very quickly, because
thank you, and I agree with a lot with what he's saying, and do not think then with the cap that's currently on Dublin Airport, it actually provides further opportunity to all airports here in Northern Ireland.
There's an opportunity there for us to grow. I think we should grow the markets here, but I don't think you can take it in isolation from looking at the whole. I go skiing every year in the Alps in France, and I fly into Geneva Airport. The French aren't having an argument about building a new airport because I fly into Switzerland to fly. So to have an argument or to put forward something that we are two completely different alien places is bonkers at this space. It pitches and reduces this to a constitutional thing rather than a practical delivery of better for everyone. If we look at Cork as a regional airport, Cork have a massive industry with Pfizer, with Apple, and all those American companies, yet they don't actually have a connection from Cork to America. But what they do have is connection to Frankfurt, Munich, Paris, Madrid, as well as London, Manchester, Glasgow, and all of those. So it's building those connections for us. It's growing what we can connect and making this place connected, but what part of a wider, and acknowledging that there is an airport that links a lot of that worldwide, that we're never going to be able to grow. If you have an island with 8 million people on it, and you were to look, France don't decide to have a regional airport that's worldwide connected for their tourists and their business community in every part of their tour. They look at Paris, then they use Geneva, and they use everywhere else. We've got to think a little bit bigger than this is Northern Ireland, and we've got to have our own as opposed to that. And the integration of business, community, investment and infrastructure has all got to be part of this, but we've got to share this place and share this island, and aviation is an example of that. But at a time when a constituent can't go to a GP, when the Department of Health has spent $2.5 billion in the last 3 years on a computer system that it delayed and cost more, I am not putting my name to funding an American embassy or through in the airport when we haven't even got a flight. Like, to put public money into that when people can't get GP appointments is bonkers. So I can't support in any way the Ulster Unionist amendment, but I will be supporting the DUP motion.
McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The SDLP supports an aviation strategy that supports our economy, that supports our people and helps us to meet the climate targets. We need airports facilitating connections with GB and beyond. We also need connections for our airports to better connect them to Derry and Belfast, for example, enhancing the rail links referred to in the All-Ireland Rail Strategy. Given our geography, a healthy aviation strategy is absolutely vital. The DUP motion contains many sensible points, but the UUP amendment is ill-judged at best. The focus on competing with Dublin rather than working in complement to it is actually risible. I think you used the word bonkers, and it really is. It really is. Sorry, I just want to get through this, okay? 70% plus of visitors to Northern Ireland arrive via Dublin. That isn't a nefarious plot to undermine Northern Ireland. It's a fact of geography and just basic economics. Dublin is a major European air hub with pre-immigration clearance and US customs. There is no realistic likelihood on whatever planet this amendment was written in, of the UK government negotiating pre-clearance for Belfast, and to pretend otherwise is just codding the people. If there were, why would the UK government prioritise delivering this huge concession for a small region on a small island which already has pre-clearance and for an airport that doesn't even have a regular transatlantic air route? It would be better to focus on ensuring that we have the most comprehensive links to London, to the British regional airports, as well as looking for new connections to Europe, as Philip Brett outlined, and to build our unique relationship with the European Union, rather than the fantasy of displacing Dublin Airport for transatlantic travel, an obsession which has already cost millions of public money via APD subsidies. We should also be looking at a much better rail linkages to Northern Ireland airports and indeed to Dublin Airport. The Irish Government is planning to invest in a metro rail connection to Dublin Airport per the All-Ireland Rail Review. We should be working to support that and to ensure the best possible links onward to Grand Central Station in Belfast and then onwards on that journey to Derry, so people can access Dublin Airport and visitors to our shores can access the north as easily and as quickly as possible. We also need to exploit existing rail proximity to Northern Ireland airports, all three of which are close to rail links that have either no connection or, in the case of Belfast City, a very poorly signpost walk down a dual carriageway. We need serious aviation strategy which connects us, which supports our people and our economy. But sorry, Steve, the UUP amendment is just delusional. And now I want to specifically talk about the City of Derry Airport.
The member's not
I'm coming to the best bit, Steve. I'm talking about the City of Derry Airport, so let me get on with it. I also note, regrettably, that you did not mention the City of Derry Airport in your amendment. But yet again, Derry City Airport is central to this discussion. And it's a vital asset to the North West, but it needs more support to reach its potential. The Department for Economy has committed to 4 years of funding, and the Birmingham and Manchester services are now welcome progress, but we must go further. A Derry-Dublin connection is not a luxury, it's an economic necessity, and it must be delivered in partnership with the Irish Government. At the same time, we cannot ignore developments elsewhere, and another issue that I want to raise as well. In recent weeks, the British Government advanced its Sustainable Aviation Fuel Bill in the House of Commons. This legislation aims to establish a world-leading SAF industry across the UK, reducing reliance on imported fuels, boosting energy security and supporting decarbonisation.
Time's up. Sorry. Thank you. Nicole Sheeran.
Agat Lash Concordia I'm tempted to begin my remarks by saying that I agree with everything the member for Lagan Valley said, and of course has been outlined by my colleagues from Derry as well, in terms of the broad remit of this motion, or the broad objective of this motion. Obviously, we're an island nation, and that means that we rely on aviation and on flying more than we potentially might like, given our commitments to the climate. But it is a requirement here. If you want to go elsewhere, you oftentimes have to fly. So I think, in the spirit of what Mr Honeyford said, it's important that we have an aviation policy, and our Sinn Féin Minister in the Economy Department has already committed to that, but one that works with our partners across the 26 counties, and that makes sense. And it is important that we strengthen our rail and road connections so that people can access our airports across the 26 more easily. It makes sense for us to be joined up here. We want to increase tourism to the island of Ireland. We want to see people coming in, whether they come in via Dublin or Belfast, and they travel across the border as we all should do so frequently and easily. I just want to particularly point out that the Minister's commitment to the City of Derry Airport, obviously in line with her objectives around regional balance, and that's already been outlined by my colleague Padraig Delargy and Sinead McLaughlin in terms of the increased funding, the route for Heathrow Airport and the other routes that have been outlined, and I think that's progress, and that's one that we would like to see going further. So we agree with the spirit of the motion, and I'll cut my remarks there. Gormina Magov.
Thank you. Call Peter McReynolds.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I rise today to support the motion, thank the proposers for putting it forward, and look forward to the Minister's response as well. As my party colleague has outlined, we in Alliance believe an aviation strategy could play a vital role in creating jobs, promoting tourism and enhancing our public transport investment. From the outset, I feel I should also declare, similar to Mr Aiken, an interest, given that I have Belfast City Airport in East Belfast in my constituency, supporting over 6,500 jobs, over 12,000 across Northern Ireland, and has generated hundreds of millions of pounds for our economy, while donating almost £1 million to support community groups and charitable causes through their community fund across East Belfast and North Down. Each airport here creates and sustains an important part of our economy and tourism, playing a critical role in allowing us to connect to the rest of the UK and Europe, whether that be for business or recreation. Through the introduction of an aviation strategy, working with our airports, we could see more connections to more European hubs and increased regularity of services, with businesses choosing to be based near our airports and increasing jobs in the area. If we look to Cork as an example, they have flights connecting two major European business hubs, and businesses choose to have their offices close by, allowing for fast access to the global market. This draws in businesses to the area, creating more jobs and boosting their economy. Deputy Speaker, against that context, we here in Northern Ireland are missing out. By linking in with markets we have yet to reach and to increase the connectivity through additional services, it will allow for more businesses to choose Northern Ireland first when deciding where to take their businesses. From the York report, those notably included key European markets such as France and Germany, and even the potential for connectivity with North America, which no airport in Northern Ireland yet provides. With dual market access, that's a massive opportunity for US businesses to choose Northern Ireland as one of the first English-speaking countries investors meet crossing the Atlantic Ocean to access European and British markets. My colleague, Mr Honeyford, has covered the economic benefits of an aviation strategy, but turning my remarks to the infrastructure perspective as an infrastructure spokesperson, there's a real opportunity to acknowledge the positive impact and benefits for our public transport system. Through an aviation strategy, we could see increased footfall on bus or potential rail connections, increasing the necessity for more public transport routes across Northern Ireland, and making our ability to ditch private vehicles and able to access airports via rail or bus. The knock-on effect being extra funds created through fares, which could then improve the standard of our public transport, which would then make something like late-night buses something we could deliver much easier and faster than we've seen in recent years and months. Lastly, and by no means least, we need to ensure our net zero targets are not forgotten, and to achieve these goals we must also use greener technologies and environmental responsibility. Increased air use and the positives that come with it cannot be brought about to the detriment of our environment, which can be realised in conjunction with it, as evidenced recently with the launch of the Belfast City Airport Master Plan, which I would encourage all members to engage with during its current consultation period. Deputy Speaker, I welcome today's motion and the positives that could flow through it for Northern Ireland, but would remind members that it's not just about aviation, but creating greater connection, increasing opportunity for business and supporting our world-class tourism offering. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for the Economy to respond to the debate. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Las Concordia. And while the motion was critically framed, I do welcome the opportunity to engage with it, and I agree with the broad thrust of many of the comments that have been made in the Chamber today, although not all of them. The absence of an aviation policy to date is something I am keen to address because as a small island we are highly dependent on air connectivity both for business and leisure travel. Good connectivity is vital to our economy, to our commercial life, to our FDI proposition and to tourism. Government has an important role to play in supporting the aviation sector, and this was particularly the case during the COVID-19 pandemic, which caused such a sharp decline in passenger numbers. Targeted financial packages for airports and the Domestic Aviation Kickstart Scheme helped our 3 airports through the pandemic. Post-pandemic recovery has been strong, with new airline routes and increased passenger numbers, in no small part thanks to the efforts of Tourism Ireland. We now need to continue this positive momentum in line with my economic vision. This is a sector which can generate high productivity, good jobs, and by supporting the City of Derry Airport we can promote regional balance. The most recent figures available show City of Derry Airport is estimated to have contributed 21 million of GVA annually to the regional economy and supported 650 jobs, both direct and indirect. That is why my department has pledged up to £12 million over the next 4 years in support of the airport, on top of the £4.6 million over 2 years co-funded with the British Government for the London Heathrow route. And that's why I'm also working with the Irish Government to reinstate the Derry to Dublin route. There is a need, and members in the Chamber have mentioned this, to develop an environmentally responsible aviation strategy which aligns with my commitment to decarbonisation and our net zero commitments. There are already a number of companies here in the north who are developing the technology around sustainable aviation fuel production. I believe this has the potential to generate hundreds of skilled jobs in engineering, logistics and research. In October 2023, my department commissioned aviation consultants, York Aviation, to identify a set of strategic routes which will help drive inbound tourism and business growth, and to identify policy levers to enhance our air connectivity. This research was published on the 26th of March 2024. The York Aviation report noted that airports fell within the remit of DFI, while DFE was responsible for air connectivity. In order to reduce fragmentation across departments and facilitate more coherent policy development, York Aviation recommended that responsibility for air connectivity be consolidated within a single government department. In response, on the 10th of June 2024, my predecessor Conor Murphy and then Infrastructure Minister John O'Dowd agreed the transfer of responsibility for airports policy to my department. This does not involve legislative changes. It means that my department will ensure a clear and coherent policy direction for the sector, both in terms of airports and air connectivity. For the new policy to be meaningful, it must take account of the perspectives of the wider aviation, business and tourism sectors. Therefore, my officials are currently engaging with other departments and wider stakeholders to ensure that a coordinated approach is taken on the future development of aviation policy. Go ahead.
Mr. Gibbon-Way, and I'm just trying to seek some clarity. So, is your party colleague had said that policy had now transferred to your department. Could you then just outline when that policy transfer took place and when that was approved by the executive?
So as I said, the policy transfer didn't involve the requirement to any legislative changes, so it completed over the course of last year. I'm happy to write to the minister or to the member with the exact dates around that. I don't have it here in front of me. There, as I said, my officials are currently engaging across departments and with wider stakeholders to ensure that we have a coordinated approach on the future of aviation policy. The development of a route development fund is a key recommendation. Therefore, the policy will aim to identify monetary and non-monetary incentives to airlines that could open routes that would otherwise not be commercially viable. My department is also taking account of the important plans being developed by our aviation sector. For example, the ambitious plans which were published by Belfast City Airport just last week. It's also important that these plans incorporate the views of local communities that live near to airports. A comprehensive aviation policy, in addition to route development, must take into account ongoing major infrastructure plans and initiatives around skills development and education. I have recently met with the management team at Belfast International Airport to see for myself the impressive new terminal extension and state-of-the-art security hall and the expanded duty-free area. I've also met with the CEO and senior team at Belfast City Airport to discuss their ambitious plans for expansion, and my officials continue to meet with all three airports, as well as InvestNI, Tourism NI, Tourism Ireland and local councils to discuss potential policy levers to encourage inward investment and tourism. These meetings will also include representatives from the business sector and the Consumer Council. It will be crucial to collaborate with our local aviation sector, with our tourism and investment partners and with both the British and Irish governments to help develop a more connected and attractive aviation network across the island. My department's business plan for this financial year commits to consulting and finalising an aviation and route development policy. We remain on track to deliver this action. I want to now turn to the second part of the motion, which is on exports. The Export Forum was established by my department with the aim of bringing together the main providers of export support and industry representatives. By working together, we are working towards delivering a single, joined-up operating model for export promotion. This means businesses across all sectors can access high-quality, effective support. Exporting is at the heart of the department's economic vision. Businesses which export are more productive, create more jobs and pay higher wages. That's why my department is focused on helping firms to recognise and realise their export potential, because it's vital for innovation-led growth and for delivering prosperity across all of our communities. InvestNI continues to play a pivotal role supporting local business access new markets. Since April, it has delivered 13 international trade missions and exhibitions and offers tailored programmes such as Grow Beyond and Going Dutch to help early-stage exporters and SMEs. Intertrade Ireland's first-time Exporters Accelerator is helping SMEs to trade cross-border for the first time. This is often the first step to exporting abroad. Looking ahead, my department is focused on supporting businesses at every stage of their export journey. Our sectoral action plans set out clear objectives to increase both the intensity of exports and the number of firms participating in international trade. With the right support and by fully leveraging dual market access, businesses in the North can offer the products and services to compete and thrive in global markets. Over the period of Windsor Framework implementation, exports here have increased by 2% compared to a decline of 9% in Britain. It is important that we continue with this relatively strong export performance. Mr. Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to respond to today's debate. Thanks very much.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call on Robbie Butler to wind on the amendment, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. My apologies for missing the start of the debate. I do assure you I was watching on television in my room. It was a very good debate, very well natured. I see there's a few pokes at the Ulster Unionist Party's amendment, but I'm going to poke you back. So I am, but I'll get to that in a minute or two. So may I thank members for their contributions to this important debate, because Northern Ireland actually does have a very proud aviation history, leading back to the very beginning with pioneers like Harry Ferguson and Lillian Bland putting us firmly on the map. And if you haven't been to the Aviation Museum at Maze Longkesh, please go there. It's the most undervisited, underappreciated, but excellent display that we have probably on this island. Please go there and have a look at it. Later we had Short Brothers and the considerable use of our airfields and factories during the Second World War to defeat the Nazis. We became, for such a small place, and I've heard that mentioned tonight by members across this chamber, not from this side but from that side, we're such a small place. We're such a small place. We've got to think big, guys. And some people in here today are showing that they're incapable of thinking of the big picture. In Lagan Valley, we have McGabry and the Mays Airfields, which the member from Lagan Valley who spoke earlier is very well aware of. We have a very proud history. And it's sad to reflect, though, on the disconnect between our executive and this vital industry, because we have outlined in our amendment, and it's been put forward in this debate, we should have the ability to heavily capitalise on our leadership and background history in this space, and our ability to deliver, which is second to none. We have a competitive geographic and now geopolitical position. We should be able to, at relatively little cost, either fiscally or environmentally, be able to grow that industry. And I will make no apologies for being ambitious about creating jobs and economic opportunity for the people of Northern Ireland, whether that's in Belfast City Airport, Derry City Airport or Belfast International Airport. It will always come first. Increased airlines flying out of NI to more destinations in fuel-efficient aircraft should be a win. Simply changes such as granting us access to US pre-clearance facilities would transform that, and I didn't pick up that part of the amendment in any part of their debate. Obviously, they do not have that as an ambition. Furthermore, how can we or should we continue to export our jobs, revenue and tourist and business accessibility to an airport hours down the road? And interestingly, in the piece from Sinead earlier, Sinead's not applying the same rule to the City of Derry Airport as she is to Belfast International Airport, because apparently it's okay to drive to Dublin because it's close to get on the American pre-clearance, but it's not okay for the people of London. I agree, by the way, that they wouldn't be able to jump on a plane and drive to Belfast. I agree, but you can't ride with a hunt with a hounds and hunt with a horse or something like that there. But you can't have the argument both ways, so you can't. So bizarrely, Tourism Ireland, we pay 2/3 of its budget without a third of its promotion. That really isn't fair. Several in this House, sorry?
1/3. We pay
so 1/3. We pay a third, sorry, we pay a third, but we don't get a third of the output, is the point?
No, we don't.
It's certainly not in and around our airports. Several in this House will say that we have been given a unique advantage through the Windsor Framework. Equally, and hopefully they will recognise that the UK-US trade relationship gives us a further advantage over the South in regard, for instance, to the tariffs and stuff. We have to utilise everything that is at our behest and to our advantage. So why is our Economy Department not taking the opportunity to capitalise on that specific angle? Now, I get a suspicion that we may not get the votes on the amendment today, but I ask you to just review and reflect on some of the points that have been made. And Mr Honeyford speaks with absolute passion, and I do enjoy listening to my Lagan Valley colleague speak on this. But this is not a constitutional debate. This is not about pitting against North and South. This is not a green and orange thing. This is about jobs for our constituents. This is about improving the prosperity and outcome for the people that live in Northern Ireland. That's the point of this amendment. It is certainly not. It's not a constitutional. It's not a constitutional amendment. No, I'm not. I've only got. I won't get an extra minute. The SDLP. Well, I've already had my point there, Sinead. You can't have the same argument pitted against two different airports, which are only maybe 60 or 70 miles apart. And the Sinn Féin the contribution, I got a wee chuckle because you said that you were surprised to see the SDLP and the Alliance agree with Sinn Féin on something. Nobody in this side of the House is surprised by that. Absolutely. Yes.
I did not say that. I said I welcomed their contributions.
An extra minute.
Differently, we'll agree to differ. So I asked members to reflect on my absolutely winning arguments and support the amendment. Thank you.
Well done, Robert.
Thank you. And I call Gary Middleton to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion. And you, Mr Middleton, have up to 10 minutes.
No problem. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I think it's appropriate that we do bring it to a close because we're starting to get carried away with ourselves in terms of some of the contributions. But I do want to wind on a motion because I do think it has been a good discussion, and I think that we do need to highlight the importance and the need for a comprehensive aviation strategy for Northern Ireland, one that of course includes a properly resourced route development fund. And of course, as a representative from the North West, I'm going to touch some on our own airport in Londonderry, but I do stress that this does apply to all of our airports in Northern Ireland, which I believe, because of this sort of policy oversight, it is doing damage to our economy. But while other devolved governments have acted, Northern Ireland unfortunately has lagged behind. Scotland has long operated a route development fund supporting routes and international routes to boost
their economy. Wales has invested over 200 million in Cardiff Airport, including route support and infrastructure upgrades as well. And even Heathrow Airport has committed 10 million to its own route development fund to connect UK regions to global markets. But as some members have said, this isn't a constitutional debate or a constitutional issue. For ourselves, we want to see Northern Ireland airports thrive. We want to see our local businesses thrive and jobs secured. That's why we are so vocal in terms of City of Derry Airport, Belfast International and Belfast City, because we want those airports to succeed. That being said, we also have no issue with Dublin succeeding, of course not. No difference in terms of Heathrow succeeding. We want to ensure that the best connectivity is in place to support our businesses and our local airports. In terms of quota, that is a vital asset, of course, for our region. It connects our businesses and supports our tourism, but also it underpins the investment that we receive into the area. Yet it does continue to operate without that strategic support, without the route development fund and without that aviation strategy. So that's why we're making the case for it today. In terms of the case for the airport, City of Derry, we know that, and the Minister touched on this in her remarks, that it delivers 21 million GVA. So that argument has been had. We know that it succeeds, and we want to see further investment into that airport. Moving on, our motion does talk about the need for a strategy that treats all airports equally. That's not something that anybody really should have an issue with. I think that we need to support them all. We need to see a route development fund with clear criteria. We need measurable targets for growth, and of course, we want to see that within the next 3 months. And I'm assuming, Minister, if you're supporting the motion, that we will see that as a matter of urgency. So we look forward to seeing that in due course. Just to turn to the summary then of members who have spoken across the chamber. Obviously, my colleague Philip Brett moved the motion and spoke of the need for a strategy to achieve the full economic potential. Talked about the US tourism market and the fact that that is an untapped potential which we need to tie into, and we need to ensure that the departments work together on that. Also spoke, of course, about treating airports equitably, and the fact that we don't have a strategy and there isn't a policy and there's no plan, and I look forward obviously to the Minister bringing that forward as a matter of urgency. Steve Aiken highlighted some of the challenges in comparison with ROI, the VAT rate, the APD, but also some of the issues around ensuring that we do have a level aviation playing field. Padraig spoke about the Department's airport policy and regional balance. Also spoke in terms of the Londonderry to Dublin route, which of course we are in support of, and we need to ensure as well the UK government continue to fund that PSO to London Heathrow, which is very important as well. Mr Honeyford spoke in support of the motion as well, and we welcome that. The need to improve on our connectivity of flights to GB and to Europe, and also touched on the fact that 84% of flights are through Dublin. And I think there's a piece of work to ensure that those who do fly through there, that they come here to Northern Ireland as well. Sinead McLaughlin also spoke in terms of the aviation strategy and the importance of that, but also spoke of the rail connectivity and ensuring that our airports within Northern Ireland are connected, but also with Dublin as well. Emma Sheeran summarised in terms of her broad support for the motion. Important that, of course, we strengthen our rail connections as well, and welcome the commitment to regional balance through quota. Peter McReynolds, from an infrastructure perspective, spoke of the benefits to public transport, increasing bus usage, but also in terms of the net zero targets and the importance of meeting that and the environment responsibly. Obviously, the Minister's comments are well documented, and we do welcome the fact that she has made the time to come here today, and hopefully we'll follow up in terms of the targets laid within the motion. Mr Deputy Speaker, that's in summary, and obviously Mr Butler spoke in summary of his amendment, and we just urge people to support the motion, and we look forward to seeing the impact of that.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the amendments standing in the names of Steve Aiken, Diana Armstrong and Robbie Butler be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The noes have it. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Members, the question is therefore that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Takes me, members, just a moment. Item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.